Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Meant to Be, A Second Chance at Love Romantic Suspense by Jenna Harte, narrated by Ali Shea. Chapter 1.
You need to get laid.
Mitch McKenna cast a suspicious glance at his partner and best friend, Kevin Taggart.
You get laid too much.
Kevin grinned.
I'm married. It goes with the territory. Besides, is that even possible?
Mitch laughed.
God, I hope not.
He pulled the unmarked police car into a parking space outside Charlotte Tavern General Hospital.
But it's a little sappy that every day we have to stop by and see the missus. I know it, and I don't care. Someday you'll be in love and you'll see. God, I hope not.
Mitch shuddered.
Besides, there are plenty of hot nurses who would love to find out if the Mitch McKenna reputation for stamina and prowess is true.
Mitch stepped out of the car, grinning at his friend.
Oh, it's true.
His smile faded as he realized Kevin might be right. Maybe he did need to get laid. It had been a while. If he'd cared at all about his playboy reputation, he would have remedied the situation. Except he didn't care. In fact, it bothered him. It suggested that he engaged in one-night stands with women he didn't know or was cavalier with their feelings. Granted, he kept his relationships with women short, but he was always upfront with them about his position, and most accepted it. A couple cried when they hadn't been able to change his mind. One had keyed bastard into the side of his truck. "Hey, Mitch." Mitch's gaze swung to the feminine coo of Becky Lancer. She might be willing to help him with his sexual dry spell. He smiled and waved, but kept moving. He'd once gone out with her sister, and he knew better than to date siblings. He and Kevin walked into the hospital and took the elevator to the maternity department on the 4th floor.
I guess it won't be long until Jenny is a client here instead of a nurse.
Mitch patted Kevin on the back. He enjoyed razzing his friend about his wife, but deep down he was happy for him.
A year, maybe. Right now, we're just practicing.
Kevin waggled his brows. Mitch rolled his eyes as the doors opened, and they stepped out into the hall.
There's my gal now.
Kevin snuck up behind a dark-haired woman in pink scrubs with rainbows on the shirt and wrapped his arms around her, lifting her off the floor. She let out a squeal. When he set her on her feet, she laughed.
"Great day, baby cakes! You scared the life out of me!"
He gave her a kiss. All in all, it was sappy. It was the same type of stuff he had to endure when he visited his sister Lexi. Even after nearly 2 years of marriage, she and her husband Drake were sappier than Kevin and Jenny, which was saying something. It was a wonder they didn't already have a whole brood of kids.
"I'm nearly ready for my break."
She turned her smile toward Mitch.
"If you're tired of feeling like a third wheel, I can snag you a date. There's a new doctor I've been meaning to introduce you to. You can see if the McKenna charm will work on her."
I like being a third wheel.
"No, you don't.
But you're nice to put up with Kevin and me."
"She's really, really nice. She's been giving me articles and tips and encouraging me to get my midwife certification."
You'd be good at that.
Mitch meant it, too. She was one of the sweetest, most generous hearts he'd ever met. There'd been only one other person he'd known who he'd thought was as good. He shook his head to rid his thoughts of another sweet, generous woman who, in the end, turned out to be neither.
"Thank you. I wonder how much longer before Lexi and Drake will need a midwife."
She raised her eyebrows, hoping for gossip.
I imagine once they start, they'll need one fairly often.
His sister wanted a whole passel of kids, and Drake would give her whatever she wanted. Mitch thought he'd be a good father, but since having a family was out, he'd settle for being the coolest uncle ever. All of a sudden, the air around Mitch changed, causing the hair on his arms to stand. It wasn't the type of sensation that triggered danger, but it was definitely a warning.
"Oh, look, there's Dr. Preston. She's the one I wanted you to meet, Mitch."
I don't need you to set me up.
I know that. The whole county knows how easy it is for Mitch to get a lady, Jenny laughed. But I still want you to meet her. Dr. Preston?
Jenny looked behind him and waved. The warning grew more intense until Mitch couldn't help but turn around and stare right into the beautiful hazel eyes of Sidney Preston. His heart stuttered in his chest as a wave of conflicting emotions, anger, love, bitterness, joy crashed through him. His first instinct was to leave, which only pissed him off. He'd stared down insurgents in the Middle East. He could survive seeing Sidney Preston. Another, equally strong part of him wanted to touch her, to hold her close and see if she felt as soft, smelled just as sweet as he remembered. But he wouldn't succumb to her charm again. Like a steel gate, everything inside Mitch closed.
Dr. Preston is our new OBGYN from New York. She's helping out at the free clinic, too. Dr. Preston, this is my husband, Kevin, and our friend, Mitch McKenna. They're Charlotte Tavern's finest police detectives. But watch out for Mitch. He's a real ladies' man.
The hazel eyes that had once captivated him flashed with surprise, and maybe panic. But then it was gone, replaced by a blank smile. Hi. He choked out the word, not wanting to appear rude. At the same time, he wasn't going to go out of his way for a chummy reunion. She didn't deserve his recognition, so he wasn't going to give it. Her head tilted to the side, and a slight smirk crossed her lips. Actually, we've met.
Really?
Jenny's voice suggested intrigue and delight at the prospect.
Where?
We went to college together. Sidney held his gaze. If she wouldn't flinch, neither would he.
Oh, wow. Hey, maybe you know his old girlfriend. Poor Mitch lost his heart to her, and she crushed it like a bug.
Honey, Kevin patted Jenny on the back while casting Mitch an apologetic smile. Mitch didn't know if Kevin was intervening because he knew no man liked to have his emotional history laid out in public, or if he recognized there was something more between Sidney and him. Probably both. Kevin was observant and insightful, which is what made him a skilled detective, one that Mitch was grateful to have as a partner.
What?
Jenny blinked up at her husband. Yes, I knew her. Sidney's tone was matter-of-fact. Mitch's eyes narrowed with scrutiny as he waited to see if she was going to admit to being the one who squashed his heart. Jenny turned her attention back to Sidney.
Was she a real bitch? I heard she came from a rich family that didn't like Mitch. But what's not to like, right? I mean, he's as yummy as cherry pie.
I thought that was me,
Kevin pouted.
You're peach pie. My favorite.
She smiled coyly at Kevin, who gave her a wink. Mitch imagined there was a story there, but blocked his brain from filling in the details of what it might be.
Speaking of peach pie, why don't we go to the cafeteria and get some? Jenny suggested. We can let Mitch and Dr. Preston get to know each other.
I don't need to get to know Dr. Preston. I'm sure I'm not her type.
He knew the minute was out of his mouth that Jenny would reprimand him.
Why, Mitchell McKenna, your mother would light you up if she knew you were being so rude. I'm so sorry, Dr. Preston.
It's okay. Sidney waved the comment away, much like she'd waved him away 10 years earlier. I have to check on Mrs. Warner anyway. You go enjoy your pie. She said it with such smoothness it highlighted Mitch's bad manners. But he didn't care. Let Jenny and Kevin think he was a heel. He knew the truth. And Dr. Preston knew the truth. She didn't deserve his time or attention. Not anymore. Sidney walked, back straight and chin up until she turned the corner. Then she sagged against the wall, hoping her legs would still hold her upright. Her hand shook as she lifted it to cover her thundering heart. Over the last 10 years, she'd imagined what seeing him again would be like. But what actually happened had never been in any of the scenarios she'd considered. Not that she'd thought he'd take her in his arms, confess his undying love, and kiss her senseless as he used to do. Although, admittedly, she'd always hoped that would be his response. He was still ridiculously handsome with his bronze, wavy hair and emerald eyes. But gone were the affable smile and charm, replaced by eyes that were as hard and cold as his welcome. She hadn't considered that he'd pretend not to know her. It showed just how deeply she'd hurt him. Even so, she wasn't going to let him get away with it. She was in Charlotte Tavern for one reason only, to fix things with Mitch McKenna. Sure, they still might not have the future they'd once planned, but at least she would address the regret and hopefully make amends. Life, she'd recently learned, was too short to not live it to the fullest without guilt and unresolved issues. "Are you okay, Dr. Preston?" Sydney looked at the nurse approaching her. "Yes, Meg. Just a little tired. I have Mrs. Warner's meds. I was just taking them to her. Actually, I'm on my way to see her." Sydney pushed off from against the wall, grateful for the distraction. "She has such a cute baby." Meg walked alongside Sydney. "Not all babies are cute." Sydney agreed, although she was surprised to hear Meg say it out loud. "No, but they're all a gift. A gift Sydney knew she'd never have." Chapter 2. Mitch sat outside Lexi's home, struggling to put on his game face. When he'd finally pushed away the shock and pain of seeing Sydney again, the longing had returned, and the last thing he needed was to want Sydney again. Over the years, he'd done everything he could to forget her, but the attempts to distract himself through work or women were unsuccessful. The bitterness always remained, and it didn't take a shrink to recognize that it kept him from forming any real attachments to women. Although a few had tried to change his mind, Sydney's lesson was too ingrained. So were the memories of her. Jesus, she was even more beautiful than he remembered. Her honey blonde hair, so thick and golden, just thinking about it made his fingers itch to run through it. Her eyes were that amazing hazel color that changed depending on her mood. She was stronger than he'd recalled, too. The old Sydney would have shirked and retreated at his response, but her eyes had flared with heat, and she'd stood her ground. A shiver of excitement ran through him at the memory. He cursed his traitorous heart and libido. After a couple of deep breaths, Mitch grabbed the bottle of wine and got out of his truck. At the front door, he knocked but didn't wait for an answer. "Hello?" He cracked open the door. "You two better be decent." "You bet we are." Lexi made her way up the hall to greet him. "No more kitchen games?" He grinned as he referred to the time he'd caught Lexi and Drake nearly naked on the table. "Well, since you don't wait for people to answer the door, no." "The solution is to lock the door." She gave him a hug, and, even though she didn't know the day he'd had, it helped to calm him. "I'm finishing the fixings for burgers." "Burgers, huh? I brought wine. I guess I should have brought beer." He followed her to the kitchen. "Now sit and tell me what's weighing on your mind." He studied her, wondering how she could tell. He supposed he wasn't as collected as he thought. "Just the usual stuff." She handed him a cutting board, knife, and red onion. "Liar. You can take your negative energy out on this onion. Don't chop, make rings." "Yes, ma'am," he saluted. "Spill." She sounded a bit like their mom when she was determined to get him to talk, but since he valued his life, he didn't mention the similarity to Lexi. He sighed. "It's nothing." "I don't know why you always think you can keep your secrets. Eventually, I'll make you tell." She studied him. "You look like you need a drink." "I've got bourbon." Bourbon sounded perfect. He nodded. "And then you tell me what happened." Setting the onion slices aside, He downed the 2 fingers of amber liquid she gave him and waited for it to burn away the bitter residue of his reunion with Sydney. Of course it didn't. He knew it wouldn't. How many shots of bourbon, whiskey, or whatever else he could get his hands on had he tried to use to numb the pain over the years? I saw Sydney today. Her initial blank stare morphed into wide-eyed shock.
Sydney? As in former fiancé Sydney?
He nodded, not surprised it took a moment for Lexi to remember her. He'd dated Sydney for 4 years in college, but she'd never met Lexi and only saw his parents a couple of times during their visits to campus. Great day. The southern expression of surprise and dismay wished out on a breath as she sank into a chair next to him. Where? Apparently she's a new doctor at the hospital. No, here? I saw her when Kevin was making his daily nookie visit to Jenny. Why? He says it's because... Not Kevin! Why is she here? He shrugged. We didn't get that far. Actually, I pretended not to know her. That's insulting. She said it like she was proud of him. She call you on it? Yes. And then Jenny asked if she knew the bitch who dumped me. Lexi snorted. Did she? He nodded. She said she knew her, but she didn't admit how well. Jesus. He pinched the bridge of his nose, craving another shot of bourbon, but knowing he needed to keep his wits about him for a family meal. His parents, and he supposed Lexi too, thought he was overly cavalier with his life, especially with the ladies, and on occasion with the drink. Why is she here? Is it because of you? It has to be, because what else? I don't know. And I don't care. You're not the least bit curious? No. Which wasn't exactly true, but his curiosity ran more to how long she planned to stay. Curious about what? Mitch turned at the sound of his brother-in-law's voice. Drake, hi. Mitch stood and shook Drake's hand. Mitch. Drake smiled. This happy, outgoing Drake was a stark contrast to the dark, broody man Mitch had met 2 years earlier. He'd seen the sparks of attraction between him and Lexi, but he wouldn't have ever imagined his spunky, pixie-like sister and the tall, intense businessman from New York would make a life together. Then again, what did he know about love? How was work? Lexi rose from her chair and gave Drake a hug. Mitch both admired and envied the love between them. At one time, he thought he and Sydney had that kind of love. He'd been wrong. Same old, same old. Drake kept an arm around Lexi. I'll need to go to New York next week. Do you miss it? Mitch couldn't stop himself from asking. In many ways, Sydney and Drake were similar. Both came from rich, prominent families and big cities. But Drake had been willing to ditch it all and make a life in a little rural Virginian town with Lexi. In the end, he was able to stay in the family business and work most of the time from home, with only occasional visits to New York. But would someone like Sydney be happy here? Only the pizza. Drake grinned. Mitch had a hard day. Lexi looked up at Drake. He needs good news. Drake smiled down at her. You don't want to wait for your parents? No, but... She turned to Mitch. You have to act surprised later. Sure. Lexi grinned and, like always, it was infectious. Drake and I are expecting. Expecting what? Mitch deadpanned. Ugh, you're so dense sometimes, Mitch. He laughed as he pulled his pint-sized sister into his arms. Congratulations. Then releasing Lexi, he pulled Drake close for a quick hug. Did it happen on the kitchen table? Drake's cheeks reddened, but Lexi punched him. You're a pervert. Hey, I'm not the one. Don't you want to know when the baby is due? Lexi shook him. Yes. In about 6 months. That's awesome. Uncle Mitch. He tested the sound of it. I think I like it. In the background, the door opened. Hello? That's Mom and Dad. Mum's the word. Lexi was a small woman, but she wasn't one to be crossed. Mitch nodded. His life might be going to hell, but he'd live vicariously through Lexi and Drake's happiness. Sydney made her way into her apartment, one of 4 in a renovated Victorian home. She kicked the door shut and made her way toward the couch. She'd intended to plop down in an emotionally exhausted heap, but instead detoured to the kitchen. Dealing with her day required wine, copious amounts of it. She brought the whole bottle with her back to the couch along with an oversized wine glass. Taking a gulp, she sat back and tried to figure out what the hell she'd been thinking by moving to Charlotte Tavern.
It's not good to make any major decisions right after a traumatic event.
Her childhood friend, Dr. Patrick Andres's words came back to her. But it was that traumatic event that had her rethinking her life and her choices. She could have died after being attacked in the parking lot of her New York hospital. In the aftermath, all she could think about was Mitch and what might have been. He was the one regret in her life she couldn't die without resolving. When she learned about an opportunity for a sabbatical in Charlotte Tavern, Virginia, she took it as a sign that she needed to get her resolution. So she made the arrangements for leave, sublet her apartment, and moved to Virginia. Overall, she liked the South. Southern hospitality wasn't a myth. Everyone was friendly and accepting of her. Even when she went for her morning run, people she didn't know smiled and waved. In New York, if she smiled and waved at strangers, they'd protect their wallets and run away. The only thing she hadn't been able to bring herself to do in the 6 weeks she'd been in town was see Mitch. She'd found his number and address in the phone book the first day she moved in. Calling would have been easier, but she knew they needed to talk in person, if she had the guts to see him. She'd driven by his home so many times she was afraid someone might report her as a stalker. Sydney wasn't fearful of many things. Not anymore. She'd spent a year as a doctor in a refugee camp in Jordan, where she'd witnessed the incredible courage and dedication of the Syrian women she worked with. It was hard to be timid about life in a place like the United States, where she had a successful career and a support system after meeting people who purposefully left their homes with only the things they could carry to live in tents in a different country. Many who'd made the long trek on foot were pregnant women. They taught Sydney what it meant to be strong. After the attack, her confidence wavered, but she was determined to not let it hinder her life. More than anything, she'd been afraid that Mitch wouldn't respond well to seeing her, a fear that came true. Her stomach clenched at the memory of it, how he'd looked at her with such bitterness, and then pretended not to know her. Sydney finished her wine and poured another glass. Maybe Patrick was right. She should have thought through her decision more carefully. She could have arranged a visit instead of a move. She groaned at the stupidity of her impulsive decision. She was now stuck for another 10 months in a town where people were nice, unless they didn't like you. And from Jenny's comment about Mitch's bitch ex, Sydney was pretty sure she'd be ostracized when they learned she was that bitch. She eyed the wine bottle, concerned there wouldn't be enough, when her phone rang. Excitement and panic flared. Was he calling? She dug her phone from her purse. Hello? Hey, Sid. Julia Andres, her best friend and Patrick's sister, greeted her. Sydney chastised herself for thinking it could be Mitch. How would he have even gotten her number? Oh, hey. You all right? Nothing time and wine won't heal. Sydney topped off her glass and leaned back, grateful for the haze from the wine and the call from her friend. I take it you finally saw him? Yes. And? Sydney didn't like reliving the scene in her mind. The idea of speaking it out loud was unbearable. Still, she needed a friend. He pretended not to know me. Ouch! That's a jerk thing to do. I think he was just taken off guard. Why was she defending him? He had been kind of a jerk. Granted, she'd started it 10 years ago, but still.
What did he say?
Nothing, really. A nurse at the hospital was trying to set us up. He apparently has a reputation as a ladies' man, but she's happily married and wanted to play matchmaker.
Does she know about you and him?
She didn't at the time. It won't be long before she knows I'm the one that hurt him, at which point I may be run out of town.
How much of that wine have you had? You're not usually so melodramatic or defeatist.
Not enough. She rubbed the spot over her heart that had never quite stopped hurting since she and Mitch split.
I'd tell you to come home, but I know you're not a quitter. So, how about I come see you?
Really? Sydney prided herself on being a strong, independent woman, but right now the idea of a shoulder to cry on sounded perfect.
Yeah, of course.
What about your job at the gallery?
You know I only do that to appease my parents. I haven't gotten paid since the economy tanked, but my parents are happy knowing I have something to get out of bed for.
Sydney laughed. They both grew up in affluent New York families, but while Sydney had always been driven, Julia would have been better off living in the 19th century, where her skills as a pretty, rich hostess would have served her better. Patrick was more like Sydney, determined to accomplish things in the world. He'd completed 2 doctorates and now worked as a forensic psychiatrist. Growing up, they'd been inseparable. Their parents called them the Three Musketeers, which, as an only child, Sydney loved. As children, they decided that Patrick and Sydney would get married so the 3 of them would always be together. Sydney and Patrick had gone so far as to date in high school and his first years in college, but Sydney left that fantasy behind the day she met Mitch McKenna her freshman year at Princeton. Since graduating from college and ending things with Mitch, the 3 Musketeers were back together. At one point, Patrick attempted to reestablish their romantic connection, but Sydney hadn't returned the sentiment. Thankfully, he seemed to have moved on. Julia and Patrick both questioned whether trying to resolve things with Mitch was a good idea, but fortunately neither had tried to stop her. She'd hit the jackpot with her friends. She needed to find a way to let them know how grateful she was.
Yes, come down and we'll live it up. Well, as much as you can live it up in a town where everything closes by 9. 9?
Sydney winced.
We'll make our own fun. Maybe we can find some genuine moonshine.
Now you're talking. I'll be there tomorrow. Chapter 3. Sydney used a tissue to wipe sonogram gel off Alicia Schoner's pregnant belly. Not long now. Maybe even this weekend.
Really?
Alicia stared at Sydney with wide blue eyes.
I don't think I'm ready.
No one is ever ready, Sydney smiled, although she was concerned Alicia was less ready than most of her moms. At only 19, Alicia was nearing the end of an unplanned pregnancy. But she'd accepted her situation, and along with her boyfriend JD, was doing her best to get ready. I've helped many women have babies. By the end, they say they're ready, but it always takes them by surprise. I think it's more that they're ready to not be pregnant anymore.
No doubt.
Alicia took Sydney's extended hand to help her up. Why don't you sit over there and we'll finish up a few things? Alicia waddled to the chair and sat. Have you seen your nurse and caseworker from CTMCH? The first thing Sydney did when she arrived in Charlotte Tavern was to familiarize herself with all the resources for families, as well as meet with their directors and many of their direct service workers so she could make appropriate referrals. Sending Alicia to Charlotte Tavern Maternal Child Health Services was a no-brainer for Sydney. Although Alicia and her boyfriend were committed and had support from Alicia's father and grandmother, they were young and uneducated. They'd need more than love to survive.
Yeah, she helped me get a car seat and some really cute onesies for the baby.
What about school and work?
I just finished my first year at community college. I checked out those customer service places you told me about that let you work from home, and I have an interview with one next week. I'm worried, though, because they say you can't have background noise. Don't babies cry a lot?
I thought your dad or grandmother would help. Sydney wished young people would consider the real-life ramifications of having a baby before having sex. Although, admittedly, she and Mitch hadn't always been careful in college. JD and I are getting our own place, but it's not far from Graham's, so maybe she can help. I'll talk to her. Do it soon. You don't have much time. Between now and when this little person shows up, get some rest, because there'll be no more of it once you're a mom. I can't believe it. Alicia looked at her hands, rubbing her belly. Believe it. I'll have a nurse bring you some more things you might need and a few reminders about what to expect. Thank you, Dr. Preston. Sydney left Alicia, handing orders to the nurse as she made her way to the front of the clinic. Checking her watch, she headed over to the hospital to check on Mrs. Warner. Oh, Dr. Preston, there you are! Jenny and a petite woman with assessing eyes approached. I wanted you to meet someone. Sydney had a sense of déjà vu looking into the woman's green eyes, but since she didn't know anyone outside the hospital, she couldn't place her. This is my friend Lexi Carmichael, and this is our new OBGYN, Dr. Preston. How do you do? Sydney extended her hand. The woman took it, but didn't look happy about meeting her. Lexi is just entering her second trimester, Jenny grinned, clearly excited for her friend. How wonderful. How are you feeling? I'm holding down my food again. Good. Well, Lexi is Mitch's sister. This is the doctor I told you about, Lex, the one that knew your brother in college. Sydney's heart jumped. Now it made sense. Lexi had Mitch's green eyes. They even glared at her with the same anger. There was no mistaking that Lexi knew exactly who Sydney was and what she'd done to Mitch. Apparently she hadn't said anything to Jenny, who beamed her usual affable smile. Jenny, can you bring Mrs. Warner a couple of ibuprofen? She's been having a hard time with the cramping. I'll be there shortly. Sure, I'll take care of it now. I'll see you, Lex. Bye, Jen. Shall we move over here? Sydney motioned to the empty waiting area. Why? Lexi's suspicious eyes narrowed. Because I know you have things you want to say to me, and I doubt they're about your pregnancy. Charlotte Tavern is not so big that people won't eventually know who you are and what you did. Sydney didn't respond. She moved to the empty waiting room and stared out the window, gathering her thoughts as she waited for Lexi to join her. What are you doing here? Lexi went straight to the heart of the matter. Sydney turned to Lexi. I don't think that's any of your business. In the few weeks Sydney had been in Charlotte Tavern, she'd learned everything was everyone's business, but she didn't have to make it easy for them to find out. Especially since this was a conversation she should be having with Mitch. I'm Mitch's sister. That makes it my business. Sydney shook her head. No, it makes you his sister. My business is my business. If I have business with Mitch, I'll discuss it with him. Lexi snorted. Honey, that juice ain't worth the squeezing. There's no way Mitch is going to be in the same room with you, much less talk to you. Sydney bit her lower lip to keep from saying something rude. Since coming out of her shell, and especially after her work abroad where assertiveness, even aggressiveness, was required to get things done, she'd learned to speak her mind. But the South had a different form of communication. Southerners could be equally as snarky as Northerners, but it was usually hidden in subtlety. During her first week in town, Sydney had discovered the term, bless your heart, wasn't always an expression of pity or sympathy. More often than not, it meant, you're an idiot. That would be unfortunate. Lexi's eyes narrowed, and then softened. So you are here to see him? Sydney opted not to reply. She'd already told Lexi where she stood on the subject. You hurt him. Seeing you again brings that all back. Why would you do that? Lexi's switch from aggression to pleading softened Sydney's stance. I don't want to hurt him, but there are things that need to be said. Why now? That's none of your business. Lexi rolled her eyes. Great day you are, contrary. I could help you if I thought you were being sincere. Why would you want to do that? Because he's broken. And if you can fix him, I want to help you do that. Guilt stabbed at Sydney's heart. Broken. Of course, she was broken too. Wasn't that why she was here? I don't know if I can. Would you, if you could? Yes. Absolutely. Lexi pursed her lips, suggesting she wasn't convinced. When do you get off? What? When are you done with work tonight? About 6 or so. You show up at my house at 7 tonight. I'll have Mitch there. I have company coming tonight. Do you want to talk to him or not? As it turned out, Lexi preferred to be blunt as well. Sydney nodded. Yes, I'll be there. Good. Here's my address. Lexi scribbled her address on a scrap of paper and handed it to Sydney. I hope I'm doing the right thing, she muttered under her breath. Why are you doing this for me? It's not for you. It's for Mitch. Sydney watched Lexi walk off, surprised that Mitch's sister was willing to arrange for her to see him. No. Not for her, but for him. Sydney wasn't sure she'd help him. It was possible she'd make it worse for them both. A part of her longed for the relationship they'd had in college, when their love was young, pure, and passionate. But as usual, she pushed those feelings aside. She couldn't risk hoping for more than understanding and forgiveness. She blew out a breath and made her way to Mrs. Warner's room. After checking that mother and baby were doing well, Sydney headed out of the hospital, crossing the street to the outpatient buildings, where she had more patients to see. As she walked, she called Julia to let her know her plans. She was relieved when Julia told her the earliest flight she could get to Charlotte Tavern, which, she grumbled, required a connection in Washington, D.C., would put her at Sydney's around 9. Sydney entered her office, taking a moment to collect herself before meeting with her next patient. She was going to see Mitch later that night. Nerves fluttered at the thought. She was grateful Julia would be arriving. Sydney feared that by the end of the night, she'd be more broken than she already was. Mitch pulled into the hospital parking lot, hoping to hell he wouldn't run into Sydney. It was bad enough that she invaded his dreams the night before with her long, sexy hair and curvy legs. Fortunately, a cold shower that morning had washed away the lust, clearing his mind of everything except the reminder of why he couldn't trust his heart. But his dream was a wake-up call that she still had a pull on him, which meant he needed to steer clear of her. As he pulled into a parking space, he spotted her crossing the street from the hospital to the outpatient building. She was talking on the phone and not noticing the car barreling down the road. That was Sydney, always multitasking and not paying attention. Of course, the one time he'd visited her in New York, he'd discovered people there cross the street whenever and however they wanted, and, as far as he could tell, no one ever got hit. In Charlotte Tavern, even walking in the crosswalk with the light, there was a chance of getting hit by a car. You know, Jenny's the sweetest person on earth. She only thinks good things about people, so she didn't catch on about Sydney being the one that left you at the altar, Kevin said. But I, being a great detective, knew it immediately. She didn't leave me at the altar. You were engaged and then she dumped you. That's the definition of leaving you at the altar. Mitch scowled, hoping Kevin saw annoyance and not the pain Sydney had left him with. I wonder what she's doing here. I don't know, and I don't care. Mitch repeated the words he'd said to Lexi the day before. He even almost believed them. The truth was, he was curious what had brought her to Charlotte Tavern. He didn't want to be conceited enough to think she'd come for him, and yet rural central Virginia wasn't on the radar of anyone outside of Virginia. She had to be here because he was here. But why, after all these years? Her beauty made his heart thud hard in his chest as he watched her make her way across the street, her long, shapely legs taking the few steps to the front door of the building. A memory of those legs wrapping around him flashed in his mind. He swore under his breath and pushed the image away, determined not to let her get under his skin again, even if his libido had other ideas.
You lie like a rug, Kevin laughed. You're dying to know what she's doing here. So go ask.
Mitch exited the car, taking his irritation out by slamming the door. Kevin grinned at him over the hood.
I'm heading in to get some sugar. Yeah, you do that. I'm going to stay out here so I don't lose my lunch.
By the time Kevin entered the hospital and Mitch was able to return his attention to Sydney, she was already in the outpatient building.
Just as well.
Hey, Mitch. He turned to see Lexi exiting the hospital.
Hey, you here for a client?
He strode over to her. It had taken Lexi a while to find her career in nursing, but since becoming a hospice nurse after caring for her husband's grandfather, she never looked back. No, I was visiting Jenny. There was something in the wide-eyed innocence on her face that made him think she wasn't being completely honest.
Oh, God. You didn't come here to harass Sydney, did you?
Would you care if I did?
Yes.
So you still like her?
No.
Mitch crossed his arms over his chest. Then why do you care if I harass her or not?
Because it's not your business.
Funny. That's what she said to me. Her words and ensuing grin taunted him. Mitch ran his fingers through his hair.
Leave it be, Lex.
Why? How come you're not curious about why she's here?
Because I'm not.
Liar. He blew out an annoyed breath.
If we ignore her, she'll go away.
Coward.
Great day, Lexi. Sometimes...
He turned away, not wanting to make a scene in public. You should come over tonight.
I was at your place last night.
Come tonight. Around 7. He studied Lexi, red flags waving in his head at the twinkle in her eye.
You invited her to your place? After what she did, you're bringing her into your home like she was long-lost kin?
Her eyes shone with pity, which only ratcheted up his anger. You should find out why she's here.
Why? Why, after all this time, does it matter? For all we know, she's married with 6 kids.
Lexi's expression looked a little too triumphant. That would bother you, wouldn't it? Because even after leaving you at the altar, you still like her.
She didn't leave me at...
He let out an expletive.
Of the 2 of us, you were the one left at the altar.
He and Sydney hadn't even set a date when their relationship imploded. Lexi had been 2 weeks from walking down the aisle when her fiancé impregnated his mistress. Everyone, including Lexi, agreed she'd been lucky in not marrying him. Mitch was lucky, too, that his wedding had fallen through. After all, Sydney was too much under the control of her rich parents, who hadn't thought much of him. Now you're just being mean, Lexi huffed. Then her eyes softened. What if she's dying? I work with terminally ill people every day. They all spend their last days making amends, resolving regrets, healing old wounds with people they loved. Mitch swallowed hard.
Dying? Did she tell you that?
The idea that Sydney could be dying nearly buckled his knees. No, she said to mind my own business, but why else would she pack up and move to rural Virginia to see you? He looked back toward Sydney's office building. He'd lived a long time with the hurt and anger she'd heaped on him when she left, but his heart faltered a few beats at the thought of her dying. So, you'll be there? His head nodded even before he consciously agreed. Good. Don't forget to bring your manners. Chapter 4. Sydney managed to get through patient notes, even though her attention was elsewhere. She'd had 10 years to figure out what she was going to say to Mitch. She'd spent so many nights imagining it. But now that she was going to have a chance, coherent thought eluded her. At 6:45, her time was up. Maybe it would come to her on the drive over to Lexi's house. She'd never met Lexi before today, which was strange considering that at one time Sydney had been engaged to her brother. She'd met his parents on a couple of occasions, but only briefly when they visited him on campus. In retrospect, it seemed like they should have known each other's families before getting engaged. Of course, when they'd been together, the world melted away. She parked her car on the street in front of Lexi's home, took a deep breath, and headed up the walk.
You must be Dr. Preston.
A tall, handsome man, whose accent sounded closer to her own, answered the door.
I'm Drake, Lexi's husband. Come in.
Nice to meet you. I appreciate you having me over. She stepped through the door. Drake led her to a room off the foyer.
How about some wine? You look like you could use a drink.
She could use something stiffer than wine, but it would do. That would be lovely, thank you. He must have been prepared, because he wasn't gone long.
Lexi's out back with Mitch, showing him her garden.
Garden?
Yes.
He laughed, but there was affection in his amusement. He was in love with his wife. Not just a little, but a lot. Sydney felt a tinge of envy. Had she lost her chance to have someone love her the way Drake adored Lexi?
He's not interested in it, but he indulges her. Everyone does. Lexi has that effect on people.
Sydney nodded. That's why she was there, right? I think she hopes he'll get over me. Drake smiled.
Oh, I don't know. Lexi is big on fairy tales.
Because she got her own? He nodded.
It certainly feels like it.
I understand you're expecting. Congratulations. She couldn't imagine it was possible, but his grin widened even more.
Thank you.
He studied her another moment.
I'll let Lexi know you're here.
Sydney took the moment alone to gather her scattered thoughts. But it was no use. She set the wine down, not wanting Mitch to notice just how shaky she was. She hoped Lexi didn't use deception to get him to the house, because he wouldn't take being blindsided. She heard movement in the hall. Giving herself a mental pep talk, she turned, and her breath caught. Mitch stood in the opening of the parlor, looking just as handsome as the first time she'd seen him when she was 18. And yet he wasn't the same. Her encounter with him at the hospital had been so quick, she hadn't been able to take a good look at him. The boyish charm and affable smile were gone, replaced by suspicion and wariness. The smooth skin of a pretty boy now showed the wear and tear that came with manhood. Looking closer, she saw marks on his jaw and neck. They made her think of pockmarks, but she immediately knew they were shrapnel scars. The beginning of their end had started when he'd decided to enlist in the military. She clasped her hands behind her back to keep from reaching out to touch him, to soothe the scars she knew had to be on the inside as well as the outside. I wasn't sure you'd come.
Lexi would call me a coward if I didn't.
She knew she should be offended, but she laughed. She seems to have you wrapped around her little finger.
She naturally endears people to her. Why are you here?
So much for the calming effect of small talk. All the words she'd thought to say scattered in her brain, and her reasons started to seem ridiculous and impulsive. I needed to make changes in my life.
And the only place you could do that was in my small neck of the woods?
She tried to steel herself against his anger, but his remarks made her feel foolish. I never liked how things were left with us. He leaned against the doorframe, his arms crossed in front of his chest. He wouldn't even enter the room to speak with her. That alone told her volumes.
I thought it was clear. I wasn't good enough for you.
That's not true.
Not good enough for your parents, then?
That's not true either. He shook his head.
Then who are you? The last time I saw Sydney Preston was at an airport where she told me we couldn't get married as I headed off to boot camp.
It wasn't exactly like that. She met his accusing green eyes without flinching, even though on the inside, emotions swirled in a firestorm. He scoffed.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was.
Finally, her anger kicked in.
You're not blameless, Mitch. Don't try to lay it all on me.
I wouldn't be laying anything on you if you weren't standing in my sister's living room. After 10 years, Sid, what did you think would happen? That I'd forget you let your parents talk you out of marrying me?
Her hands itched to grab and shake him. They didn't talk me out of anything. He shook his head, a scowl darkening his features. They suggested we postpone getting married, and it made sense. You were going to boot camp and then wherever the military sent you. I was going to medical school. It made sense to wait. We wouldn't have seen each other anyway.
I'd have had someone to come home to.
He winced and looked down, as if he hated revealing too much. And I would have been here waiting. You called off the wedding, not me. His head jerked up.
You think because I'm some southern hick that I don't get how rich, prominent people work? Your parents got what they wanted when you postponed the wedding. And while you were in med school and I was overseas, they would have talked you out of marrying me altogether. Why prolong the inevitable?
They wouldn't do that. It wouldn't have worked if they tried. Her hands fisted at her sides as she defended her parents and herself. Why couldn't he see she hadn't wanted to break up?
It did work, Sid. It worked when you told me you weren't going to marry me when I got back from boot camp.
She shook her head in defeat. I don't think it was me they worked on, Mitch. His head cocked to the side.
What do you mean?
My parents had no problem with your status or career ambition.
That's when they thought I was going to be a lawyer. The minute I enlisted, I wasn't good enough.
That's not true. You like to blame them, but the only person who had a problem with our discrepant social status and wealth was you. Realizing the conversation was going in circles, she blew out a breath. I'm glad to have seen you again, Mitch. I should go. As she stepped through the doorway, his arm snaked out and wrapped around her waist so she was hip to hip against him. She knew she should pull away, but as pathetic as it was, she wanted to feel his touch, even if it was an annoyance.
Are you sick?
She turned her head, looking up into his green eyes, not certain if he was asking whether she was ill or crazy.
Are you dying? And this is some attempt to resolve what happened?
She wanted to ask him if it mattered, but it would be cruel to let him think for a second that she was ill. No, I'm not dying. She considered telling him she had nearly died, which had led to her rash decision to see him. But she didn't want his pity or guilt. She knew where he stood, and she'd told him what she needed to tell him. She could finish out her sabbatical and move on. Well, she could finish her sabbatical. But I suppose I am seeking resolution. His wary green eyes studied hers for a long time, as if he was looking for something. The truth. She was telling the truth. Mostly. She held his gaze, trying to see in them something that could help her understand him, help her reach him. He shifted his head back slightly, even as his arm continued to band her to him. His eyes morphed from annoyed to intrigued.
You never did anything without a plan. There's more to your moving here than you're telling. But I don't feel like having this discussion in my sister's home. So, How about we take this where we can have a drink, and you can explain to me what's going on?
Sydney didn't want to tell him what was going on, but she couldn't turn down spending time with him either.
Do you still like Moscato?
She bit back her smile. He remembered something about her that didn't involve their breakup after all. Now I prefer Gewürztraminer.
Right. Wine with sugar.
He flashed her a grin that didn't quite reach his eyes, and yet she might have melted to the floor if his arm wasn't still around her. It was both thrilling and annoying that he still had that effect on her.
"Y'all go have fun," Lexi's voice came from up the hall. "Unless you want to stay for a late supper."
Mitch dropped his arm. Sydney stepped away, missing the contact.
We ain't eating here. I know what's been on your table.
"I don't care if you carry a gun, Mitchell Cornelius McKenna. I'll lay you flat."
Sydney's brows knitted as she looked down the hall toward Lexi. Cornelius? And what had been on the table?
We should go. She really can lay me flat.
Mitch used to drive to fortify himself against Sydney and his own memories of what they'd had. When he had touched her in Lexi's home, his intention was simply to stop her from leaving before finding out why she was there. It had been a mistake, because to feel her against him, to have her exotic, sweet scent envelop him, erased everything but the longing. Not just a sexual hunger, but an ache to have the love they'd had before. During the drive, he focused on the pain and bitterness she'd brought to his life, effectively, he hoped, squelching the yearning. Sydney pulled her sleek, elegant Audi to park next to his old, beat-up Chevy truck. It was a metaphor, and a reminder about why they broke up. The difference in their upbringing and background wasn't as noticeable in college, but as they neared graduation and planned for a future that included marriage, the discrepancy was glaring. Or maybe the difference was always there, but at 18 he hadn't cared. The young woman sitting alone at the college party captivated him the instant he saw her.
She's out of your league, man.
His roommate was right, but it didn't stop Mitch from grabbing the 2 beers from his roommate's hand and taking them to her. She wasn't like any other Princeton student he'd met. There was a regalness about her. But she wasn't an ice queen. In fact, she looked relieved when he handed her the beer.
Someone did tell you this was a party, right?
She smiled. Yes. He got the sense she was shy, which made her seem standoffish to the other students.
I'm Mitch McKenna.
Sydney Preston. Her name sounded rich. She sipped her beer and wrinkled her nose.
Don't like beer?
Not so much. I'm told it's an acquired taste, but so far I've yet to acquire it. She talked rich. He took her drink.
Well, in that case, we can't let a good beer go to waste.
He stood, and her expression fell. No, it's okay. She reached for the drink. He downed her beer, tossed the plastic cup aside, and then held his hand out to her.
Tell me what you like, Sydney Preston, and I'll get it for you.
Relief shone again as she took his hand and stood. I like Moscato. Mitch had had no idea what that was. But no matter. He was smart and resourceful, which was what had gotten him into Princeton. He found an upperclassman willing to buy him Moscato, which turned out to be really sweet wine. He and Sydney spent the evening drinking her wine and talking as if they'd known each other forever. From that day on, they were inseparable, planning a future that would ensure they'd be together forever, until she broke off the engagement, and he'd gone to boot camp.
I don't know if they have Moscato here.
Mitch wasn't even sure Charlie's Place, a dive sports restaurant and bar on the outskirts of town, had wine. What he did know was it was the place to go if you wanted people to stay out of your business. Coffee would be fine. He followed her and made his way past the bar to a back corner.
Mitch?
Mitch turned to the man calling him.
Jagger. Hey, man.
Mitch shook Jagger's hand.
Sid?
Mitch stopped. Jagger, how are you? Sydney's voice echoed Mitch's surprise.
You two know each other?
Mitch couldn't stop the feeling of jealousy and betrayal that crept into the pit of his stomach, which was nuts. He had no claim on Sydney. He didn't want to claim on her. His rational mind told him it wasn't so odd that Sydney would know Jagger. They were both from New York.
New York is a big city, but its social circles can be small,
Jagger offered. Sydney nodded in agreement. Jagger dated my friend Julia for a short time. She's actually coming to spend a few days with me. Jagger smiled, but cinched his jaw at the news of Julia's impending visit.
You'll have to tell her I said hi. What are you doing here? It's a little early to open the house for the summer, isn't it?
Mitch's mama had taught him manners, which was why he continued to make small talk with Jagger when he really wanted to find out what the hell Sydney was up to.
Actually, I'm getting the house ready to move here. My grandfather died and left me in charge of... Well, it's more than I want to get into, but I decided I needed to get away. I'm sorry to hear about your grandfather. Thank you.
Jagger looked from Mitch to Sydney, and then back.
3's a crowd, so I'll leave you 2. Give me a call sometime.
I will. Mitch and Sydney sat together. Mitch glanced at Sydney, hoping that Sydney would, in fact, not call Jagger. Jagger was nice, but his reputation with women was more infamous than Mitch's. He led Sydney to a booth, sliding in across from her.
Small world.
Mitch motioned for the waitress and ordered his beer.
Do you have Moscato? White wine?
He added at the waitress's blank stare. We've got Chablis. Chablis will be fine. Is that how you say it? Sydney nodded. Chablis. The waitress tested the word. It makes me sound smart. Mitch shook his head. The social chasm between him and Sydney widened ever more. Not that he was ashamed of being from the South, or even of living in a town with a waitress who didn't know how to pronounce Chablis. Mitch had been enough places around the world to know that dunderheads were everywhere. How do you know Jagger? Sydney asked.
His grandfather has a summer home on the outskirts of town. Jagger spent several summers hanging out with the riffraff of Charlotte Tavern when he was supposed to be working at his grandfather's horse farm. How about you?
I haven't spent any time with the riffraff. Mitch rolled his eyes, but couldn't stop his lips from curving in a hint of a smile.
How do you know Jagger?
I already told you. He dated Julia.
You didn't date him too?
Her head tilted. He dated Julia. Mitch leaned forward.
So he asked you out, but you didn't go.
Sydney responded with a slight nod. I like Jagger. He's fun. If it hadn't been for Julia, I might have said yes. There it was again, that annoying clench in his gut at the idea of Sydney and Jagger together. Mitch sat back, wondering if she was baiting him. The Sydney he'd known before wasn't one to tease or poke, but the woman in front of him, while she looked like Sydney, a slightly older, sexier Sydney, was different. He grabbed the bottle of beer the waitress set in front of him and took a long swig. The triumph in Sydney's eyes told him she'd gotten the response she wanted. She was poking.
So let's cut the games. What are you doing here, Sid?
She looked down and toyed with her wine glass. I told you.
I don't buy it. What's that movie you made me watch in college where the guy says, of all the gin joints you walk into mine?
Returning her gaze to his, she sighed. Casablanca.
Right. Your showing up in Charlotte Tavern, where I'm from and now live, isn't a coincidence.
Did I know this was your hometown? Yes. But I meant what I said about needing something different. I wanted to find work with more meaning. Mitch shook his head.
You're a doctor. Even in New York, I suspect there's meaning to it.
Yes, but I wanted to work in a place that might not otherwise have the medical resources it needs.
Charlotte Tavern isn't a third-world country.
Annoyance flared, and he fought the feeling he was being too sensitive and hard. No. However, it doesn't have the level of care most women have access to in metropolitan cities. But it's trying. What drew me was the free clinic. Charlotte Tavern is a small rural town, but it has its priorities straight. Thousands of women die every year because they don't get proper screening and treatment for women's health issues. He took another sip of beer, not wanting to be swayed by her passionate mission to help women in his small town.
So my being here, just a small inconvenience.
She took a sip of her drink, but the flash of heat in her hard, narrow eyes suggested she'd rather have thrown it on him. I was curious to see you, to see how you were. I hoped you might be friendlier, but I'm not surprised you're still so bitter and angry.
Really?
He ground his teeth, resisting the urge to say, "Well, duh." She shrugged as if it were nothing. You always had a short fuse and hung on to old infractions.
I was 18. What did I have to be angry about?
He was working overtime to keep his voice calm, but even he heard the tightness in his tone. You never forgave Carter Lyons.
He deleted my 30-page term paper.
It was an accident, one he tried to make up for many times.
So you just deleted me, and I'm not supposed to be angry.
Sydney looked away in the same manner his mother always had when he was on her last nerve and she needed a second to pull herself together before boxing his ears. When she looked back, there was a fierceness in her eyes he'd never seen in her before. I didn't delete you. You deleted us. The temper he'd been working to keep at a mild hum threatened to explode. He leaned forward, working to keep his voice even.
You got that wrong.
She sat back. I understand you were angry that in my practicality and naivete I let my parents persuade me to wait to get married. But I had every intention of spending my life with you. You. She pointed her finger at him. You're the one that ended things. If you want to be mad at someone, Mitch, look in the mirror. She grabbed her purse and exited the booth, muttering, this was a mistake. He considered letting her go. Nothing she could say would make what she did right. And clearly she had no intention of resolving this. The fact that she kept blaming him was proof of that. And yet something in his gut told him he was missing something. He bolted after her, tossing several bills on the table.
Let me walk you out.
Don't bother.
Charlotte Tavern is like any town. There are bad elements.
She shivered when she stepped out into the darkness. He couldn't blame her for being nervous. Charlie's place was so far outside of town there were no lights other than its broken neon sign. She hurried to her car, jerking the door open. Just as he reached her, she turned to him. She must not have realized how close behind her he was, because she nearly ran into him. Her eyes widened for a moment before narrowing in on him. You like to blame me for listening to my parents and blame them because you think they didn't approve, but you were the problem, Mitch. You had a problem with their wealth. Let's face it, you were relieved when I suggested we postpone the wedding. She was a whisper away, and he was unable to keep his gaze from drifting to her lips. His body heated at the memory of the soft sweetness of those lips. Finally, her words sank in, which was a good thing because he was precariously close to kissing her to discover if she tasted the same.
That's ridiculous.
No, it's not. You could have talked me into marrying you when you got back home from boot camp, but you didn't even try. You just said it's over and left. Her head nodded slightly, as if she was daring him to kiss her. But he was stronger than that. He didn't pull away, but he didn't close the distance either. Still, her lush pink lips tempted him. Finally, she saved him from himself. She slipped into her car, pulling out of the spot as soon as she got the engine started. He expected to see anger on her captivating face as she gave him one last glance out the window. Instead, he saw pain. Chapter 5. Sydney's emotions were in a tug of war as she sped away from Mitch. On one end was anger. On the other end was profound grief. Standing so close to him, feeling his warmth, inhaling his scent, the memory yarn in her hormones fired up the love and desire that had filled their once seemingly perfect relationship. It was clear now. There was no possibility of getting it back, and she feared she'd never find a love so pure with anyone else. Not that she believed in fairy tales, but what she'd had with Mitch was as near perfect as she imagined possible. He'd been patient with her shyness, yet pushed her to stretch herself. He'd made her laugh and helped her find perspective when faced with overwhelming challenges. He'd looked at her with such love in his gorgeous green eyes, making her feel as if she was the most beautiful woman in the world. No one had ever made her feel as safe and confident to be herself as he had. And oh, how she'd loved him. Just thinking about it made her heart ache. As her car neared civilization again, she remembered Julia's visit and her promise of moonshine. She poked the button on her steering wheel to activate a voice command and asked for the nearest ABC location, the only stores allowed to sell hard alcohol in Virginia. Fortunately, one was directly along her route. She was surprised to find many different brands and flavors of moonshine. She selected a basic 90 proof, which the store clerk said was the closest to the moonshine made in the back hills of Virginia. She paid and headed home. She was barely in her apartment when she heard a knock. For a brief, unguarded moment, her heart leapt with hope that it was Mitch. She shook her head of that thought and opened the door. "Hey there, sister from another mister. I brought you a gift." Julia reached to her side and pulled a man into the door with her. Patrick. It took Sydney a moment to register that he was there. Her two best friends just when she needed them. Relief and gratitude washed through her. "You got us both, baby." Julia stepped into the apartment, wrapping her arms around Sydney in an enthusiastic hug. The Three Musketeers back together again.
"I hope it's all right that I came."
Patrick kissed Sydney's cheek. "Of course it's all right. She needs us. Patrick here has some sort of psychobabble mumbo-jumbo conference in Washington, D.C. right up the road." It was a little farther than up the road, but still much closer than New York. It wasn't a correction that needed to be made, especially to Julia, so Sydney ignored it. "I'm glad you both came." Sydney shut the door and then put an arm around each of her friends to lead them into her cozy apartment.
"I can stay at a hotel."
"No, Julia will sleep with me and you can have the guest room." "See, like old times." Julia grinned at both of them. "And look what I picked up." Sydney released them and picked up the bag she'd set on her doorside table when she'd heard their knock. She pulled the bottle from the bag. Real honest-to-goodness moonshine. "Cool." Julia took the bottle. "But doesn't real moonshine come in unlabeled mason jars bought in clandestine back rooms?" "Not anymore."
"Prohibition ended a few years ago."
Patrick took the bottle.
"Looks potent."
"Let's have some." Julia grabbed the bottle back and headed toward Sydney's kitchen. "Then tell us about your meeting with Mitch the bitch." Sydney winced. Mitch was being a jerk, but she had a hard time listening to someone else, even her best friend, badmouth him. She followed Julia into the kitchen, taking possession of the bottle and pouring drinks. "Wow, I think I've burned my esophagus." Julia held up the glass of moonshine, studying the clear liquid. "Oh," Sydney choked as the liquid seared its way down her throat. "You're not kidding." Even Patrick's dark eyes watered a bit at the potent liquid. "Maybe we should add something to it? I've got juice." Sydney diluted the moonshine with cranberry juice, and then they all sat in her living area as she told them about her first encounter with Mitch and the events of the evening. A long time to hold a grudge. Julia reached for Sydney's hand.
Or he never got over you.
Patrick said the words nonchalantly, but there was something about the way he followed the statement with a large swallow of the potent moonshine that made her wonder if he was jealous. Oh, could that be it? Julia's brows knitted together. I doubt it. What if it was? Would you get back with him? Julia's tone had a worried tinge to it. It's not even a question worth asking. It's over. Has been over. I see that now. I suppose I always knew it. Losing him was just such an abrupt change in my life that I never processed it. Let's talk about something else. Is the bacon down here really better? Julia asked. Sydney hadn't realized just how much seeing Mitch had put her out of sorts. She had been whirling through life without a tether until Julia and Patrick sat in her living room drinking moonshine and discussing the merits of Southern cuisine. With them, she was home. Safe. She could always count on them to ground her and make her feel loved. Thank you for coming. I really needed you guys. Julia and Patrick gave her puzzled glances. Well, of course. Julia lifted her glass of moonshine. All for one and one for all. Sydney endured another restless night with Mitch haunting her sleep. Initially, the dream started out pleasant. The Mitch she'd known in college, smiling and lovable, holding her and promising to always love her. Then he'd morphed, his features turning dark as he pushed her away into a dark abyss. The falling sensation woke her, leaving her to grieve her loss in the darkness. Makeup did little to hide the dark circles, but fortunately neither Patrick nor Julia said anything. Instead, they chatted and prepared for Sydney to show them her new, albeit temporary, life in Virginia. Sydney was sure bringing Julia to a country fair was a bad idea, but she'd promised a few of her patients she'd go, and knew it would be a good way to become a part of the community. Not that she'd ever be considered a local. The term local was reserved for people born and bred in Charlotte Tavern, but Southern tradition included hospitality that allowed for outsiders, even Northerners, to be included in the community. If Sydney was going to make the best of her year in Charlotte Tavern, she needed to participate in town events, such as the Dogwood Fair. Wow, this is country, isn't it? Julia climbed out of the back of Patrick's rental, stepping into the soft grass that made up the parking lot. I'm glad you made me change my shoes. My Jimmy Choos would be ruined in this.
I'll make sure she behaves, Patrick whispered to Sydney.
Is that possible? Sydney grinned.
Well, I can try. Patrick winked.
I can hear you, Julia said in a sing-song voice. The three walked toward the fair's entrance. There are a lot of interesting smells, Julia scrunched her nose. Nothing worse than the New York subway. Sydney scanned the area. I think that section is for animals. Like a petting zoo? Julia asked. No, it's livestock, like pigs and cows. They can be cute. What's over there? Julia pointed to an area running along a wooded border. I think that's crafts and homemade items. We should head there. Some of my ladies have booths. Sydney started toward the row of tents of vendors.
Your ladies? You've adopted them already?
Sydney glanced at Patrick, wondering if he was using his shrink stuff on her or just making an observation. They're my patients. They're my ladies.
That's good.
His hand rested on her back. She and Patrick shared a familiarity that allowed for touching, but she hoped he wasn't getting any ideas now that Mitch was completely out of the realm of possibility. They walked along the rows of booths filled with homemade soaps, quilts, and jams. It reminded Sydney of the farmer's market she sometimes visited in New York, with bright fabrics, colorful stone jewelry, and the scent of lavender from sachets and soap. Each vendor was busy with people of all shapes and sizes touching, sniffing, and occasionally tasting homemade treats. Along it all, the sweet scent of kettle corn hung in the air. "Look at that painting. It's really good." Julia stopped outside a booth filled with landscapes. "Did you paint that?" The vendor stood from her chair, setting her knitting aside. "My daughter painted that. She's in Iraq now, so I'm staying with her babies and helping her make some extra money for when she comes home." Sydney stepped forward, scanning the paintings. "Can I see that one with the sunset over the mountains?" "Are you going to buy one?" Julia asked. Sydney nodded. She didn't need a painting, but she wanted to help the woman who was sacrificing raising her children to serve her country. "This is one of my favorites." The vendor brought the canvas to Sydney. "It's down at Potter's Creek. Have you been there?" "No." Sydney turned the painting over and read the $30 price tag. "It's real nice there. But don't go without four-wheel drive or you'll be stucker than a fly in molasses." Julia snickered. Patrick coughed as if he was drowning out Julia's ill-mannered chuckle. Sydney pulled 2 20s from her wallet. "I'm sorry, I don't have change." "No worries, I've got some." The woman waved away Sydney's concern and began to reach for her cash box. "That's okay." At first the woman's eyes narrowed, and Sydney worried she'd hurt her pride. But then the woman smiled. "Well, that's mighty nice of you. This is a wonderful picture, worth every penny. Can I leave it here for now and pick it up when I'm ready to leave?" "Well, of course. I'll just set it in the corner." "Thank you." As they walked away, the vendor wished them a blessed day. "Is that an NRA booth?" Julia pointed to an exhibit across the path. Patrick looked to where Julia pointed.
It looks like it.
"Wow, I want to see." Sydney sighed, but followed as Julia made her way toward the tent. "Look, they're raffling a gun." Her expression was incredulous. "Is that legal?"
Must be.
But Patrick sounded surprised, too. "Do you think I could enter and win?" Julia's enthusiasm concerned Sydney. It was the kind of excitement that often got her in trouble.
You wouldn't be the first New Yorker to get a gun from Virginia.
Sydney stiffened and turned at the sound of the deep, dark voice. Mitch. Dual emotions of grief and anger swirled at the sight of his mesmerizing green eyes. He was dressed casually in jeans and a pale yellow golf shirt that hung loose from the waist. A slight bulge at his hip suggested he was carrying a weapon, making Sydney wonder whether he kept his gun with him even when he wasn't working. Or maybe he was working. "Well, hello." Julia's gaze blatantly took an appreciative inventory of him. It was another reminder to Sydney of how little she and Mitch knew of each other's lives. He'd never met her childhood friends. "Julia, this is Mitch. These are my good friends from New York, Julia and her brother Patrick." Julia jerked back, her demeanor turning less friendly. "Dr. Patrick Andres," she clarified. Now that she knew who Mitch was, she was going to become snobby. Unfortunately, that would just prove Mitch's point that they came from different worlds. Mitch extended his hand. Julia's shake was limp, but fortunately, Patrick had the good manners to offer a hearty shake and hello. "What are you doing here?" Sydney winced at the indignation of her tone. One bronze brow lifted.
It's the fair.
"Oh, right. Are you following her? Because that's stalking. There are stalking laws in Virginia, right?" Julia took a protective stance next to Sydney.
There are stalking laws. But since I was born and raised here, I don't think I'm the stalker," Mitch replied coolly, never taking his gaze off Sydney. "Hey, there you are!" Lexi trotted up to Mitch, thankfully cutting off whatever Julia was about to say. Lexi looked from Sydney to Mitch, apparently trying to figure out what was going on. "This is Lexi, Mitch's sister."
Julia extended a limp hand to Lexi and lifted her nose with an air of superiority, while Patrick graciously said hello. Sydney glanced at him, hoping he'd read her mind. I thought you said you'd make her behave.
Are we having a committee meeting?
Drake strolled up, draping an arm around Lexi. We're having something, Lexi murmured. This is my husband, Drake Carmichael. These are Sydney's friends, Julia and Patrick.
Drake Carmichael.
Patrick extended his hand.
As in Carmichael Corp? That's right.
The stores? Julia gaped.
Yes.
I'd heard one of the brothers married and moved away. That's you. Julia gave him a hearty handshake. He visited his granddaddy down here, and, well, once you meet a southern gal, you never go back. Isn't that right, sugar? Lexi laced her voice with an affected southern drawl. Sydney stifled a laugh at Lexi's over-the-top accent, while Drake blushed but smiled at his wife.
Absolutely.
Fortunately, Julia didn't reply. The baby wants a deep-fried Oreo. Lexi looked at her husband.
I guess we better find one. Excuse us.
Drake led Lexi away. Sydney had half a mind to join them. Did she say deep-fried Oreo? It sounds disgusting. I want one. Julia followed after Lexi and Drake.
I better go with her. You coming?
Patrick asked. Give me a minute. Mitch lingered, which meant he had something to say. She had something to say, too. They'd have it out, and then she'd do her best to avoid him, which wouldn't be easy in a small town, but she'd try.
Have you seen the Star Grove?
Mitch nodded toward a group of trees at the far end of the row of booths. No. Mitch started walking. With a roll of her eyes, Sydney followed.
This land used to be owned by the Cahill family. Old Jasper Cahill came to America as an indentured servant at the age of 10, worked his 7 years, and then spent the next 20 years buying land and building this farm.
Sydney wasn't sure why Mitch was telling her Jasper Cahill's story, but she continued to follow him to the trees.
But Jasper didn't want to build the dream alone. He set his sights on Lucy May, the most beautiful girl in the county. Jasper loved her so much that one of the first things he did was cut this grove.
Mitch stopped in the middle of the group of trees.
You see, he wanted to give her the stars.
He looked up. Following Mitch's lead, Sydney tilted her head back. Oh, the trees make a star. She smiled, charmed by the story and the lengths Jasper went through to impress Lucy May. That's a romantic story. And it was one that made her second-guess Mitch's intentions.
Well, yes. Until Lucy May betrayed old Jasper and left him for Sam Shiflett.
And just like that, the lightness of the moment was gone. She understood, even if she didn't agree, why Mitch was angry, but not why he continued to be a jerk about it. She stood with her hands on her hips, shaking her head at him. That's why you brought me here? To tell me how awful you think I am?
Well, it wasn't to give you the stars, honey.
His words were like a slap. And she stared at him, unable to wrap her mind around how much she had loved him in college. How did the man she'd wanted to spend her life with become so hurtful? Look, Mitch, I get it. You blame me for things falling apart. You don't need to hunt me down to remind me every day. Charlotte Tavern is small, but I think I can avoid you, and I'd appreciate it if you stayed away from me. She turned and began to march away, willing herself to not shed one more tear over Mitch McKenna, even though her eyes watered.
I called you.
His words stopped her.
When I was at boot camp, I called.
She turned, wondering what he was talking about.
But your phone had been disconnected.
Oh, God. Her breath hitched as she remembered how her parents had changed phone plans and numbers around the time Mitch went away.
So I emailed.
His voice was calm, matter of fact, but there was no mistaking the anger in his eyes. I didn't.
Well, you wouldn't, would you? Since you blocked emails from me.
No. She pressed her fingers to her temple as confusion whirled.
So I wrote you. A real letter with my chicken scrawl and a stamp. It wasn't returned, so I know you got it. But you didn't answer it.
She couldn't breathe as the magnitude of what he was saying crashed down on her. I never got mail. Maybe your letter got lost.
All 5 of them?
She staggered back and sagged against a tree. I didn't get anything. I don't understand. Except she did. The only explanation was he was right. Her parents had intervened. It was mind-boggling. Her parents weren't those elitist, meddling people. At least she didn't think they were.
You said I could have changed your mind. All I had to do was try.
He stepped close to her, crowding her against the tree.
Well said. I did try.
The world spun and tilted. She blew out a shaky breath. I'm sorry. I didn't know. He leaned one hand against the tree and drew his face close to hers so she could see into his stormy green eyes.
Would it have mattered?
Yes. He said nothing as he stared at her. She couldn't figure out what he was looking for or what she should say. She wanted to turn away from the blame she saw in his angry eyes, but she desperately wanted him to understand. No, to believe that she hadn't known about his attempts to reach her.
I've spent 10 years being angry at you for letting your parents talk you out of marrying me. For letting them keep me from you.
She wanted to correct him, except now she wasn't sure he was wrong.
I look at you, and all that hurt and betrayal is right here.
He thumped his chest with his fist. She wanted to touch him, to soothe his heart, but she knew she had no right.
So why would I pay any price to kiss you right now?
Sydney's brows shot up. He'd crowded her the night before, true, when he was also angry. And yet she thought he'd wanted to kiss her then, too. And God, did she want him to kiss her. She was an idiot to want him still. He'd been nothing but rude to her since seeing him. And yet, just like him, she'd give anything to taste him again. It won't cost you anything. Her voice was a whisper as her heart hammered in her chest, and she dared him to make good on his desire.
You're wrong about that. It will cost me everything.
Then his lips crushed hers, hard, desperate, and oh, so delicious. Sydney had had 10 long years to fantasize about kissing Mitch again. How many times had she summoned the memory of the taste and caress of his tongue? But either her memory failed her, or Mitch was a better kisser than she remembered, because this kiss was like nothing she'd ever experienced. Whatever the reason didn't matter. She focused on savoring the hot, erotic sweep of his tongue against her lips. She tilted her head, opened for him, wanting more. He groaned, and it vibrated through his chest where her fingers fisted in his shirt to hold him close. He pressed against her, giving her proof that, despite his animosity, he still desired her. But she knew hormones alone wouldn't change his mind. This was the last first kiss they'd have, and she intended to make it last as long as possible. Mitch hadn't wanted to kiss Sydney. Well, he had, but he knew he shouldn't. He thought he was strong enough not to give in to the need and longing for her tugging at him, but her surprise at learning he tried to contact her had been genuine. In some ways, knowing she hadn't purposely ignored him softened his anger, which was probably why he was now kissing her senseless. but it didn't erase the pain of knowing that she'd let her parents manipulate her. And while she hadn't gotten his messages or letters 10 years ago, she hadn't tried to contact him either. So the fact that he was drowning in the lusciousness of her lips didn't alleviate the bitterness or make him forget his vow to never let himself be in a position to be betrayed again. He moved closer, and his hand slid down her back, pulling her against him, despite the pain and frustration touching and tasting her caused. He would kiss her, but just this once. He'd be thorough, squeezing every last bit of sweetness from her lips, and then he'd never touch her again. If he was fortunate, one kiss would be enough to satiate his desire, and he'd be able to go on with his life. As the kiss went on, however, it was clear he wouldn't be so lucky. Each hot sweep of her tongue only inflamed his need. The sweet scent of her swirled around him until he was nearly drunk on it. Her soft breasts pressed against his chest, and his fingers ached to touch them. His mouth wanted to devour them. He ground against her, wishing they were anywhere else so he could rip away their clothes and pound away the maddening need throbbing in his erection. His hand slid down her thigh, his fingers itching to feel her skin under her sexy summer dress, to discover if she was as hot and desperate as he was. He heard yelling, but it wasn't enough to pull him from this last, perfect kiss. Out of nowhere, he was knocked aside. He stumbled, but his instincts had him grabbing his assailant to restrain him. Except it wasn't a him. It was a her. Despite his strong hold on Julia, she thrashed around, throwing her head back. Mitch tilted his face to the side just fast enough to avoid having his teeth knocked out. Determining it was better to let her go than to get hurt in the shuffle, he released her, moving out of the way of her flailing arms. She turned and bore down on him again. He lifted his hands in surrender.
I have no problem restraining or arresting you for assault, so you should stop where you are.
Sydney stepped in front of him and tried to hold Julia back. What are you doing? Protecting you? She lunged at Mitch again. Patrick took her arm.
She's fine, Jules.
You said it was all done, that he didn't even like you anymore. What was I supposed to think when I found him pinning you to a tree? Sydney stammered an explanation as Patrick looked on. But to Mitch, Patrick's concerned expression didn't seem like worry for Sydney's safety, but envy at what Mitch had just done. What Sydney had done back to him. Despite the bruise Julia had given Mitch's arm, he was glad for her interference. He knew that once the kissing was done, Sydney would want to talk about what it meant. As much as he'd enjoyed the kiss, and would have liked to take it to its next logical conclusion, he had no intention of it meaning anything.
I'm gonna leave you all to it.
So you're a wham-bam thank-you-ma'am kind of guy, huh? Julia made another move, but Patrick had a firm hold on her arm. There was no mistaking the hurt in Sydney's eyes as he moved away from the trio. He hated that Julia was partly right. He really shouldn't have kissed Sydney. But it was hard to regret it. The pull that had drawn him to her when they were freshmen in college, that had convinced him they were soulmates, was still there. Only he knew better now. Attraction wasn't love. It was just hormones. The answer was to stay away from her so he wouldn't be tempted. He left the Star Tree Grove without a backward glance, moving quickly, making a beeline for its truck. He gazed straight ahead, avoiding any eye contact that would slow him down or stop him altogether. He'd just about made it to his destination when he heard his sister's voice. "Is there a fire somewhere?" Lexi trotted up to him. Mitch swore, but stopped to talk to his sister.
Got some things to take care of.
If you're going to do that southern country boy driving a truck with a forlorn heart thing, you should really get a dog.
Ha ha. I have no trouble with my heart or my love life.
He waggled his brows for effect, hoping Lexi couldn't see through his bravado. What you do ain't love, big brother. Deciding he didn't like where the conversation was heading, Mitch redirected.
Where's the love of your life?
Drake's getting me lemonade, and then we're going to the Star Grove."
There was a twinkle in her eye, telling him that Lexi knew he'd just been there.
"I guess I don't need to tell you to be careful, since you're already knocked up."
She smirked. "Mom and Dad are supposed to be by later. Why don't you stay?"
"Got a date."
It was a lie, but maybe it would get Lexi off his back. "I'm not even going to ask."
"Probably better that you don't."
He winked and got into his truck. Mitch drove, not sure of his destination, until the Dixie Diner sign came into view. As much as he wanted a stiff drink, coffee and pie would have to do. As he walked through the doorway, he bumped into his sister's friend, Chelsea Beamer. She held a folded apron and had the weary look of someone just getting off work. "Hey, Mitch."
"Chels?"
Seeing Chelsea was a reminder to Mitch that his life could be worse. Yes, he suffered heartache, loss, and betrayal, and not just from Sydney. But Chelsea had lost her brother, Brian, in Iraq, and her mother from a combination of cancer and a broken heart not much after. As if the loss of her family wasn't enough, Chelsea's mother left her with a huge debt Chelsea was determined to pay without selling her family's home. She did it by having 2 jobs, one as a teacher and the other as a waitress. He admired how she forged ahead. Despite the heartache and hard work, she always had a smile on her face. As he looked at her, tired from 2 jobs, he realized he wasn't doing a very good job of watching out for her like he'd promised Brian he would.
"Are you heading to the fair?"
She nodded. "I'm gonna clean up first, but I told Lexi I'd swing by."
"Don't wait too long. She'll eat up all the fried Oreos."
Chelsea beamed. "Isn't it exciting about the baby?"
"Yeah, it is."
Chelsea headed out, and Mitch found a booth in the corner. "Hey, Mitch." He looked up from the menu to Missy Clemence's assets nearly in his face. She was leaning over the table as if she was offering them to him. There was a time he'd have taken her up on the offer. In fact, he had once or twice.
"Missy?"
He scooted further into the booth, not to invite her in, but to get her breasts out of his face. She was a nice woman, and he'd enjoyed the few times they'd spent together, but he'd lost interest. And despite her sensuality, he wasn't even tempted. "What you up to?"
"Having some dinner."
Mitch caught movement behind her and saw Jagger moving to a table near him.
"With a friend. Jagger!"
Mitch waved a hand.
"Over here."
Jagger turned to his name. His gaze assessed the situation, and then he turned a curious look at Mitch. "Well, I'll see you around." Her smile dropped into disappointment. Mitch nodded.
"Take care, Missy."
Jagger watched Missy saunter off, and then sat across from Mitch, his brows pulled together in disbelief.
"Don't ask."
Jagger shook his head.
"Dinner? It's not even 2 yet. You're older than you look if you're having dinner in the middle of the afternoon."
Mitch smirked.
"Yankee." "Lunch, then. But after lunch, I'm having supper, not dinner."
Jagger laughed, lifting his arms in surrender. The waitress approached. Deciding he was hungry for more than dessert, Mitch ordered a barbecue and a beer. Jagger ordered the same.
"We have some of the best food in New York, but nowhere else does barbecue like the South." "Of course."
The waitress brought their beer.
"And the service can't be beat."
Jagger grinned.
"Are you settling into the house?"
Mitch took a long gulp of his beer, happy for the distraction Jagger brought from thoughts of Sydney.
"It's getting there." "Do you think you'll be able to survive slow country living?" "So far, so good. I think you're just worried I'll take away from your action."
Mitch laughed.
"I suppose that's a possibility. I'm more charming and better looking, but you're richer."
Jagger lifted his beer in salute.
"Women do like a man with money." "No worries, Mitch. My oat-sowing days are coming to an end." "The pigs flew and I missed it?"
Mitch looked out the window and then back at Jagger with a smirk.
You laugh, but there comes a time in every man's life when he's got to settle down.
Mitch frowned.
I don't think that's an actual rule.
God, he hoped not. He may not feel the need to sow his oats with every woman in town, but he had no plans to settle down either. Jagger laughed.
You've been to war and faced down criminals, but I don't think anything scares you more than the idea of getting married.
Mitch took another swallow of his beer.
Speaking of settling down, what's the deal with you and Sydney Preston?
Mitch nearly spit out his beer.
No deal. I was thinking, a new, beautiful, smart woman in town? She's not the type Mitch McKenna would pass up.
The waitress set 2 plates of pulled pork barbecue sandwiches in front of them, giving Mitch time to gather his thoughts. After all, the whole purpose of hiding in the diner was to get Sydney off his mind and out of his system.
I knew her from college.
Oh, that's right, you went to Princeton too. When Jagger didn't say more, Mitch looked up.
So you and Sydney...
Me and Sydney, nothing. Jagger stopped mid-bite of a fry and studied Mitch.
Are you sure about that?
I'm sure. Mitch took a bite of his sandwich, trying to ignore the voice in his head calling him a liar.
So you wouldn't mind if I asked her out?
Jagger popped the fry into his mouth.
Hell yeah, I'd mind.
The thought of Jagger and Sydney together pissed Mitch off even more. It proved that time and distance hadn't wiped away whatever part of Sydney had bored into his soul. It was the only explanation for the yearning, even though he wanted nothing to do with her. Mitch shrugged and poked at a fry on his plate, hoping he was coming off as nonchalant.
You can try. You don't think I have a chance?
Jagger sat back.
I usually have pretty good luck with the ladies. Maybe not as good as you, if the rumors are true.
Jagger was poking at him, and normally Mitch would have poked back. But he wasn't in the mood.
Sydney is no ordinary lady.
No, but it's time for me to stop playing around. Settle down. The barbecue in Mitch's stomach soured at the thought of Sydney marrying Jagger, making love with him, having his children. He remembered what Sydney had said about Jagger, how she might be interested in Jagger if he hadn't dated her friend. Apparently, the guy's rules of dating a friend's ex were different.
She's loyal to her friend Julia.
Mitch enjoyed seeing the wince on Jagger's face. Jagger let out a breath.
That was a mistake.
Mitch pushed his plate away, his appetite gone. What would Jagger think if he knew about the kiss in the Star Grove? How receptive she was to his kiss. How she clutched at him and opened for him. Mitch shook his head, trying to rid the memory that no doubt tormented him more than it would bother Jagger.
I think she and I would make a good pair. We come from similar backgrounds, and yet we're seeking a life away from that. I thought she was here for a year-long sabbatical.
The fact that Sydney wasn't in Charlotte Tavern to stay was part of what was helping him keep his resolve to not touch her.
Plans change. Mine did.
What about her parents? They hold a lot of influence on her.
Jagger's brows pulled together, but Mitch couldn't tell if it was in curiosity or annoyance.
You seem to know a lot about her.
Mitch shrugged, taking a sip of beer instead of explaining his past with her.
I think she was sheltered, but she's come into her own. Any woman who volunteers at a Syrian refugee camp in Jordan must be strong and determined.
Mitch sat back, annoyed that Jagger would know something about Sydney that he didn't. Sydney was in Jordan? The woman he'd known in college would have never taken on a challenge like that. Not that he didn't think Sydney cared about the world, but he never would have imagined her leaving the safety of her family. Back in college, she'd been protected from the hardships of life, sheltered and somewhat ignorant of the plight of people around the world.
Fortunately, now she's focused on helping needy people closer to home,
Jagger said. Mitch gathered his wits.
Well, it's true. You are needy.
Jagger scowled, and then smiled.
I wouldn't mind Sydney taking care of my needs.
It was Mitch's turn to scowl.
Chapter 6. Sydney scooped up the cherry tomatoes and threw them in the bowl. 2 caught the rim, bounced out, and rolled into the sink. Just great. She ignored the lost tomatoes, remembering reading somewhere that the sink was the most germ-filled place in the house, even more so than the toilet. She picked up the knife to cut the green onions.
Hey.
Patrick pushed a tendril of her hair back behind her ear. The gesture was comforting, and yet at the same time Sydney worried Patrick's actions were an attempt to rekindle an intimacy she wasn't interested in setting aflame.
Why don't you let me finish the salad and entertain Julia while you call your mom about those letters?
Sydney rested both palms on the counter, one still gripping the knife she'd used to cut the vegetables. She turned her head to look at Patrick. You're not here for very long. I don't want to take up our visiting time by dealing with that. Go call your mom, Julia called from the couch, where she was supposedly recovering from a sugar-infused coma after eating several deep-fried Oreos. You won't be any fun until you do.
She's right.
Patrick took the knife from Sydney.
Call your mom.
They were right. The idea that her mom would have done something so awful as to purposefully keep her and Mitch apart would eat at her until she confronted it. I won't be long. Sydney grabbed her phone from her purse and retreated to her bedroom, shutting the door behind her. Her mother picked up after the second ring. Sydney, what a surprise. I just finished lunch with Mrs. Andres. She said Julia and Patrick are visiting you. Did you take letters Mitch sent me? Sydney was too mad for small talk. The line was quiet until her mother sighed. Yes. Why would you do that? For the second time that day, Sydney's world tilted. She sat on the edge of the bed, not sure her legs would hold her. You know why, honey. Sydney shook her head and swallowed back tears. I couldn't understand why he was so angry, even hurtful. I believed he left me. But he didn't. He wrote. God, Mom, he even tried to call and email. That means you broke into my email and blocked him. And I guess that's why we got a new phone plan. Sydney, I know it was awful of me. Did Dad know? There was a pause. He didn't like it, but he couldn't talk me out of it. Her gut burned and swelled with anger. How could her own parents have done this? I feared the day you'd discover my actions. That's why you didn't want me to come to Virginia, because you knew I'd find out what you did. She flopped back on her bed in a huff. Sydney felt like she was 21 again, trying to convince her mom she was old enough to make her own decisions. No. I always knew you'd find out someday. Secrets have a way of coming out, even if I'd burned the letters. Sydney lurched upright. You still have them? Her mother sighed. Yes. Guilt wouldn't let me destroy them. If you want them, I'll send them to you. Yes, I want them. Her mind reeled at her mother's interference. Never in a million years would I have thought you'd do something like this. I know. Me too. But I did. And I'd do it again, Sydney. You were so young. I know you thought you could go to medical school and still marry Mitch. When you're young and in love, anything is possible. But enough time has passed that you know now that life is messier. Harder. You spent most of your life wanting to be a doctor. I didn't want you to give that up. I had no intention of giving it up, and Mitch supported me all the way. Yes, I know. But the reality of trying to go to school while married to a man in the military who moved a lot would have eventually forced you to make a decision. What if he ended up stationed in a place that didn't have medical school, or he was required to move before you were done earning your degree or finishing your residency? What would you do? Live apart? Married people need to put their marriage first, which means you'd have to follow him. I didn't raise you to be one of those women who gives up her hopes and dreams to make a man happy. Intellectually, Sydney knew her mother had a point. But she'd always thought she and Mitch were different. He thinks you did it because he wasn't rich enough to impress you. You know that's not true. Your dad and I aren't like that. I didn't think so, but how can I be so sure? You and Mrs. Andres are still trying to marry me off to Patrick. Now, just a minute, Sydney. I was wrong to keep Mitch away from you, but I never put you and Patrick together. That was your plan before you met Mitch. I didn't want you to go to Virginia because I worried you were seeking something that's long gone. You need to look forward, sweetheart, not back. Send me the letters. Yes, of course. I'll put them in the mail on Monday. I've got to go. Julia and Patrick are holding lunch for me. I love you, Sydney. You have every right to be angry, but remember, I did it because I wanted you to achieve your goals. I love you too. Sydney ended the call, flopping back onto her bed. Mitch was right to be angry and to suspect her parents of thinking he wasn't good enough. Before learning about his attempts to contact her, she'd been upset with him for not calling. Guilt rose. He had tried to reach her, but she hadn't tried to contact him. She was the one who'd failed him. Failed them. Sydney took a moment to compose herself before joining her friends. She entered the living room to find Julia poking at her phone and Patrick standing at the back door patio looking outside. He turned. You have tulips. I've always loved them. Is it time to eat? Julia asked. It's ready. I poured you some wine. I know it's early in the day, but she looks like you could use it. Patrick handed her a glass. Is it that obvious? He reached out, took Sydney's empty hand and gave it a reassuring squeeze. No matter what, you have me. And me. Can we eat now? Childlike impatience laced Julia's tone as she slumped into her chair at the table. Sydney laughed, grateful to have her friends. Absolutely. So, what did she say? Julia asked after they'd all been served. She said she kept him from contacting me. Really? Patrick's surprise matched her own. I didn't think your mom would be the type. I didn't either. She didn't even try to deny it. She said she'd do it again. Sydney put down her fork, the pain and frustration whirling in her stomach. Did she say why? Julia chased a tomato with her fork. We were young. I still had medical school and he was going away with the military. She was afraid I'd give up med school to follow him. Well, if you were married, you'd sort of have to, wouldn't you? Julia gave up on the tomato and stabbed some lettuce. We figured he'd be deployed to fight in Iraq, where I wouldn't be able to go. But he wouldn't be deployed all 4 years that you were in medical school. Julia looked to her brother for confirmation. Plus, you had another 4 years of residency after school. And it's doubtful that he would have been stationed near New York. 8 years is a long time to be apart. Sydney drew in a calming breath. She knew they were right, but her immediate impulse was to talk about how much she and Mitch had loved each other and would have worked it out. The things an in-love but unworldly 21-year-old would say. And yet, attaining any goal in life required work, sacrifice, and commitment. That was how she'd gotten through medical school. Why should sustaining a relationship be any different? I guess when you're in love, anything is possible. Julia squeezed Sydney's hand. Because tears threatened, Sydney simply gave her friend a grateful smile. Real life has shown otherwise, Patrick said. Sydney jerked her gaze to Patrick. You don't believe in love? He stared at her for a moment, and Sydney regretted her question. Patrick wiped his mouth with his napkin, as if he needed a moment to gather his thoughts. I believe in love, but not in fairy tales. And that's what 21-year-old kids think love is. Maybe it was different for them, Julia said. Sydney smiled at Julia, appreciating her support. You're not the same now as you were when you were 21. Most people say I am. It seems to be a problem for them. Julia's eyes challenged Patrick.
Touché. But Sydney isn't the same. And from what you say, Sid, neither is Mitch. Imagine you'd married, spent all that time apart, and one day woken up where you are now, not knowing who your husband is.
Except if we'd married, we would have grown and changed together. My mother took that option away. The chemistry is still there. Julia took a sip of her wine. I never saw you two together when we were younger, but if it was anything like I saw today, I'd put my money on your making it. Thank you. Patrick sighed. Julia's eyes softened in concern. But even seeing that connection, you could tell he didn't want to go down that road with you again, Sydney. I'm sorry to say it, but what's done is done. And I worry about you trying to get something back that you can't.
Thank you.
Patrick lifted his wine glass in a toast to his sister. Sydney looked down, trying to manage the dueling feelings of hope that Mitch's kiss meant there was something still there, and grief that it wouldn't matter because Mitch was lost to her. It's too bad you have to spend the next 10 months stuck here. Julia refocused her efforts on a rogue tomato. I like it here. Sydney wished her phone would ring, calling her in to deliver a baby. She was tired of this conversation, of having her and Mitch's love doubted or brushed off as puppy love. It had been real. I guess a year of moonshine and fried Oreos while helping the poor isn't a bad way to spend your time. And when you come back to New York, we'll be there, like always. Won't we, Patrick? Julia's eyes implored him to be supportive.
Of course.
But the flatness with which he said the words hinted at annoyance or maybe disapproval. It was as if he could read her mind and knew she wasn't quite ready to let Mitch go. Until that moment, she hadn't known, or at least admitted to herself, how much she still cared for Mitch. Rationally, it was ridiculous to think that after 10 years there could still be something between them. But now that she understood the circumstances, she still didn't have the closure she needed. Sydney woke Sunday morning and dressed in her running clothes without waking Julia, who would probably sleep for another few hours. The sun was up, but just barely. Patrick would likely be sleeping too. It was the perfect time to take a run, clear her mind, and deal with how significantly her mother had altered her life. And Mitch's. No wonder he was so bitter and resentful. And yet he'd kissed her. Thoroughly and well. Even though it was clear he hadn't wanted to. There was something still there. A thin, tenuous thread. Could it be strengthened? Mitch wasn't the same man she'd left 10 years earlier. But looking into his green eyes, she knew that man was still there. But he'd need to forgive her, and she wasn't sure he would. The Mitch she remembered had been an easygoing, affable man. Today he was guarded. He had gone to war after all. She couldn't imagine anyone going into war and not being affected to the point of changing. She'd seen the physical scars from his service. Had she also seen the emotional ones? The question was, had he changed so much that he'd never let her in? Sydney extended her route, running the oak-lined street filled with large brick homes. It looked like a movie set. 10 years earlier, when she and Mitch had been making plans to spend their lives together, she thought she'd end up in a home like these, filled with love and children. How quickly that dream had slipped away. But as she ran along the street with the large climbable trees and family cars parked in the driveway, the ache in her heart grew. Sydney had achieved everything she'd set her mind to. She'd worked with at-risk women at home and abroad. She was currently helping build up the services in a rural town's free clinic. But for all of her achievements, one of the most important things she'd wanted still eluded her. A man to share it with. Sydney turned the corner and headed back toward her home, wondering if she was wasting time on fairy tales. On Mitch. Deep down, the unsettled feeling that had made her impulsively pack up and come to Charlotte Tavern lingered. The problem was, Mitch had clearly moved on, or at least didn't want to look back. That would mean finding closure and seeking a new dream with someone else. Sydney wasn't sure that was something she could do. As she made her way to her apartment building, she noticed Jagger leaning against a sleek, black, luxury sedan. He smiled and stood to meet her on the walkway as she approached.
Good stride there, Sid.
Surprised, but glad to see another familiar face from home, she jogged to him. "You're up early? Or have you not been to bed yet?" He laughed.
In New York, that might be true. I'm heading to Richmond to see about buying some furniture, and I thought I'd invite you to come with me.
So you're standing on the sidewalk in front of my place waiting for me to pass by?
Not exactly. I headed to your door, but then I saw Patrick, and I figured where Patrick is, Julia is too.
His head was down, a coy smile on his face. Julia would get a kick out of knowing Jagger was afraid to see her. That is, until she hunted him down to rant at him. She decided not to call him on his cowardice. Yes, they're visiting me, which means no trip to Richmond.
I figured. But maybe we could have dinner sometime, once they leave. I'll cook.
You know how to cook?
You cut me, Sid, with your skepticism. I've gotten pretty good at it.
Sydney smiled and wished her life were easier. Jagger's reputation rivaled Mitch's in the ladies' department, but he was fun. Definitely someone who could take her mind off her troubles. But he'd dated Julia, which made him off limits to her. Plus, by dating him, it would mean giving up on Mitch, something she couldn't bring herself to do. That sounds lovely, Jagger, but I can't. He sighed.
Julia?
Yes.
Most women don't keep so closely to the code.
Sydney didn't doubt his statement. His world was lavish, extravagant, and indulgent. She didn't know all the women he'd dated, but if the tabloids were anywhere close to getting it right, they'd been all about the glitz, sparkle, and money, and not about keeping close ties with their female friends. Most wanted the 15 minutes of fame he could bring them before he moved on. Julia had known that when Jagger first asked her out, so why she was so put out when after only a couple of dates he'd stopped calling, Sydney didn't know. I'm not most women.
No, you're not.
Sydney couldn't decide if his annoyed expression was directed at her or Julia.
Tell me, if I hadn't dated Julia those few times, would you go out with me?
The answer to that might irritate you more.
I knew it. You do like me.
He flashed her a grin that made him devilishly handsome. Sydney smiled, although she wouldn't be swayed by his charm. She wondered if she was the only woman who couldn't be. I think you're a nice man, and fun to be around.
That's always the start to a beautiful relationship.
Unfortunately, not for us.
Well, with my ego in shambles, the only thing left to do is go shopping.
He leaned forward and kissed her on the cheek.
See you around, Sid.
Bye, Jagger. He got into his car and pulled away while she turned back to her home.
We have coffee,
Patrick called from her kitchen. Water first. Sydney entered her tiny kitchen, where Patrick was making omelets. Who was that you were talking to? Julia sat on a stool at the breakfast bar. Sydney grabbed a glass and filled it with tap water, giving her the time she needed to decide on her answer. Just a friend. Julia cocked her head to the side.
Breakfast is served.
Sydney was grateful for Patrick's distraction. She wasn't sure Julia believed her. Sydney considered telling her the truth, but she knew Julia would want to see him, if only to hassle him about breaking it off with her. Sydney loved Julia like a sister, but she could be difficult, especially where men were concerned. It was one thing to make a scene in New York, but in Charlotte Tavern, something like that would become talk around town. And if Jagger was planning to spend more time there, he didn't need the scandal of a woman scorned hanging over him. Chapter 7. Sydney rushed into the locker room of the hospital and made her way to a shower stall to brush the rain from her coat and umbrella. She never understood why people shook their soaked clothing in an area where people would slip and fall. She then made her way to her locker to change into her scrubs. She'd been rushing all morning, first to help Patrick and Julia get on the road. She had planned to take Julia to the airport, but when the call came in that one of her patients was in labor, Patrick agreed to do it, even though it was a little out of the way from his trip to Washington. The labor happened to be a false alarm, but her hurried schedule continued. She received another call while returning from a trip home to pick up medical journals to lend to Jenny. Of course, in her hurry to get to her patient, she'd left them in her car. "Hey, Dr. Preston." Jenny opened the locker across from Sydney's. "End of your shift?" Sydney slipped the teal-green scrub shirt over her head, envious that professional decorum dictated that she couldn't wear the cute and colorful ones Jenny wore. Today it was Hello Kitty. "Yeah, I'm sorry I won't be here to help with Mrs. Alexander's delivery, although I doubt this will be her last. I don't think they figured out how to use birth control." Sydney laughed. The Alexanders were a nice couple, but Sydney agreed they were a bit simple. This would be their 6th child, which they insisted hadn't been planned. "Speaking of birth control, I saw you and Mitch in the Star Grove at the fair this weekend." Jenny waggled her brows. "Mitch hasn't brought anyone there since high school." I wouldn't read anything into it. Sydney pulled her long hair back into a tie, trying to forget the scorching kiss Mitch had given her at the fair. She swore she could still taste him on her lips. "Why not? I see how he looks at you." Jenny cocked her head. "There's something about you." Sydney wondered if Jenny would still be her friend when she discovered the truth about Mitch's feelings and why. "It's not what you think." "I wish it was. Mitch hasn't been the same since he came back from the Middle East. He used to have this spark. I was hoping you'd give it back to him." After that kiss, Sydney might have been willing to try. Except Mitch had made it clear that attraction or no attraction, he wasn't going to forgive her. "I know he has a reputation for being a hound dog, but he really is a great guy. He's just had a lot of disappointment. It makes him gun-shy." "I'm sorry to hear that." Sydney knew why Mitch carried animosity toward her, but she wondered if what had happened during his military service had also impacted him. "He seems the same on the outside, but those of us who know him can see he keeps everyone at a distance. Not his family or me or Kevin, but it's like he's lost his faith in people." Sydney swallowed her guilt that she contributed to his loss of faith. She had thought of him so many times when he was away, wanted to hear his voice, worried about his safety when she learned he'd been deployed to Iraq, and yet she'd never reached out to him. "He's lucky to have family and friends like you." "Ain't he, though?" Jenny smiled. "I'm heading home for a nap and then to study. Oh, Jenny, I brought you a few medical journals but left them in my car." "That's okay. I can get them later." Sydney reached into her purse and grabbed her keyring. "Here are my keys. The journals are in the back seat if you want to get them. Just put my keys in my purse before you leave." "Okay. Thank you." Jenny took the keys. "Are you parked in the garage?" Sydney shook her head and winced. "I'm across the street at the medical office lot. Did you bring your raincoat? It's raining cats and dogs." "I'm in the garage so I can avoid weather." "Here, take my raincoat and umbrella. You can put them back when you bring my keys." Sydney had no qualms about trusting Jenny with her things, or leaving her locker unlocked. In New York, nothing of hers had been safe from strangers even when locked, but Charlotte Tavern was one of those towns in which people left their front doors unlocked and windows opened. Sydney was sure she'd find lasagna or pie in her house if she left her door unlocked. "Thank you, Dr. Preston. I'll put them right back." The door to the locker room opened. "Dr. Preston, Mrs. Alexander is pushing with or without you." "Right. I'm on my way." Sydney closed her locker door. "Just drop the keys in my purse when you're done." "Will do." Jenny slipped on Sydney's raincoat. "See you tomorrow, Dr. Preston." The delivery was quick, one of the perks of having had multiple children. Subsequent births usually went faster. After getting Mrs. Alexander settled and the pediatric nurses checked the baby, they all left Mother and Father gushing over their newest addition.
It's amazing how no matter how many kids you have, each one seems like a miracle.
Sally, the nurse who'd assisted, walked with her down the hall. It is. Sydney felt a pang of sadness. Although she wasn't beyond childbearing years, she was just over 30, with no prospects for marriage or a family.
I'm heading to the machines for a soda. You want something?
Sydney shook her head. No, thank you. I'm going to change and go to the clinic. Sydney headed toward the locker room and was just passing the nurse's station when a nurse called to her. Dr. Preston! Oh, God! Did you hear what just happened to Jenny? The nurse grabbed Sydney's forearms as if she needed the strength to hold her up. Her breathing was quick and shallow, signs of distress that kicked Sydney's heart rate up as she went on high alert. What happened? Sydney worked to keep her tone even, hoping it would calm the woman. She was in the parking lot and someone attacked her. The nurse began weeping. Oh, God. Bile rose. It was Sydney's turn to grip the woman's arms, praying her knees wouldn't buckle. Is she okay? She's an emergency, but it doesn't sound good. The police are there. God, Kevin won't make it if she dies. From somewhere, Sydney mustered the words. She's young and strong. It was cliché, but it had to be true. Why would someone do that? She never hurt anyone. The nurse looked at Sydney as if she had an answer. The problem was, Sydney just might have the answer. Not again ran through her mind like a mantra.
The police are here.
The words propelled her into action. She rushed to the elevators. When they didn't open fast enough, she ran to the stairwell and descended the 4 flights to the emergency room. As she ran to the main area, she saw Mitch giving a hug to a weeping Kevin. Oh, God. No. Not again. Sydney's knees buckled. She extended a hand to brace herself against the wall and bent over, trying to catch her breath. Are you all right? Sydney turned her gaze to a nurse rushing toward her. I'm okay. Jenny Tackard. How is she? The nurse didn't respond right away. Of course she wouldn't. I'm not family. But apparently determining the scrubs indicated Sydney belonged there, the nurse said, She's in surgery. Not dead. Sydney straightened. What happened? The nurse's eyes narrowed, partly in concern and partly in confusion. She was stabbed out in the parking lot. She was lucky it happened here and someone found her. Prognosis? The nurse shook her head. I'm not sure. Thank you. Once the nurse left, Sydney turned toward the wall, braced herself with both hands, and willed herself to pull it together. She needed to tell Mitch and Kevin what she knew, how this was all her fault. She shook her head. Jenny and Kevin had everything, and in one moment it could be gone. Taking a deep breath, Sydney stood, turned, and made her way up the hall. Kevin sat in a chair, bent forward with his head in his hands. As she approached, Mitch looked toward her, his eyes narrowing. He didn't say anything, but she was certain if she could read minds, his was saying, I don't want to deal with you. I have some information. Kevin jumped from his chair. You saw who did this? Sydney shook her head. No, but...
Kevin, you stay here. I'll take Dr. Preston's statement. I want to hear it. You need to wait to hear about Jen. I'll tell you everything.
An orderly came around the corner, distracting Kevin. Mitch took advantage by taking Sydney's arm and leading her toward the floor's waiting room. Sydney ran what she needed to tell him through her mind, which made her feel shaky all over again. I need to sit. Mitch steered her toward a chair. He continued to stand, but gave her a moment while she gathered her thoughts. She inhaled a shaky breath. It was supposed to be me.
What?
Sydney looked into Mitch's face. His features were fierce and dark, so unlike those of the affable, sweet man she'd once loved. Was it just his cop face? Or was he always like that?
Sydney?
I'm sorry, she shook her head. It should have been me, not Jenny. He put his hands on his hips.
Why would you say that?
She was wearing my raincoat and carrying my umbrella. She was going to my car, which is parked in the lot by the office building.
Jesus.
Mitch looked down the hall toward Kevin. After a moment, he turned his attention back to her.
Why would someone want to hurt you?
I don't know. His gaze hardened.
Has anyone threatened you? Have you had a problem with a patient? Maybe someone in the clinic?
She shook her head. No, not here. Her breath caught in her chest, and she worried she was about to hyperventilate. Thoughts and images scattered through her brain, unable to be wrangled into a coherent statement.
What do you mean, not here?
Sydney pressed the heels of her palms into her eye sockets and let out a frustrated moan, as if it would help her pull herself together. Then she blew out a breath and looked back at Mitch. He frowned.
Jesus, Sid, what the hell happened?
He pulled a handkerchief from his pocket, handing it to her as he sat next to her. She hadn't even realized she was crying. Wiping her tears, she steadied herself to tell the story. About 6 months ago, I was attacked in New York. His breath hitched, and narrowed, concerned eyes swept over her face. Wanting to tell him everything in one fell swoop, she continued. I was stabbed in the parking lot of the hospital I was working in. He stared at her, taking in her words, a mixture of anger and disbelief darkening his face. The person was never found, but it never occurred to me he'd follow me. The detective believed it was random. For a moment, he only stared at her, and the fear and concern in his handsome face made her think he might touch her to offer comfort. But then he turned away. When his gaze met hers again, he was back in cop mode.
Were you robbed?
Sydney shook her head.
People don't go around stabbing people for no reason.
He thought maybe the guy wanted to rob me, but another car pulled up as it happened. Mitch nodded.
Any suspects?
Sydney looked down. He looked at a lot of people, hospital staff, old colleagues, friends even. Mitch sat back, his gaze staring off toward nothing as if he was thinking. Finally, he looked at her.
I'm going to check in with Kevin. His and Jenny's families are here now, so he doesn't need me.
Sydney looked to the crowd around Kevin. She hadn't even noticed them arrive.
Then you and I are leaving.
She flinched at the authority in his tone. What do you mean?
We need to talk about this, but I don't want to do it here.
He stood. The only explanation was that he was going to take her to the police station. She wasn't sure why she needed to retell the story there as opposed to right where she was, but she nodded.
I'll be right back.
He put his hand on her shoulder and squeezed. She glanced at him, surprised and comforted by the spontaneous gesture of reassurance. Mitch glanced back at Sydney as he strode toward Kevin. He'd already been keyed up over Jenny's attack, but to hear Sydney had been assaulted as well nearly brought him to his knees. His chest was so tight at the image of her wounded and needing help that he could barely breathe. It didn't make any sense. The Sydney he knew wasn't the type to make enemies. Even in college, at first, many had thought she was conceited, but it's because she'd been shy and unsure. Once she'd come out of her shell, everyone liked her. Even the county women who should have hated her because of her wealth and beauty couldn't muster a bad word. Sydney was kind and gentle. Had she changed? Or had some man misread her kindness as interest and then tried to kill her when she rebuked him? Kevin looked up at him, so Mitch put thoughts of Sydney aside for the moment.
I've got to run. Do you need anything?
Does she know something?
Maybe.
The dread in Kevin's eyes compelled Mitch to hold back all the details he'd learned from Sydney. Tension radiated in waves off of Kevin, telling Mitch he was trying to be strong, probably for his family. He didn't need to know what Sydney had shared until Mitch had thoroughly questioned her. You find who did this, Mitch? Jenny's mother held onto Kevin's arm.
I will. Keep me posted. Jenny is strong. She's fighting hard.
Kevin nodded and hiccuped as he worked to hold back a sob. Mitch hated that he couldn't do more to reassure and comfort his friend. Mitch was torn at leaving, but when it came to violent crime, there was no time to waste. Leads had to be followed immediately or they went cold. Sydney waited for him by the elevators. Fear and guilt warred in her eyes. He knew the fear of being hunted from his days in the military, and he understood the guilt from having someone pay a heavy price because of him. He'd planned to take her to the station, but decided she might be more comfortable somewhere else.
Are you hungry?
What?
Hungry.
She shook her head, then poked the elevator button impatiently as if she could will the car to get there faster. That's when Mitch noticed she was wearing scrubs.
You should change.
She looked down, her eyes narrowing and her mouth forming a small O, as if she only just realized she wasn't in her regular clothes. They're in my locker. The doors to the elevator opened and they stepped in.
What floor?
4. Mitch pushed the button and then stood back to let the doors close. Next to him, Sydney stood, stoic and strong. The only hints of distress were the tremble in her chin, the tears welling in her eyes. Mitch wanted to comfort her. He'd tried before when he squeezed her shoulder, but it felt too small for such an emotional situation, especially for a woman he'd once loved. The urge to hold her, protect her, was strong as the fear that if he did, he wouldn't be able to keep up his guard. The last thing he wanted was to let Sydney get past the wall around his heart he'd spent 10 years building. But what the hell kind of man was he if he didn't offer support when she was clearly in distress? He took a breath to bolster his own strength.
Hey, Sid.
He reached out, took her arm, and pulled her to him. Surprise shone in her wide eyes. He didn't know what to say, but fortunately, whatever she saw in his face allowed her to accept his comfort. Oh, Mitch. Her fingers clutched at his shirt as she buried her face in his chest and wept. He could have told her it would be all right, but he knew they were just words. So he rubbed her back and kissed the top of her head. The elevator stopped, and she pulled away. I'm okay. She wiped her tears with his handkerchief. When the doors opened, he followed her out into the hall. I'll go change and be right out.
I'll wait here.
Mitch stood by the elevators. He watched her make her way up the hall, wishing he could do more to wipe away her pain. Mitch! Carla Dreyer, a nurse at the hospital, appeared from behind, startling him.
Hey, Carla.
Can I help you? The redness in her eyes suggested she'd heard about Jenny.
I'm waiting for Dr. Preston.
Oh, really? There was judgment in her harsh tone, which surprised him. Normally they were friendly. She'd been one of the first women he'd dated when he'd returned from Iraq and had helped him through the difficult transition from military to civilian life. Even after they'd stopped dating, they'd been friends. Or so he thought. You have heard about Jenny Taggart, haven't you? Accusation laced her tone. Now he understood. Did people really think he was an insensitive heel under Lothario?
Yes, I'm working the case. Dr. Preston is a witness.
Oh. He saw regret in her eyes, but he pressed on before she could apologize.
Did you happen to see anything?
She shook her head. I just got on a few minutes ago.
If you hear anything, let me know.
Yes, of course. Mitch stayed by the elevators as Carla continued up the hall toward the nurse's station. Sydney appeared and stopped to talk to Carla. They hugged, suggesting that despite her short employment at the hospital, Sydney had made strong connections with the people she worked with. It wasn't surprising. Sydney was unexpectedly adaptable and personable for a woman from a rich, sheltered background. She walked toward him, her honey-colored hair still in a ponytail that should have looked out of place with her dark skirt and crisp shirt, but somehow didn't. Her eyes were red,
but she'd washed the streaks of tears from her cheeks. "I'll take you to your car and then you can follow me."
She stopped and stared at him with wide eyes. "I don't have my keys. I gave them to Jenny to get some journals out of my car. She's been studying to become a midwife, so I've been—" He rested his hands on her shoulders.
"Sit. Breathe."
She inhaled, or at least tried. The breath was shallow and shaky. "It would be insensitive of me to go find them now. I know you don't like me, but maybe you can give me a ride." Mitch wanted to correct her. He didn't not like her. He just couldn't let himself be ensnared by her charm. He gave her shoulders a gentle squeeze.
"I'll drive. We'll make arrangements to get your car another time."
She nodded. "Thank you." Mitch pulled into the parking lot of the Dixie Diner. Showing up with Sydney would start the gossip mill about his latest conquest, but taking her to the station for a formal interview might increase her stress. He needed information and, therefore, needed her to be comfortable and calm. "I thought you were taking me to the police station."
"The food's no good there."
"I told you I'm not hungry." He put his vehicle into park, then turned his gaze to her.
"But I am, and it's a nicer place to conduct an interview."
She let out a breath. "Okay." He held the door to let her walk in before him.
"There's a booth near the back."
He placed a hand on her elbow to steer her in the right direction. "Hey, Mitch." He was relieved to see Chelsea coming to their table. She'd tell Lexi about seeing him with Sydney, but not the whole town. That didn't stop her from sizing up Sydney, though.
"Chels, this is Dr. Preston."
He decided not to say more. For one, it wasn't her business, and two, if he explained he was working, then he'd have to tell her about Jenny, and he didn't need that getting out just yet.
"This is Chelsea Beamer. Normally she's a teacher, but school's out."
"In May?" Chelsea nodded. "Yeah, our school year runs from August to May." Despite her distress, Sydney mustered a smile. "What grade do you teach?" "Kindergarten." "All those little children. That must be like herding cats." Chelsea's assessing gaze morphed into acceptance. "To be honest, this job is harder."
"I'll take some of those bacon tater bits and milk."
Mitch wanted to get to business.
"What do you want?"
"A glass of water would be nice."
"Also bring her a hot chocolate with a peppermint soother."
Chelsea lifted one brow. "Okay." She took the order and headed toward the kitchen to deliver it. "What's a peppermint soother?"
"You'll like it."
He rested his forearms on the table.
"Tell me again about sending Jenny to your car."
Sydney picked up a spoon and fiddled with it as she retold her story. "Jenny's attacker had to be after me." He nodded. It was a logical assumption.
"What happened in New York?"
Her eyes closed. He was patient as he waited for her to begin. He knew firsthand, no matter how many times the story was told, or how long ago traumatic events occurred, they never got easier to talk about. He'd stopped talking about his years ago. "It wasn't raining, but it was dark. I'd finished my shift at the hospital and was going to my car. I felt the stab before I realized anyone was there." She flinched as if reliving the knife cutting into her skin. Instinct had him taking her hand and giving it a squeeze. Her head jerked up to look at him at his touch. He didn't react to her stare and continued on.
"Did you see your attacker?"
She shook her head. "He pushed me down. I hit my head on my bumper." Absently, she touched her temple, where he noticed a small scar. By the time I was able to get my bearings, he was gone. I set off my car alarm, but it's so common in New York, no one responded. Ignoring car alarms was common everywhere, but she didn't need to hear that now.
"I thought you said the police thought the attacker was scared off by a car."
"Several cars came by and may have scared him, but no one noticed me, even when my car alarm went off." Mitch imagined her bleeding, scared, and alone. The violent need to protect her rose, hot and hard within him. Although it was ridiculous, there was a part of him that felt guilty, as if he should have been able to protect her. Even now, fear lingered in her eyes, but also something else. There was a strength that hadn't been there when he knew her before. There were only two ways to respond to a violent attack: hide from life, or decide to live full on. She'd apparently chosen the latter. He felt a surge of pride. Good for her. I called the hospital on my phone, she finished with a shaky breath.
Parking lot of a hospital. Near your car. Knife in the back.
Mitch ticked off the similar events between the two attacks. Yes, but my injury wasn't as bad as Jenny's. It hurt and scared me to death. She shuddered. But it wasn't life-threatening.
So did he come back to finish what he botched? Why here? And why after 6 months?
Why me? Fear and bafflement etched her face, and again he felt the need to hold her, to reassure her. Chelsea delivered their food and drinks. Can I get Joel anything else? Mitch released Sydney's hand.
No, we're good.
Chelsea walked away, and Mitch made a mental note to check in on her. Sydney sipped her hot cocoa, her eyes narrowing as she studied the liquid in her cup. Is there booze in this?
Yes, peppermint booze.
She lifted her gaze to his. Why?
It's a rainy day, and bad things have happened. Chocolate, peppermint, and booze are the best soothers for such days.
Her lips twitched slightly. Thank you. He nodded, plucking a toothpick with a bacon-wrapped tater round and popping it into his mouth. Sydney stared at him over the rim of her cocoa.
Just don't tell anyone. It's strictly off the menu.
He pushed the plate toward her.
Want one?
I think one vice at a time is safer. He feigned ignorance.
What's wrong with bacon and fried potatoes? They're 2 of the 4 main food groups in the South.
Her smile widened, reminding him how stunning she was. But this wasn't a date. His partner's wife was fighting for her life. Had things gone differently, it would have been Sydney. He pushed down the ball of fear in his gut at the thought of a world without her.
So, were there any suspects in New York?
She set her cup down. The detective, Detective Fletcher, looked at all my friends and coworkers, but I guess there was nothing there.
Any he focused on?
Not really. Mitch wondered if that were true. He knew he always had people of interest when investigating a crime. The hard part was finding evidence that indicated which person was guilty.
I'd like his number. Let him know about this attack and see what he might have that can help.
Sydney reached for her purse, pulled out a business card, and handed it to him. He used his phone to scan the card into his contact list.
Who'd he take a serious look at?
Mitch handed the card back to her. She sighed. The only one I felt might be involved was Dr. Singer. I worked with him in Jordan. I had dinner with him a few times, but when I realized he thought we were dating, I stopped seeing him. But he was persistent.
Persistent how?
He kept asking me to eat with him. If I was having a meal with other people, he'd join in. That was annoying, but not concerning. But he showed up in New York a month or so after I got home. Said he was looking for work there and wanted to know if I wanted to get together. Mitch kept his face impassive, even as his brain thought of cruel and unusual ways to hurt Dr. Singer.
Did you?
I met him for lunch, but I brought Patrick with me. I figured if Dr. Singer thought I was seeing someone, he'd leave me alone. And it worked. At least I thought it did. I haven't heard from him since.
Did Patrick know he was a decoy date?
Yes. I've known Patrick since I was a child. I'm sure I talked about him and Julia when we were in college. They were with me at the fair this weekend. Mitch nodded.
If the same guy attacked you and Jenny, we have to look at who has been both in New York and here. I'll see what I can learn about this Dr. Singer. But what about Patrick? Maybe he didn't like being a decoy date. Maybe he wanted more. If I remember correctly, he'd once had more.
Sydney shook her head and waved Mitch's comment away. No, he's like a brother to me.
Is he still in town?
Sydney's jaw tightened and her eyes flashed with annoyance. He and Julia left this morning, long before the attack. Mitch nodded, but made a mental note to check on Patrick's whereabouts at the time Jenny was assaulted. As if she knew what he was thinking, Sydney said, "Patrick is a good man. He's the one I stayed with after the attack. He took care of me."
Where were your parents? And I thought you weren't hurt badly.
They were on safari in Africa, and I couldn't reach them. And my wound wasn't fatal, but I was hurt and needed help for a short time.
So you and he never rekindled your high school romance?
Mitch inwardly kicked himself. It wasn't a relevant question. No. But there was hesitation in her response.
You don't sound so sure.
She sighed. I think there may have been times he's been interested in rekindling our romantic relationship.
Why don't you?
Mitch took a sip of milk, hoping she didn't call him on his prying. He's not... She stopped short. He's not the type of man I see myself with. Mitch watched her as he set down his milk and wiped his mouth with his napkin. A part of him hoped she would finish her first thought. Not in a, I'm glad you like me so I can hurt you the way you hurt me kind of way, but in an I wonder if this thing between us is real kind of way. The thought both terrified and excited him. But since he still didn't know what to do about it, he ate another bacon tater.
I'll need to talk to him.
Sydney didn't argue. He's at a conference in Washington, D.C.
Where is he staying?
A Marriott. I think it's on Pennsylvania Avenue. Mitch worked to keep his voice unaffected, professional.
What about Jagger? He's from New York, and he's here now. Hasn't he asked you out yet? He told me he would.
Sydney's eyes narrowed. Why were you talking about me?
He wanted me to give him the okay. He seemed to think there was something between us. I assured him there wasn't.
She sat back. Anger and hurt flashed in her hazel eyes. He stopped by yesterday. I reminded him that I couldn't go out with him because of Julia.
I don't get that.
Mitch pushed the half-eaten plate of grease, bacon, and potato aside.
Jagger and I are friends, and I'm okay with him seeing you.
Mitch hoped Sydney didn't hear his brain scream liar. I guess it's different for women. Her voice was terse. He could feel her withdrawing from him.
How'd he take the rejection?
He was annoyed, but I think mostly at Julia for getting in the way. Look, it's Jagger we're talking about. He's a make-love, not war kind of guy. Plus, I never saw him in New York except with friends or at parties. But Mitch put Jagger and Patrick on his list of possible suspects, along with Dr. Singer. Someone had attacked her in New York and followed her to Charlotte Tavern. It wasn't on the way to anywhere else, so no one would end up there by accident, which led to his next question.
Is that why you came here? You're having some sort of life-after-near-death crisis?
Her gaze jerked to his. In a manner of speaking. She sighed and shook her head, making him feel pathetic for asking yet again what she was doing there. I didn't seek you out to renew a relationship. I knew I can't go back, but I want to live, Mitch. I want my life to matter. And even with all that I've done, I can't seem to go completely forward without a resolution around what happened to us. Mitch pursed his lips in frustration with her vague explanation.
It was pretty straightforward, Sid.
No, Mitch. It wasn't. She surprised him by leaning forward, matching his in-your-face tactic with her own. We had our lives planned. I was going to be a doctor and you a lawyer, and then you decided you wanted to serve your country even though it meant risking your life, being away from me, and not knowing where we'd end up. I supported you in that decision.
Then why postpone the wedding?
She opened her mouth, but he interrupted her.
Because your parents didn't want you marrying me.
She let out an expletive and sat back. They had no problem with you specifically.
What's that supposed to mean?
She shook her head, then looked him straight in the eye. Have you ever considered they were right to persuade me to postpone the wedding? We were so young, Mitch. We didn't know the first thing about the realities of life. Maybe they sped up the inevitable. Maybe we wouldn't have made it. His eyes narrowed.
You believe that?
She looked down for a moment. Look at you now. There isn't a woman in this town between the ages of 20 and 35 you haven't been with. That kind of lifestyle isn't conducive to a loving marriage.
First, that's not true. And second, I'm not married.
Granted, he'd sown his oats, but his reputation far exceeded reality. Frustration lapped at him that she'd used town gossip against him. Yes? But what if you got tired of me? The same woman, day after day, week after week, year after year. I know you think your inability to commit to a relationship now is my fault, but be honest, Mitch. You like the excitement, the variety. It's easy to blame me, and I'm willing to take it. But in the end, the only one you hurt is you. What's the saying? Holding on to anger is like drinking poison and expecting the other person to die. Mitch was taken aback at her tirade. He wanted to respond equally, reminding her that he had good reason to accuse her of being the cause of their breakup. Had she talked to her parents about his attempts to contact her years ago? But then he reminded himself of her situation. It was wrong to poke at her when she was so raw and vulnerable. He was about to apologize when she said, I know you care for Jenny and wish it was me, not her, but...
Wait. Stop. I don't wish it was you in Jenny's place.
She pursed her lips and glared in response. Anger flared in him. What kind of man did she think he was?
Sid, I may be hurt and bitter about what happened between us, but I don't want you hurt or dead.
God, the idea of it soured his stomach.
In fact, I don't want you dead so much that I'm going to protect you. Which means you're coming home with me tonight.
Chapter 8. Sydney unlocked the front door of her apartment. How had she let Mitch talk her into going home with him? He admitted to being angry and bitter, so why not pawn her off on some other poor cop to babysit? Did he want to continue to hassle her? She was getting tired of it, and decided she'd call him on it the next time he whined at her about the wrong she'd done him. Clearly, he was too dense to see his own part in their breakup, and she wasn't going to endure his adolescent complaints anymore. I'll just grab a few things. She pushed through the door and headed to her bedroom. She grabbed her overnight bag and started throwing clothes in. How many nights would she be there? 1, 2, maybe forever? Oh, good God, Sid. He'd been so sweet and comforting while she shared her story. He'd embraced her as she cried, held her hand to bolster her confidence. She knew it was just the cop in him trying to help a victim, but her heart hoped it meant something else. How was it a little part of her still longed for him? Deciding it could be a couple of days, she tossed in undergarments, a pair of shorts, a pair of jeans, 2 t-shirts, and 2 dresses for work from her closet. Finally, she grabbed her running shoes, shorts, and sports tops. No sense in not exercising, especially now her life was in turmoil. Running was the one time she could clear her mind and let life slip away. When she reemerged from her bedroom, Mitch was scanning her bookshelves.
Still a big romance fan, eh?
Yes. She waited for his inevitable snark about reading fluff. Instead, he turned to her.
Ready?
She scanned her apartment to see if there was anything else she should take. Her gaze stopped on the moonshine. Deciding she needed it, she entered her kitchen and grabbed the bottle by the stem. As she did, her box of unicorn cookies caught her eye. She needed that too. Hoisting her overnight bag more securely over her shoulder, she snatched the box of cookies and headed back to Mitch. Ready. His brows rose at the sight of her.
What are you, 8?
He nodded toward the cookies. I like them, she bit out the words.
I see you have something to wash them down with.
Usually I have milk, but tonight calls for something stronger." He took the bottle from her and studied the label.
Moonshine isn't really moonshine unless it's made in a hollow by the glow of the moon.
"I'm new in town. I don't know the clandestine moonshine spots yet." She grabbed the bottle back. He grinned.
"I know a guy who knows a guy who sells it from the trunk of his car in the parking lot of the county jail."
She didn't believe him, and her face must have shown it.
"No, really. And it's good. Maybe I'll hook you up."
"Isn't it illegal?" He nodded. "But he sells it in the jail parking lot."
"Yep."
He held his hand up.
"Scout's honor. In the South, we like our crazy and our rebels."
"So I've been learning." He stepped back, taking his phone from his pocket. Holding it up, he snapped a photo. "Did you just take a picture of me?" Just what she needed, a viral picture of her, a prominent doctor, washing down unicorn cookies with moonshine.
"Proof you're starting to fit in."
He slipped his phone back in his jacket, then reached to take her bag.
"Let me carry that. You can keep the precious cargo."
She smirked, until he turned to leave. Then she smiled. He might be bitter and angry, but he was warming to her. Not that it would lead anywhere, but she was starting to see glimpses of the Mitch she'd fallen in love with in college. Mitch pulled into the driveway of his quaint, craftsman-style home. They had switched out his work vehicle for his truck after their trip to the diner. Although night was falling, it was light enough for Sydney to see the gray stucco with crisp white trim and red door. Mitch helped her from his truck, carrying her bag as he led the way up the steps to a wide porch with potted blooms, plastic chairs, and a swing. Although she'd seen the house on her previous stalking drive-bys, it still surprised her. It wasn't what she expected from Mitch. "Your home is lovely."
"Thanks."
Mitch unlocked the front door.
"It used to be my grandparents until they moved to Florida."
Mitch pushed the door open and motioned for her to enter. She walked into a tidy, somewhat sparse living area.
"I bought it from them."
Mitch closed the door.
"I got a good deal and seller financing. The guest room is back here."
She followed him to a small hallway, chastising herself for the twinge of disappointment she felt when he didn't offer to let her stay in his room with him. Not that she wanted sex, although that would be nice. But in his arms she was safe and secure, and she needed that more than anything.
"The bathroom is to the left, and your room is here."
He switched on a light and carried her bag in, setting it on the bed.
"It's a double, which is better than the two twins that were here when Lexi and I spent one weekend a month here. We loved it. We stayed up late telling each other ghost stories."
"1 weekend a month?" Sydney stepped into the room. Like the living area, it held the basics: a bed, nightstand, and dresser. Sheer white curtains hung over the window. She set her bottle of moonshine and cookies on the dresser.
"My parents never left the honeymoon stage."
"Ah, they left you here so they could engage in adult activities." He nodded.
"Lexi and I wonder why we don't have more siblings. Even today, we're certain my dad's lunchtime at home doesn't involve eating lunch."
"That's sweet." How could he be so anti-commitment with parents who clearly loved each other, even after more than 30 years of marriage? His phone chirped, ending their conversation just as it was beginning to veer into uncomfortable territory.
"I should check this. It might... It's Kevin."
"Yes, of course." Sydney closed her eyes, sending a silent prayer for good news.
"Kev."
Mitch listened, and after a few seconds looked at Sydney. She searched his eyes, hoping for a sign that it was good news.
"Thank God. I told you she was strong."
Sydney pressed her hands to her chest as relief flooded her.
"I've got some leads. I'll stop by to see you and Jen tomorrow and let you know what I've got. Give Jen a hug from me."
Mitch hung up.
"She's going to be fine."
"Thank goodness." Sydney flung herself into Mitch's arms, relief and happiness filling her. It wasn't until he stiffened that she realized her error. But before she could pull away, his arms wrapped around her. She'd wanted to share her joy at the news, But having him hold her while he was still angry with her was a new kind of torture. She wanted to weep. Being in his arms felt warm and safe, like she was where she was supposed to be. But it would never be again. She extricated herself with the thought of apologizing for her impulsivity, but decided it would make the moment even more uncomfortable. As if he understood her awkwardness, he stepped around her to the door.
You can get settled. I'll put a towel in the bathroom if you want to freshen up.
She nodded.
I'll put these away for you.
He took the cookies and moonshine from the dresser.
When you're ready, I'll have them for you.
She smiled. Thank you. He walked out, leaving the door ajar. She sat on the edge of the bed, willing her scattered thoughts and emotions to settle. Joy, relief, despair, and grief whirled. Jenny was going to be fine. That was the most important thing. But the sadness of her situation with Mitch couldn't be brushed aside. If things had gone differently, this might have been her home with him. She glanced around the room, running her hand over the soft cover of the bed, imagining their child, with bronze hair and green eyes, playing and sleeping there. Maybe they'd be sending their kids to his parents' house one weekend a month so they could indulge in adult activities. For years, she'd held on to a kernel of hope that the dream they'd planned would still come true. But now she knew. Mitch would protect her. He might even be friendly to her. But the life they'd dreamed of together would never come to pass. Pushing thoughts of love, marriage, and family away, she changed into her yoga pants and a t-shirt. It wasn't sexy, but it was comfortable. She made her way to the bathroom to freshen up, grimacing at the dark circles under her eyes, made more prominent by her pale skin. She splashed cold water on her face, pinching her cheeks to get color in them, and redid her ponytail to recapture stray hairs that had escaped. Deciding she looked as good as she could manage, she left the bathroom and headed to the main living area. Mitch made noise in the kitchen.
Why don't you sit and I'll bring you something to eat?
We just ate. She was about to sit on the couch when she was distracted by the stone fireplace. It looked like it was lifted from a fairy tale cottage with mismatched stones that fit together like puzzle pieces. Several picture frames sat on the mantel. One showed Lexi and Mitch as teenagers. In another, Mitch, along with a few other people she didn't know, flanked Lexi and Drake, smiling brightly.
They threw their wedding together in one day.
Sydney turned to Mitch. He held up a plate.
Meemaw's mac and cheese.
You just ate.
But you didn't. If you're going to drown your sorrows in moonshine, you should eat first. I have a table, or you can eat here. It's one rule I changed when I bought the place. You can eat anywhere you want.
Sydney was hungry, and even though she wasn't sure she could swallow food around the lump sitting in her chest, she smiled and took the plate. I'll eat here, then. She sat on the couch. Why did they get married so fast?
Oliver, Drake's grandfather, didn't have much longer to live, and since he'd brought them together, it was important to them that he be there. They had another, more formal wedding a few months later.
I don't know the Carmichaels well, but the Oliver you talk about isn't the one I remember.
That's what Drake said. But I guess dying changes people.
Mitch's voice fell soft, and the light in his eyes dimmed. Sydney wanted to ask him why. Had he been close to Oliver too? Or was he thinking of someone else? She didn't want to ruin their tenuous truce by pushing him, so she didn't respond. He shook his head as if trying to rid an unwanted thought.
I'll get your cookies and moonshine. You eat.
Mitch left the room. She wished they could talk the way they had in college. There hadn't been anything she couldn't say to him. She'd never had anyone in her life she trusted so fully. Even Julianne Patrick didn't hear her deepest, darkest secrets, desires, and fears. Sighing, she scooped up macaroni and cheese. Oh, wow.
Great, huh?
Mitch returned, carrying a bowl filled with her unicorn cookies and the bottle of moonshine. Sydney couldn't form the words to adequately explain how delicious the golden creamy noodles tasted.
When my grandparents visit, they stay in your room. I always offer them their old room, but they insist it's my house now. It's still her kitchen, though, and she never leaves without fixing some good grub. I've got a freezer full to carry me until she returns again.
It was definitely different from her experience with her grandparents. Sydney's took her traveling and for summers in the Hamptons, but they had a staff that cooked the meals. If she'd had a sibling, they wouldn't have shared a room, as her grandparents' home had dozens. Not that her family lacked tradition or was cold and aloof, but they weren't homey. Do you have the recipe? Mitch sat in a recliner opposite the couch with a bottle of beer.
Of course. I make it sometimes, but it's never as good. I don't have Meemaw's Max mojo.
Meemaw?
That's what we call our grandparents. Meemaw and Pawpaw. How about you?
It's what you'd expect. Grandmother and grandfather. She ate another bite of Meemaw's mac and cheese. Thank you for sharing this with me.
It wasn't easy.
He winked, giving her another glimpse of the jovial Mitch she used to know.
But you looked like you needed it. Mac and cheese has medicinal powers, you know.
So I'm discovering. She ate, focusing on enjoying the comfort food. But thoughts of Jenny kept interrupting. Thoughts that led to guilt. Do you think I should go home?
No. That's why you're here.
Mitch's body looked at ease in the recliner, but his green eyes were sharp as they studied her. I meant to New York. She set her bowl on the table, the remorse eating away at her hunger. I brought danger here. I didn't know I was in danger, but clearly the guy who attacked me followed me here, and now Jenny is hurt.
She'll be fine.
Physically? But what about emotionally? Mitch didn't respond, except with a nod. He understood. Of course he would. He'd been in a war. He knew how being attacked and living in fear could change you.
You can't run.
Did he mean from the demons inside, or from the man who was stalking her? But I could lead him away from here. He shrugged, his languid body language in contrast with the dark, fierce expression on his face.
And bring him to other people. You need to stand your ground and let the police find this guy. Running will make it harder.
She understood what he was saying, but she hated the idea she was putting people in this idyllic town at risk.
Tell me again what happened in New York. Any impressions you have of the person. Was he muscular or lean, tall or short? Did you hear anything?
She shook her head. How many times had she racked her brain for clues to her attacker? I have no impression. I heard nothing.
Not even a grunt? Stabbing someone takes effort.
Sydney squeezed her eyes shut to the violent, painful memory his question evoked. Tears ran again, but she forced herself to go back. Not that I remember or can describe.
Maybe Jenny will be able to give us something to work with.
He handed her another handkerchief. Guilt flared again. She dabbed her eyes, turning away slightly, embarrassed he was seeing her so emotional. Mitch, I'm so sorry. I think the world of Jenny and know she and Kevin are your friends.
You need to stop that.
He sat forward, pointing his beer bottle at her. What?
Blaming yourself, beating yourself up. Whoever attacked you and Jenny is to blame. Feeling sorry for yourself.
I don't feel sorry for myself.
Guilt, then. You didn't do this, Sid. But I'm going to find out who did.
He finished off his beer and set the bottle on the coffee table. Sydney didn't know how to respond. Instead, she scooped up a handful of cookies. Do you have a glass or something for the moonshine? He smirked.
Usually you drink moonshine right from the bottle.
She studied him, trying to decide if he was teasing or telling her the truth. Although she'd had moonshine with Julie and Patrick, The potency had urged them to mix it with juice. Who'd drink it straight, much less out of the bottle? He held up his hands in surrender.
God's truth.
She shrugged, picked up the moonshine, and pulled out the corked top. Taking a deep breath, she put the bottle to her lips and drank. The strong alcohol smelled like her dentist's office and tasted like it too. She winced as the clear liquid burned her throat. Why did people endure this? But then the burn turned to warmth. The crystal-clear images of violence dominating her brain a moment before dimmed and turned fuzzy. The fear and uncertainty in her life melted away into calmness. Suddenly, moonshine made sense. It dulled the senses and clouded the mind. Quickly. If anyone needed a remedy like that, it was Sydney. She took another swig.
Go easy on that.
She wiped her mouth with the back of her hand, a move her mother would be mortified by. Do you want some? She extended the bottle toward him. He shook his head, amusement tugging at his sublime lips.
Nah. Someone needs to stay sober.
There was that grin again, the sparkle of mischief in his eyes. She shrugged, sank into the couch, and drank. In the back of her mind, she knew she'd be sorry, if not for the hangover, then for the things she might say or do once her filter was completely off. But she was tired of worry, guilt, and fear, of walking on eggshells around Mitch. For one night, she'd let all that go. Mitch would tease her about it later, but he'd keep her safe now. So she lifted the bottle in salute to him and swallowed another gulp. Mitch was both amused at and worried about Sydney's abandon. In college, she'd been rigid. She'd focused on her plan and done what was expected. She'd lightened up over the nearly 4 years they dated, but never really let go. Except once. That had involved alcohol as well. With her inhibitions gone, she'd spilled her guts about how much she loved him and the life she'd planned for them, which was something since they hadn't been talking marriage yet. She told him how much she hated her organic chemistry teacher, mostly because he hit on her, which made Mitch want to hit him. Then she'd told him the things she'd wanted to do to him, with her hands and mouth. Even thinking about it now, Mitch's jeans grew uncomfortable. They'd been having sex by that time, but, like everything else about Sydney, there'd been an order and reserve to it. Not that he minded. Many of Mitch's sexual escapades since their breakup were more adventurous. But with Sydney, sex had been more satisfying. He was no dummy, and knew it was because it involved love. But even without love, sex could be good. And sex without love also meant no heartbreak. The one night she'd gotten drunk in college, Sydney made all sorts of suggestions that, even today, Mitch had never experienced. As game as she was at that time, it was the booze talking, and it wouldn't have been right to take advantage. When he suggested some of the things she talked about later when she was sober, she'd blushed and declined. Do the ladies like real hankies? She dangled the handkerchief with her thumb and forefinger, bringing him out of his thoughts.
I don't know.
Then why do you have them? I didn't think they were in use anymore, at least with our generation.
Mummy Ma says real gentlemen carry them, so she gives me several every year for Christmas.
He had enough handkerchiefs to open a store. Losing a few to Sydney wouldn't come close to putting a dent in his stockpile. Sometimes he donated the unopened boxes to the thrift store. He wondered if any of them sold. How come I'm not good enough for you?
What?
Mitch jerked his attention back to her. You're a ladies' man. Rumor is you're not too particular. So why not me?
Christ.
Am I not pretty enough? Is it because you hate me? He leaned over, picked up the cookies, and handed them to her.
Eat something.
He reached for the bottle of moonshine, but she wrapped her arms around it like it was her greatest possession. He sat back and sighed.
I am particular. You're beautiful, and I don't hate you.
You didn't like the kiss? He closed his eyes, willing this conversation to be a dream, but he reopened his eyes to find her waiting for his answer.
Yes, I liked it.
A lot. Too much. Then what?
Do you want me to seduce you, Sid?
Despite the anger, there were moments when he'd give anything to have her in his arms again, to touch and taste and rediscover every inch of her luscious body. But not now. Not like this. She sat staring at him, looking sad, forlorn, lost. Shaking his head, he went to sit by her on the couch and reached for her moonshine.
I want some.
He took a long swig, giving a small grunt at the burn, and then put the bottle on the coffee table. He sat back, put his arm around her, and pulled her close. Surprise shone in her eyes initially, but then she acquiesced and let herself be held. She needed a friend. He could be that for her. She rested her head on his chest. Her sweet floral scent swirled around him, making him drunker than the moonshine would. He'd truly thought she was out of his system, but sitting here, with her in his arms, the longing welled. I wasn't very good. I'm still not. He tilted his head down.
What?
She looked at him with glassy eyes. In bed, I wasn't very good.
You were fine.
Her lips were soft, plump, and damp from her licking them. Jesus, he wanted to kiss her. She shook her head, nestling back against his chest. I don't blame you. I'm certain I'd fall short. He swore.
Things are different now, Sid.
You're never going to forgive me, are you? She was looking at him again. A mixture of annoyance and desperation swept through him.
Is that why you're here? You want forgiveness? You want to become a notch on my bedpost? Because that's all I've got to give these days.
She flinched, as if he'd slapped her. He hated seeing it, and yet maybe it would make her stop. You didn't used to be so mean.
Neither did you.
He pushed her away, picking up the bottle of moonshine as he stood. He took a long gulp, now not caring what it did to him. What do you mean? She looked stunned and vulnerable.
Seeing you hurts me. You know it, yet you keep poking at me. And I'll be happy to poke back, in more ways than one.
He waited until she understood the innuendo of this comment.
But what we had is long gone and can't be brought back.
Tears welled in her eyes, and he cursed himself for putting them there, but he did nothing about it. That's what I came for. She stood and wobbled. He reached out to steady her, but she recoiled.
Sid.
I'm sorry I hurt you, but I've said that. I'm not going to continue to take the blame for your bitterness toward the world.
I'm not bitter.
He watched as she carefully made her way around the coffee table, hopeful that she wouldn't teeter over. Yes, you are.
Because I can't go back to what we were?
He ran his fingers through his hair and blew out a breath, pissed at and concerned for her all at the same time. No. She shook her head and stumbled to the side, catching herself with her hand on the fireplace mantel. No, you're bitter because you're still back there and can't go forward. She pushed off from the fireplace and made a beeline toward the guest room. Thank you for letting me stay. He watched her until the door to her room closed. Then he grabbed her bottle and sat, hoping to drink away the fact that she was right. Chapter 9. Sydney reminded herself that she'd chosen to drink and accepted the consequences as she splashed cold water on her face in the small bathroom and then searched her bag for pain reliever to dull the cleaver whacking her brain. She probably owed Mitch an apology, but wasn't sure what for, except for the usual. The letters, her parents talking her out of marrying him. No. She let them talk her into postponing the wedding, not canceling it. That was on him. She needed to clear her head and the toxins from her body, so she got dressed to go running. Mitch lived in an established residential area with lots of houses. Surely she'd be safe. She put her toiletry bag back in the guest room, at which point she heard Mitch in the kitchen. Steeling herself, she made her way out, but stood at the entry of the small kitchen, not wanting to crowd him. His back was to her, a pair of sweatpants riding low on his hips. He didn't wear a shirt, exposing a more toned, defined back than he'd had in college. How many push-ups or pull-ups had he had to do to get the near-perfect V-shape from his shoulders to his waist? He turned, taking a sip from the coffee mug he held, his eyes scanning her from head to toe and back again.
Running before coffee?
Coffee is my reward, usually. She tried to tell herself the cotton in her mouth was dehydration from drinking the night before, but it was hard to convince herself of that when all she could think about was dragging her tongue over his perfectly sculpted chest, running her fingers along the ridges of his six-pack, and following the trail of light bronze hair disappearing into the waistband of his sweats.
You know someone is trying to kill you. You shouldn't be running by yourself.
I figured you'd come with me. You look like you can keep up. One bronze brow lifted. Then he glanced down as if he'd only just realized he was shirtless. He took another gulp of his coffee, turned to put his cup in the sink, and then strode around her.
Give me 5.
When he emerged, he'd changed into running shorts and shoes, but had left off a shirt.
I haven't folded my laundry yet.
He went through a side door in his kitchen to what looked like a mudroom. When he returned, he was wearing a tank top. Sydney stifled a groan. Following Mitch's firm, sculpted body would have made running all the easier. But then she remembered their conversation about how he had no intention of letting her get her hands on him.
Normally I'd run along the river, but there aren't a lot of people and you'd be an easy target. So we'll have to run in the neighborhood.
I just need a couple of miles to run off the moonshine. He smirked.
I warned you.
If only he knew that the majority of her pain was emotional, not from a hangover. You did. With a nod, he made his way to the front door. Sydney followed him outside into the street, swinging her arms in preparation for running.
Ready?
She nodded and headed up the sidewalk. He ran beside her in the street.
Do you run every day?
A couple times a week. Sydney was already getting winded. She'd already gone out too fast, probably in an adolescent effort to impress him. Mitch, on the other hand, looked like he was engaged in a leisurely walk in the park. You?
I run a little. I'm involved in rec sports, basketball and soccer. I prefer to play rather than exercise.
She wondered if that was a reference to sex. A horn tooted twice as it pulled alongside Mitch. A woman grinned at Mitch through the window. That ought to be against the law, detective. You could cause an accident running your fine self up the street like that. Swooning women will drive off the road. The woman in the car was probably a few years older than Mitch, but very pretty with blonde hair. Long fingers with red nails held the steering wheel. Immediately, Sydney's stomach tightened, and she had a profound desire to grab Mitch and kiss him senseless to mark him as hers. She wondered if his supposed other women had felt the same, although if the rumors were true, they hadn't. In fact, apparently all of them loved him, despite his having a reputation as a Lothario.
You look all right to me.
Mitch trotted alongside the car. Yes, well, it wouldn't go over very well if the wife of a police sergeant was distracted by a lowly old detective running up the street. Mitch laughed.
You should get your husband out here. He's looking a little soft in the middle these days.
Sydney frowned. The flirting woman was the wife of Mitch's superior? She couldn't decide if she felt guilty or relieved. I'll tell him you said so. The woman gave Sydney a once-over and smirked. Sydney knew the woman had to think she was Mitch's new conquest. She wouldn't have minded if it were true.
Don't go get me in trouble, Beth.
The woman laughed and then drove off. Mitch continued up the street, with Sydney following. His easy, jovial manner wasn't actually gone, except with her.
Seeing you hurts me.
His words came back to her. She hated that. She didn't want to hurt him.
Let's cross.
Mitch veered left, crossing the street. As Sydney followed, the buildings began to look familiar. They were heading toward the oldest part of town, a square that looked as if it were plucked from a Norman Rockwell painting. The closer they got to the square, the more people they passed. Some were running, others walking. A few women called out, "Hey, Mitch!" They drew out the hey so it sounded like cooing. Sydney rolled her eyes. They entered the square, and while it was still early, there were shop owners sweeping the sidewalk and preparing for opening. A true Mayberry. All of them did a double take as they ran by. "Everyone is going to think we're together."
Worried I'll ruin your reputation?
Mitch glanced at her over his shoulder. "No, I'm worried I'll cramp your style."
I'm not a sex addict,
he said in a clipped tone with a sideways glare toward her.
I think I can go a few days without having a woman.
I didn't mean...
And consider this, Sid. People will think we're together, including whoever is trying to kill you.
She wondered if his plan included pretending to be an item. "What do I tell people when they ask?" He glanced over his shoulder at her.
Tell them I'm protecting you.
Right, she muttered. Glancing over at Mitch's muscles moving beneath his shirt, Sydney was overcome by disappointment that they couldn't even pretend to be together. Not that she wanted pretend. She longed for something real, and despite how obvious it was that Mitch wouldn't be that person to her, her wish that he would be grew. Even though he wasn't the same man. It made no sense. They circumnavigated the square and headed back the way they'd come to Mitch's home.
You can have the shower first.
Mitch opened the door, letting her in before him. I won't be long. Mitch watched Sydney from the corner of his eye as she made her way back to the guest bedroom, and he went to the kitchen. He pulled a glass from the cupboard, filled it with cold water, and drank it all in a single gulp. It wasn't very hot out, nor had he worked very hard on the run, but he was burning up. Sydney's running outfit didn't leave much to the imagination, and despite the pain being with her brought, his hormones didn't seem to care. All they paid attention to were the long legs and the curves. More curves than he remembered. Curves his hands longed to get reacquainted with. And if her question from the night before was any indication, she was open to letting him touch her. The lower part of his body called him a fool for letting his head dictate his actions. Mitch was a strong man, but if his reaction around her so far was any indication, he wasn't strong enough to withstand her appeal. Of course, it wasn't just the fact he was having a hard time letting go of the past that had him hesitating. It was that Sydney wasn't a woman who had casual affairs, and he wasn't a love-ever-after kind of guy. Not anymore. It was unfair to blame her for that. In fact, knowing what he knew about the status of his letters, she didn't deserve for him to be so hard on her. She'd been a victim of her mother's good intentions as well. Your turn. He inhaled a breath before turning to look at her. He didn't want the evidence of his thoughts etched on his face.
That was fast.
She wore a light blue dress that should have looked plain, but it hugged all her curves. He was jealous of that dress. I'm not as high maintenance as I used to be. She didn't need to be. She never had.
I'll be a few minutes.
He rushed past her. In the bathroom, he turned the shower knob to C, hating that he had to subject himself to the shock of cold. For a moment, he considered inviting her to join him. They'd never had sex in a shower while in college. The only time they'd done the deed in water was in a hot tub during a winter break ski trip. Another option would be to take care of business on his own. He had a pretty good imagination. He could conjure images of Sydney in his shower. Instead, he let out a gasp as the cold pelted his body. The situation would be funny if it weren't so sad and frustrating. It was clear to him that Sydney was in Charlotte Tavern because of him. Well, of course she was. Northerners didn't exactly know of Charlotte Tavern. While she didn't come specifically to reunite with him in a romantic way, she certainly considered it a possibility. That was the sad part. There had been a time when he'd have taken her back in an instant. Not anymore. Intellectually, he understood now that she hadn't abandoned him. But in losing Sydney, followed by betrayal and heart-wrenching loss in Iraq, Mitch lost a part of himself, the part that could trust and love. There was no way he and Sydney could go back to those first idyllic days filled with hope and happiness. Then again, Sydney wasn't really Sydney anymore either. She was still beautiful and smart, but she was different. She wasn't as fragile or as naive as she'd been in college. Neither was he. He supposed the hardships of life changed her, too. She was also more outspoken, which was sexy in its own way. She'd drunk moonshine without a care to how it might affect her behavior. Well, either she didn't care or she trusted him. He'd have preferred the former. He didn't need her thinking he was some sort of good guy or hero, because he wasn't. And he wasn't going to trust her back. But while he could keep his heart in check, he was having a difficult time keeping his libido in line, especially since it was clear she was open to getting naked with him. The thought of it had Mitch sticking his head under the cold spray again. Let it go. Right now he had more important things to think about, such as who attacked Jenny and wanted Sydney dead. He finished cleaning, dressed, and with a deep breath to build his guard to Sydney's charms, entered the kitchen. She stood over the sink, looking out the window. Ready to go? She turned, gave him a wan smile, leading him to think she was ruminating on her guilt again. No breakfast? He hadn't even thought about breakfast. If she was going to stay, he'd need to get some groceries. I need to make a stop at Chelsea's. We can pick up something along the way if you want. I'll get something at the hospital. Just give me a minute. He grabbed a reusable shopping bag with the local grocery store logo on it and went to the mudroom. He grabbed a couple of Mima's casseroles and a few pounds of venison. Let's go. He escorted Sydney out and helped her into his truck, setting the bag in a bin in the bed of the truck. As sophisticated and feminine as she was, she didn't look all that bad in his passenger seat. Mitch shook his head at the thought as he rounded the front of the truck. They didn't speak until he pulled in front of Chelsea's house. Her grass was getting long, and he made a mental note to cut it for her soon. You coming in? He opened Sydney's door. Sure. He led her up the walk, taking note of other chores that needed to be done. The rain spout was starting to pull away from the house. One of the window screens had a tear, probably from the limb on the tree next to the house that needed trimming. Mitch? Chelsea came to the door in old sweats and an army t-shirt. Seeing it was a reminder of why he was here. He held up the bag.
No one thinks a bachelor can cook for himself. I've got more food than I can eat in my lifetime, so I thought I'd share it.
She sighed. She knew as well as he did the gift wasn't because he had too much. But he'd made a promise to her brother, and he'd take care of her whether she liked it or not. Still, he'd try to do it in a way that didn't make her feel like she was his charity case. She worked damn hard to make her way in the world.
I've got Mima's casseroles.
He swung the bag like a carrot on a string.
And ground venison. You make the best venison burgers of anyone I know.
Even your mother?
Yes, but if you tell her, I'll deny it.
Chelsea laughed. Come in. Hello, Dr. Preston. Please call me Sydney. Mitch handed the bag to Chelsea, giving her a kiss on the cheek. I guess you've heard about Jenny Taggart? Chelsea took the bag to the kitchen.
Yes, fortunately Kevin says she'll pull through.
He glanced at Sydney, giving a quick shake of his head, hoping she understood that he didn't want her to share any details of what was going on. As if there was any doubt. That girl is stronger than an ox. Sydney walked over to look at the pictures sitting on Chelsea's piano. She studied them, smiling at the one with Mitch and Chelsea's brother Brian covered in mud, grinning like loons.
That was after a football game in high school.
Did you win? He gave her an affronted look.
Of course.
No other teams could beat them with Mitch at quarterback and Brian at receiver, Chelsea shouted from the kitchen before coming back into the room. Can I get you coffee or something?
No, I need to get Sydney to work.
Will you be seeing Jenny? Is she taking visitors?
I plan to see her, but I don't know the visiting routine.
If you call before you go, the hospital should be able to let you know if she's accepting visitors, Sydney said as Mitch pressed a hand to her back to guide her toward the door. He didn't miss the speculative look Chelsea gave him and then Sydney. Once Chelsea told Lexi about his and Sydney's visit, he'd have some explaining to do. Not that his denials of a relationship would do any good. Ever since Lexi found her own happily ever after, she was determined he'd have one too.
I'll be by in a couple of days to deal with the lawn.
And again she sighed. You really do spoil me, Mitch. You go above and beyond. He smiled, leaned over, and kissed her head.
I'd do it for Lexi. I'd do it for you.
She was a sister now, since her brother wasn't there to help her anymore. She smiled, and he winked in return. That was her brother in the football picture? They'd been in the truck for several minutes before Sydney asked the question.
Yes.
After a few moments, she asked, He's the one with you in the picture in the Middle East on your fireplace mantel. Mitch gritted his teeth. Up until a couple of days ago, there were two topics that were off limits with him. One was Sydney, the other was Brian.
Yes.
He waited for her to ask more questions, but she remained silent. He glanced at her. She was looking out the side window. He frowned, hoping that she understood without him saying that he didn't want to talk about Brian. They arrived at the hospital and pulled in next to her car.
I want to take a look at it.
Mitch put the truck in park.
It doesn't appear Jenny made it to the car, which is why it wasn't taken in as evidence, but still.
He dropped off as tears welled in Sydney's eyes again.
It's not your fault, Sid.
He pulled a handkerchief from his pocket. She gave a strangled laugh. I hope you get more for Christmas. I may go through them all.
I've got plenty.
Mitch helped Sydney from the truck.
Don't touch the car yet.
She stood to the side as Mitch rounded the sleek black Audi. He knew from the investigation the night before that Jenny was found several feet away from the car. In the back seat, a stack of magazines sat untouched. Proof that Jenny hadn't made it to the car.
Are these the materials she was coming to get?
Yes.
Mitch moved away from the car toward the area several feet away where Jenny was found. Rain had washed away the blood and, unfortunately, any other evidence that could have been there. But Mitch looked anyway. Unless the first responders found something last night, he didn't drop anything. Or if he did, it got washed away.
Sydney remained quiet, so he looked up.
You okay?
No, but there's no fixing it. He stepped to her and rubbed his hands down her arms. He meant it to be a comforting gesture from a cop to a victim, but the moment he touched her, he wanted to pull her into his arms and make all the ugliness go away. She didn't help by leaning into him, resting her head on his chest. I'm sorry I'm not stronger.
What?
He gently pushed her back so he could see her face.
You're strong as hell.
She shook her head. If I was stronger, I wouldn't be going through your handkerchiefs like there's no tomorrow, and I wouldn't be so afraid.
Sid.
He used the crook of his finger to tilt her head so she could look him in the eyes.
Being sad or afraid isn't a sign of weakness. It's a sign you're human and smart.
Still, I should be able to hold it together.
Why?
She turned her head away. They stood silent for a moment. Then she took a deep breath and looked at him. I've got rounds to make. Despair haunted her hazel eyes, like her whole world was ending. He wanted to make it easier. A minute hadn't gone by since he'd first seen her in Charlotte Tavern that he didn't want to kiss her. But the urge to do so now was beyond any he'd felt so far. He wanted to kiss away her fear and guilt. He wanted to see her smile and laugh. It wasn't the time or place, but Mitch wasn't one to conform to convention. He slipped a hand along her neck, using his thumb to tilt her head. His other hand banded around her back and pulled her against him. He had a moment to register the surprise in her eyes. But when his lips touched hers, she didn't pull away. The softness of her lips, the taste of her mouth, and the small mewing sound that escaped her throat wrapped around him, creating an escape for him as well as her. He forced himself to keep the kiss gentle, soothing, even though with each caress of his lips on hers he wanted more. Her fingers clung at his shirt, holding him tight. With effort, he lifted his head. Her puzzled eyes stayed on his when he pulled away. "You have rounds to make." She stared at him another moment, but then, with a shake of her head, she started toward the hospital. Mitch fell into step with her. "I don't need an escort into the hospital." He flinched at the terseness of her voice, especially since he was pretty sure she'd found as much comfort in his kiss as he did. "No, but I want to visit Jenny and Kevin." She let out a huff and brought her hand to her brow as if rubbing away a headache. "I'm sorry, I wasn't thinking." He studied her as they walked. "It's okay. I'm going to let hospital security know to be alert for anyone suspicious and to escort you between buildings." She looked at him. "Someone tried to kill you. Nearly killed Jenny during the day in this parking lot. You shouldn't be wandering around between buildings without someone with you." "Yes, you're right. I'm sorry." "Don't be sorry. Be safe." They walked the rest of the way into the hospital and to Jenny's room without talking. "Hey." Jenny's weak but friendly voice greeted him as he poked his head in the door.
"Mitch, any word?"
Kevin sat by Jenny's bed. The messy hair and stubble on his face suggested he'd been there all night.
"Sydney's with me."
"Yes, please come in." Despite everything, Jenny was still able to muster a smile. It was like a piece of the sun lived in her. It was something Mitch thought he'd had once, but it burned out long ago. Sydney rushed to Jenny, and the two women clasped hands and chattered. Mitch nodded for Kevin to step to the corner of the room to discuss the case. He knew Jenny would want to know, but he had let Kevin share with her what little they had.
"What have you learned?"
Mitch put his hands on his waist and looked down for a moment, and then up into Kevin's dark eyes.
"Not much."
He studied Kevin to see how well he'd take hearing that Sydney was the intended victim. Kevin wasn't a hothead, but when it came to matters of the heart and nearly losing the love of your life, Mitch knew emotions could get the best of people. He didn't want Kevin bowling Sydney over with accusations. She was doing enough of that herself. Deciding he looked okay now that Jenny was going to be fine, Mitch shared what he knew.
"It looks like the attacker mistook Jen for Sydney."
Kevin glanced over at Sydney with narrowed eyes.
"They don't look alike." She was wearing Sydney's raincoat and heading to her car.
Kevin looked back at Mitch, anger and sorrow mixing in his eyes. Just in case, Mitch shifted himself between Kevin and Sydney.
"Who'd want to hurt her?"
Mitch shook his head.
"She doesn't know."
"Then why do you think she was the target?"
"She was attacked in New York several months ago. It was similar. She was in the parking lot, a stab to the back."
Jesus. Kevin ran his fingers through his already unkempt hair.
"I haven't talked to the detective on the New York case yet, but, according to Sydney, they thought it was a random attack." "Random attackers don't normally follow their victims around the country." "No. I've got a list of possible suspects. Sydney doesn't think any of them would hurt her. But it has to be someone who followed her from New York to here." "That would be a small list."
Mitch nodded and hesitated for a beat before asking,
"Did you talk to Jen?"
"She says she didn't see or hear anything."
"Nothing?"
Mitch tried to keep the disappointment out of his tone.
"She said it was raining hard. She felt the stab."
Kevin paused. Mitch waited, knowing Kevin was picturing his wife's attack.
"She felt it. Went down. She couldn't even say what direction the person left in. No sense of height. Gender."
Kevin shook his head. Mitch put a reassuring hand on Kevin's shoulder. It's okay. We'll find him. I'm heading in to call the New York detective, see what I can get, and share what I know. In the meantime, I've set up protection for Sydney, and we'll be talking to hospital security about being extra diligent. Kevin nodded. You okay? Kevin looked over at Jenny, as if he wanted to make sure she was still there. A twinge of jealousy pinched at Mitch. Had he and Sydney once looked at each other like that? We're good. Take care of Jenny. I'll call you later. Mitch patted Kevin on the arm and then went to Jenny's bedside. How you doing?
I'm feeling blessed at the moment.
Jenny was one of those glass-half-full people. In fact, the glass could be empty and she'd still be glad to have a glass. Mitch nodded toward Kevin. He treating you okay? Because, I can take you away from all this.
I love having you as my backup, but so far Kevin's a keeper.
Mitch smiled, leaned over, and kissed her on the cheek. Get better. When he straightened, he directed his gaze toward Sydney. Call me when you're done. I'll pick you up. I have my car. You can follow me home then. Jenny's eyes widened in surprise. Mitch nodded toward his partner. Kevin will explain. Chapter 10. Mitch walked into the Charlotte Tavern police station and headed directly to his desk.
McKenna, my office.
Had Beth narked on him after all? Sarge. Mitch entered the office.
What's the word on Taggart?
Sergeant Wallace nodded for Mitch to sit. Jenny's going to be fine. I saw them both this morning. He sat on the edge of the seat to avoid a rogue spring in the chair.
And the case?
It appears to be a mistaken identity. Wallace's perceptive cop eyes narrowed.
Who's the intended?
Dr. Sidney Preston. According to her statement, she lent her raincoat to Mrs. Taggart and sent her to her car to pick up some reading materials.
Why would anyone attack the doctor?
She doesn't know, except she was attacked in a similar fashion several months ago in New York. Sergeant Wallace sat back.
Does she have ideas?
Mitch shook his head. No, I've put together a list and we'll call New York, but she says she hasn't had any threats before or since the attack in New York.
It has to be personal.
Yes, sir.
Keep me posted.
Yes, sir. Mitch stood. Once dismissed, he headed back to his desk. Several officers asked him about Jenny and Kevin on his way, but he was focused on the next task at hand. He stopped by Detective Kripke's desk. Do you have the evidence from the scene of Jenny Taggart's attack last night?
I've put a report on your desk. No forensics and nothing from the canvas of potential witnesses.
Just what he was afraid of. Do you think you could pull traffic cams on McAllister and Casper Streets, checking for the car owned by Jagger Talbot? And can you contact the car rental place at the county airport to get the information on a rental from Dr. Patrick Andres? Check if either of the cars are on the cam from noon to 4 p.m. yesterday.
The rental place might not give the info without a warrant. Let me know if you have a problem.
I'm going to talk with Andres, and we'll get it then if necessary. Let me know if there are any other vehicles that seem suspicious. Mitch left Kripke, returning to his desk. He sat and pulled out his phone to get the number Sydney had given him for Detective Fletcher.
Fletcher. Detective Fletcher. This is Detective Mitch McKenna of the Charlotte Tavern Police in Virginia. I'm calling regarding Dr. Sidney Preston.
There was a brief pause, and Mitch imagined the detective trying to remember Sydney. To Mitch, Sydney was unforgettable, but he supposed in New York there were thousands of beautiful victims of crime.
Attack at Memorial Hospital?
That's right. Dr. Preston is currently on a sabbatical down here, and we believe was the intended target of another attack.
Intended?
A nurse was stabbed yesterday, but we believe the attacker thought she was Dr. Preston. That changes things. Yes, I was hoping to talk to you about who you looked at. I'm happy to share what we've got as well. Can you hold on? I'm just walking in and have the file at my desk. Sure. Thanks. Mitch poked the files on his desk with his pencil. He had a few cases, mostly involving theft. He imagined it was nothing like what was on Detective Fletcher's desk.
Okay, Dr. Preston. We looked at several men, but don't have anything hard. Witnesses, including Dr. Preston, didn't have details. There was no helpful evidence left at the scene. How about down there? Same. It was raining. The victim didn't see her attacker. Dr. Preston reported she hadn't seen hers either. That's right. We looked at her male acquaintances, but there's nothing solid on any of them. What about the doctor who followed her from Jordan? Dr. Singer? Yeah, he was high on my list. He has an alibi. It's soft, but hard enough to keep us from going further. And Dr. Andres.
There was a pause, and Mitch imagined Fletcher was reviewing his notes.
Longtime friend. She stayed with him after the attack. Same thing, soft alibi, says he was running in the park. She insists it wouldn't be him. Did you have Jagger Talbot on your list?
As in G.W. Talbot's grandson?
Yes. No. Why would he be on the list?
Fletcher's voice held both surprise and intrigue.
He's currently in Charlotte Tavern, and he and Sydney are acquaintances. I don't know anything about Charlotte Tavern, but that sounds like more than a coincidence. That was my thinking. I'll be talking to him. Don't let the Talbot family lawyers know, or you won't get within a mile of him.
Mitch knew Jagger came from a famous-for-being wealthy family, but for the most part he'd known him as the kid he'd hung out with during summers. Still, Jagger was no dummy, and Mitch would need to tread lightly if he wanted to interview him.
I'd appreciate hearing about it if it leads to anything.
Fletcher finished.
Will do.
Mitch hung up and then dialed the Marriott Hotel on Pennsylvania Avenue in Washington, D.C. The hotel was able to confirm a shrink conference, but needed a warrant to give confirmation that Dr. Andres was in attendance. He needed to talk to Patrick in person, but wasn't looking forward to driving to Washington, D.C. and back. First, he'd pay Jagger a visit and make arrangements for another officer to check on Sydney while he was gone. Charlotte Tavern was a small rural city nestled at the base of the Blue Ridge Mountains in central Virginia. For the most part, the town was populated by what the rest of the nation would call country folk. Over the last 10 years, it had become a popular retirement spot for Yankees wanting less harsh winters, although Charlotte Tavern got at least one good snow a year. The outskirts of town were dotted by horse farms and large estates owned by the rich and sometimes famous. For the most part, the only year-round residents of these homes were the caretakers. Such was the case of the Talbot estate, bought by Jagger's grandfather, G.W. Talbot, during the 1970s, when Secretariat made horse racing popular. The horses had been sold off long ago, mostly because Old Man Talbot lost interest, and his son, Jagger's father, who, as far as Mitch knew, had never been to the farm, wasn't interested either. Like many of the wealthy families that owned land and property in Charlotte Tavern, the Talbots' farm was a vacation home to get away from their busy lives in New York. When Mitch was in his teens, Jagger spent most of his summers in the area. Mitch had always been wary of the rich folk, mostly because they kept to themselves and always seemed to look down their noses at the local residents. But Jagger hadn't. He and Jagger, along with Chelsea's brother Brian, had become fast friends and spent most of their time together during the summers, swimming in the quarry, fishing, exploring the woods, and doing all the things boys enjoy doing. Jagger had developed an interest in girls earlier than Mitch, but Mitch soon learned to appreciate spending time with the opposite sex. While they still fished alone, most of the swimming was done with the companionship of blossoming teenage girls. But once they graduated from high school, Jagger rarely visited Charlotte Tavern. In fact, Mitch couldn't remember seeing him there since that last summer when they were both 17, and Mitch had finally lost his virginity, apparently later than most boys. Now Jagger was moving to Charlotte Tavern permanently. Mitch knew Jagger's grandfather had died recently and wondered if he'd inherited the house. Jagger's world, like Sydney's, was in New York. For most city Yankees, Southern living was too slow. Even his brother-in-law Drake occasionally whisked Lexi away up north, usually saying something about needing good pizza and a Broadway show. It made no sense to Mitch. They had pizza in Charlotte Tavern. Although, why have that when you can have barbecue? Jagger had also suggested he was ready to leave his womanizing ways behind and find a wife. Mitch didn't quite believe that. Jagger was still young, just over 30, like Mitch. It was strange he was willing to give up big city life, unless it had to do with Sydney. The idea that Jagger might be the one stalking and trying to hurt Sydney didn't make sense to Mitch. But he had expressed an interest in Sydney, and like her, had packed up from New York and relocated. It was too much of a coincidence. Mitch pulled through the gates of the Talbot estate, driving along the tree-lined road. He remembered the exterior, including the driveway, had been used in a period-piece movie several years ago. He parked in front of the house and half expected footmen to meet him, but no one came. In fact, it was Jagger, not the usual butler, who answered. "Hey, Mitch." Jagger looked beyond Mitch at the Charlotte Tavern-assigned police vehicle. "Is this a professional call?" Mitch nodded. "Yes." Jagger frowned, but the door opened wider to let Mitch in. "Excuse the mess. I'm having work done, but apparently none of the workers are coming today." He sounded annoyed. "I have coffee. It's been sitting a bit, but it's still hot." "Sounds good." Mitch followed Jagger through the expansive foyer toward the back into a kitchen larger than his house. "Is it just you here?" "For now." Jagger grabbed 2 mugs from the cupboard. "I have staff coming in a week or so." Staff. The idea boggled Mitch's mind. That world was so different. It was Sydney's world. It had been Drake's world, although he seemed to have adjusted to just having a housekeeper while in Charlotte Tavern. Jagger handed Mitch coffee. It tasted like it had been sitting, but was still a better quality brew than he usually bought. "Should we talk here?" Jagger motioned to a set of bar stools sitting at the corner of a large island. "This is fine." Mitch pulled out a stool and sat. Jagger did the same, sitting kitty-corner to him. Deciding to get right to it, Mitch avoided small talk. "Where were you yesterday between 2 and 3 in the afternoon?" Jagger's brows rose over the rim of coffee he was sipping. "That sounds ominous." There was no missing Jagger's disappointment in being considered capable of committing a crime, but Mitch was on the job. He couldn't let personal feelings get in the way. And if he was being honest with himself, while he'd known and liked Jagger when they were younger, he didn't really know him as an adult, except what he heard about Jagger's exploits from residents who liked to follow him in the tabloids. Jagger let out a breath. "I was here, where I always am these days. Anyone see you?" "No." The disappointment morphed into annoyance. "What happened?" "What about in New York, on December 5th? Jagger's expression asked, "Seriously?" "I'd have to check my calendar. That's around my grandfather's death, so I was probably meeting with lawyers. Are you going to tell me what's going on?" "There was an attack at the hospital yesterday." Jagger sniffed. "And because I'm an outsider, you think I did it?" Mitch shook his head. "I read about it in the paper this morning. I don't even know that woman, and by know, I mean not even as an acquaintance." "I know. I don't believe she was the target. Sydney was." Jagger stopped his mug mid-raise. "What?" "I believe the perpetrator was after Sydney." "Why?" "Did you ever ask Sydney out?" "Jesus, Mitch. You really think I'd hurt Sydney? Anyone?" He didn't. Not really. But one lesson Mitch had learned well was no one could be trusted. Even his instincts were suspect. "I'm just following leads." "And a lead brought you here? Because I asked Sydney out?" "When?" "What?" "When did you see Sydney last?" Jagger dragged a hand over his face. "Sunday. I stopped by Sunday morning. She was just getting back from a run, and we talked in front of her place." "What did you talk about?" Jagger gave him the stink eye. "You know what we talked about. Is this really about this attack? Or are you just mad that I'm interested in her?" "This is about the attack." If he said it enough, he might believe it. We talked. I asked her out. She said no, and I left. I'm sure that's what she told you, too. You're not a man who's usually rejected. Jagger laughed. Not often, but it wasn't the first time. She said you were annoyed. Did she? Well, I was. But not because she said no. I was annoyed because the reason she said no was that I'd seen her friend a couple of times. He shook his head. Of all the women. What do you mean? Julie is beautiful and fun, but, well, you know me. She had a harder time than most when I moved on. The fact that she still impacts my life is irritating. Sydney isn't a woman you love and leave. Mitch couldn't keep the censure from his tone. No. And as I told you, I'm ready to settle down. My life is in the middle of drastic change. So you've come to Charlotte Tavern to find a wife? I've come to start a new life. I'd like a wife to be a part of it, but I'm not in any hurry. I've always liked Sydney, and I'm certain she would have said yes to my invitation had it not been for Julia, so I know she likes me. Whether it would be more, I don't know. Mitch's stomach soured. The idea of Sydney and Jagger together made him sick, even though in reality they were ideal for each other. They came from the same world, and yet were somehow able to adjust to small-town living. Why did you ask me about New York? Sydney was attacked in New York in the same way Jenny Taggart was attacked yesterday. What? Jesus! Jagger jerked back, his eyes round. His shock appeared genuine, but Mitch knew it wasn't necessarily. You didn't know? Mitch studied Jagger's face and body language, looking for signs of deception. Jagger shook his head. Like I said, I was dealing with my grandfather's death then. Sydney and I run in similar circles, but we didn't see each other all the time or necessarily keep in touch. Who did it? We don't know. But the fact that it happened again here suggests whoever it was followed her from New York. Ugh, I get it, Jagger scoffed. That's why you're here. I'm from New York and now in Charlotte Tavern. You have to admit, not many New Yorkers come here. How many actually know of it? Jagger leaned forward, pinning his heated gaze on Mitch. Did you talk to Patrick Andres? He's from New York and was visiting Sydney, and if I'm not mistaken, they have a long history. He's my next visit. Jagger shook his head, turning to gaze out the window without really focusing on anything outside. He finally returned his attention to Mitch. I get that you have to do this, and that we've been out of touch for a long time, but I don't hurt, bully, or disrespect women. He nodded noncommittally and set down his mug. Thanks for the coffee. That's it? You don't believe me? Jagger forcefully set his coffee mug down, the black brew sloshing over the edge. Mitch held his hands out to the side and tried to look apologetic. It's just the job. Really? Jagger's voice was even, but there was no mistaking his anger and hurt. You can do that. You can separate the fact we used to be good friends. I thought we were still friends. I can't let the personal. So it's true what everyone says. Mitch gnashed his teeth. He loved being in a small town, and small-town talk was often helpful in crime investigation, but he didn't much like being the subject of talk. You've lost your soul. You don't care about anything but yourself. That wasn't exactly true. Mitch cared about his family. But he was certain Jagger was talking about Mitch's steadfast commitment to keep everyone at a distance. Don't leave town. I have to go to New York for a few days next week. Mitch stared at him, hoping his expression was stern enough to make him back down, but Jagger held his ground. He didn't have anything to tie him to the case, and therefore no good reason to keep him from leaving. Let me know when you go. Yeah, right. You know your way out. Jagger nodded in the direction of the front door. Mitch cursed as he got in the car. Although he still kept Jagger on his list, he hated having to put his old friend through this. Grief and stress over his grandfather's death had clearly worn at Jagger. But sometimes highly charged emotions caused people to do things they might not otherwise do. It was strange how important settling down and finding a wife was to Jagger. Perhaps after a life of rejection from his father, and now losing his grandfather, Jagger snapped when a potential life mate turned him down. It sounded far-fetched, but stranger things had happened. And so, Jagger stayed on the list. This case shouldn't be that hard. How many New Yorkers were in Charlotte Tavern? He swore again as he thought of one more person. Lexi was going to light him up when she found out Mitch had talked to Drake. But Mitch was nothing if not thorough, and so he couldn't simply dismiss his brother-in-law. And maybe Drake would know something that could help. Mitch pulled into the driveway and sent a silent prayer that Lexi was out with one of her hospice patients, leaving Drake alone working in his home office.
Hey, Mitch. Come on in.
Mitch had a hard time hiding his guilt as he followed Drake to the kitchen. Then, as if remembering what Mitch had caught him and Lexi doing there, Drake suggested they go out on the sun porch.
Can I get you coffee or something?
Drake motioned for Mitch to sit on one of the sunny chairs. Mitch shook his head.
I've got to talk to you about an attack that happened last night. Jenny Taggart.
Drake didn't get as far as he did in business without curating an impenetrable poker face, but he looked genuinely perplexed.
I have reason to believe Dr. Sidney Preston was the intended victim.
Drake sat back, but his brows remained furrowed in a puzzled expression.
Is she okay?
Mitch nodded.
The thing is, Sidney was attacked in a similar fashion at the end of last year in New York.
It only took a moment for Drake to realize why he was being questioned.
So whoever attacked the nurse had been in New York at the end of last year, and how many New Yorkers have ever heard of Charlotte Tavern, much less come here? Right. Look, I'm sorry, Drake, but...
Drake waved away Mitch's apology.
It's fine, Mitch. It would be worse for both of us if you didn't come talk to me.
Relief wove through Mitch.
Do you think Lexi will see it that way?
Drake laughed.
Not a chance.
Mitch frowned.
I guess that was too much to ask. So, can you tell me where you were yesterday between 2 and 3 in the afternoon?
Drake didn't hesitate.
I was trying to force Lexi to eat scrambled eggs. She usually likes them. She stopped eating eggs? There's something about the pregnancy that's making food taste bad. It makes it hard for her to eat. Is she going to be okay?
As big a pain as Lexi could be, Mitch couldn't have asked for a better sister. The case slipped away as worry about Lexi pushed to the forefront.
The doctor doesn't seem too worried.
But the tension in Drake's jaw told Mitch he wasn't convinced.
Can she see another doctor? Maybe Sidney can help. Lexi thinks I'm being overly protective.
Drake blew out a breath.
I probably am. What do I know about medicine? She's a nurse, after all.
Mitch nodded.
She's smart. If she thinks it's a problem, she'll deal with it.
Drake sat back, his features relaxing slightly.
You're right. So, what is it that you need to know for this case? Can anyone else besides Lexi verify you were here? Claire was here, but she'd say anything we told her to.
Mitch smirked, knowing that the cook and housekeeper hadn't always thought well of Drake, but now doted on him.
Good to know. Is Claire here now? No, she's out grocery shopping, but I can have her call when she gets back.
Mitch nodded.
What about on December 5th? I'd have to get my calendar out to know for sure, but I think I was in New York that week. I took Lexi with me to see Rockefeller Center and do some shopping. If I wasn't with her, I was at the office.
The alibi was a little soft, but if needed, Mitch could push to narrow it down. He stood.
I appreciate your understanding. You've got a job to do.
Drake stood and walked with Mitch to the front door.
Any chance we can keep this discussion from Lexi?
Drake's smirk said, no. As uncomfortable as interviews with family or friends could be, talking with Drake hadn't been too bad. But now it was time to get back on the trail of Jenny and Sidney's attacker.
It was time to drive to Washington, D.C.
Chapter 11. Sydney exited the exam room, setting the folder in the box for the checkout nurse, and made her way up the long hallway toward her office. Because she hadn't been at the hospital long, she didn't have too many women on her patient list, and for the most part they were past childbearing years. That meant less of a chance of late-night calls to deliver a baby, and right now, with a stalker on her trail, that was a good thing. Although she had one patient at the free clinic who was due to deliver at any time. Would Mitch go with her if the call came in the middle of the night? Of course he would. It was his job to protect her. That was all his attention was. Protection, not affection. His kindness was a part of him. She'd witnessed it this morning at Chelsea's. Chelsea was a friend in need, and he was there to help her. Had he ever kissed Chelsea? Immediately, Sydney chastised herself. It was a petty, jealous thought. Even a blind man would know Mitch had taken on the duties of big brother. She'd wanted to ask him about what had happened in Iraq, but his brusque responses and the way his fingers tensed on the steering wheel when they left Chelsea's let Sydney know he didn't talk about it. There was a time when he would have shared the good and the bad with her. But her job now was to get over the idea they could be fixed. He cared for her, and had even kissed her, twice. But a relationship was out of the question. "Dr. Preston, Mitch McKenna is in your office." Nurse Lang's tone suggested she was thinking the same thing that woman in the car had this morning. Sydney was his next conquest. Sydney's thoughts ambled back to how Mitch had looked that morning, standing shirtless in the kitchen. She had to let the dream of their relationship go, but she wouldn't mind being the next notch on his bedpost in the meantime. And the way he kept kissing her, despite his own protests, suggested he wanted it too. What would it hurt if they were both clear it was sex and only sex? "Dr. Preston?" Jerked from her thoughts, Sydney smiled, hoping Nurse Lang didn't think it was sexual fantasies causing Sydney's momentary daydream. "Yes. Is my next appointment here?" "You have about 5 minutes." Again, there was that tone suggesting she had time for an interlude. Something told Sydney that she and Mitch would need more than 5 minutes for a between-patient interlude. She shook her head at the idea of having sex in her office, hoping that the warmth in her cheeks didn't mean she was blushing. She nodded toward the nurse and headed to her office. Mitch stood with his back to her, studying the painting she'd bought at the fair. "Mitch?" She walked in, closing the door behind her. Let Nurse Lang think what she wanted. Mitch turned to her. "Is that Potter's Creek?" Sydney nodded. "Yes, I bought it at the fair." She brought it in Monday morning before all hell had broken loose. "Have you been there?" "No. Understand I'll need 4-wheel drive if I want to go." He nodded, and for a minute she thought he might offer to take her. Instead, he looked back at the picture. Sydney sighed. "Is everything okay?" She gestured for him to sit in one of her guest chairs. She took the other guest seat, putting her closer to him than if she sat behind her desk. "I don't have anything new to share. I've talked to Detective Fletcher, and he's looking into a couple of new ideas there. And I talked to Jagger." She took a deep breath and sat back. "You really think he could be the attacker?" "It's important I keep personal thoughts and feelings out of it." He was good at it, too. It made her sad for him. It shouldn't be so easy to close off your heart. "He denied it, of course. He suggested I speak with Dr. Andres." She sighed. "Which you'd already planned to do." He nodded. "I'm heading up there when I leave here. I plan to be back by the time you're off, but if not, I want you to call George Lyman." He handed her a card. "He's a veteran cop. He'll escort you to my house and keep watch until I'm back. You'll need this, too." He handed her his house key. Taking it slowly from his outstretched hand, she wondered if he'd had an extra made, or if it was off his key ring. It wouldn't have mattered either way, she reminded herself. It wasn't like he was giving it to her as a suggestion she move in with him. She cursed herself again.
It will be okay, Sydney.
He thought she was just worried about the attacker. What would he do if he knew what she was really thinking? Run for the hills, probably. I'm okay. And I'm sorry about falling apart before.
It's not a problem.
He leaned forward, and for a minute she thought he'd reach out to touch her. But he didn't. Well, it is. I know you think I'm weak. I don't. Let me finish. He jerked, but there was a faint smile as he sat back. She huffed out a breath. I'm sorry, In college, I was naive and timid, I know that. And you're a part of what helped me overcome it. But I've grown. I'm stronger now.
I see that.
It's important to me that you do. She wasn't sure why she made that admission, but there was no taking it back now that it was out.
Why?
She shrugged. I know you blame me for letting my parents persuade me to postpone the wedding, but I'm not a 21-year-old co-ed anymore. I make my own decisions. His lips twitched upward.
Your parents probably didn't like that you came here, where I am.
She was entering slippery ground. To some extent, he was right, but not in the way he meant. They're parents. They have the same concern about my seeing you that your sister and probably your parents do. And it's not that we'll fall in love again. His face blanched. She wanted to be hurt by the idea that being in love with her would cause such a reaction, but the sight of his pale face grimacing made her laugh instead. They're all worried we'll get hurt.
That's not funny.
No. She bit her lower lip to stop the laugh. Mitch, I'm also not stupid.
I didn't.
She held up her hand again. You interrupt more than I remember. He sat back, nearly pouting. I know it hurts you to see me, and I'm sorry for that. I'd do anything to make that go away. I'd love to be friends. Maybe even with benefits. She didn't want him to have too much time to respond to that, so she hurried on. But you don't have to worry that I want more than that. I respect that you're a confirmed bachelor. A knock on the door let her know she needed to get to her next appointment. I have a patient. He stood and looked like he wanted to say something, but nothing came out. I think you're wasting your time going to Washington. Patrick has been a dear friend since I was a child. I trust him implicitly. But I understand you have to cover all bases, and maybe he knows something that could help. She smiled, a little pleased that Mitch, for once, didn't have anything to say. I can make you dinner when you get back. Sydney left her office and headed to exam room 3, pulling the file out of the cubby hanging on the door. She pushed thoughts of Mitch away, instead taking in the name and brief information of the woman she was about to see. She heard Mitch leave her office and glanced at him as he walked up the corridor until reaching the T, where he turned right to leave. She caught his fleeting look and perplexed expression. It was better than the usual look he gave her. She turned back to the file and opened the door. Hello, Mrs. Claymore. Mitch sat in his police car, one arm draped over the steering wheel, and gazed at nothing outside the window, mulling over what had just happened. He'd gone to tell Sydney he was heading to Washington and to give her George's information in case he didn't get back in time. Somehow it had morphed into a conversation about the past and their relationship. That part wasn't surprising, as it seemed like they couldn't go 2 minutes without their past coming up. But did she say friends with benefits? He shook his head. He must have heard it wrong. Sydney wasn't a prude. When they'd gotten together in college, she'd had no qualms about a physical relationship with him. But that was because they were in love. Despite being braver and stronger, he didn't see her as someone to have an affair. Maybe with benefits. Casual, no-strings-attached sex with Sydney. Could he sleep with her and keep emotion out of it? With the other women, he'd gotten good at it. But Sydney was different from other women. He'd loved her once. He'd planned to spend his life loving her. Being around her stirred up those feelings. Could those memories break through the wall he'd worked so hard to build? He had some serious thinking to do. As much as he wanted Sydney naked and writhing underneath him, there was no way he'd ever risk his heart again. Shaking his head and refocusing on the task at hand, Mitch started the car and headed north, dreading the long drive. The first part of the trip wound through the fresh-washed spring countryside, newly green with pops of color from crocuses, daffodils, and tulips. The tranquil setting gave him time to think. But he knew the latter part of the drive would be miserable. It didn't matter what route Mitch took, there was no way to get to the nation's capital without enduring traffic. In Charlotte Tavern, the only traffic slowdowns involved school buses or tractors. Mitch made the best of the trip by attaching his phone to the aux plug in the car and turning on his alternative rock playlist. He made good time to Interstate 95 in Fredericksburg, which had its own share of annoying traffic, but the northbound lanes were moving at a decent clip. He got off at Route 1, crossing the Potomac and hopping on 14th Street. He had to admit, Washington was nice in the spring. As he passed the Ellipse and the White House, he remembered having a tour there as a kid, at an age when the idea of having a bowling alley in his house was cool. He pulled into the front drive of the hotel and stopped the car. He cursed when he remembered he'd have to pay for valet parking, which had to be close to $50 without tip.
Good morning, sir.
The valet smiled and waited for the keys. Mitch vacillated about whether or not to show his badge, but it wouldn't get him out of paying the parking fee, and it might put the hotel staff on guard. Mitch handed him the keys.
I'm just here for part of the day. Yes, sir.
The valet handed him a ticket. Mitch pocketed the ticket and entered the hotel. It was like walking into a city unto itself, with a large, ornate lobby and men and women in blue power suits scurrying about. It was the type of place Mitch suspected Sydney stayed in. That or nicer. Mitch, on the other hand, was a budget motel guy when he needed one. He didn't travel much. Most of his overnights away, he camped. Did Sydney camp? The woman he'd known in college wouldn't have liked the bugs and dirt. But maybe that had changed, too. He wondered if she'd be interested in going to Potter's Creek with him. He'd nearly asked her when he saw the painting in her office, but stopped himself, worrying about blurring the emotional lines. Of course, since she mentioned friends with benefits, he found himself closer and closer to stepping over the line. He came across someone wearing a hotel badge and asked for directions to the psychiatry conference. By the time Mitch located the room, only a handful of people were gathered at the front. Patrick Andres wasn't one of them. Mitch approached, sizing them up to determine the best approach. The two men dressed in dark suits looked more like FBI agents than shrinks. The woman wore a navy dress. Had they conferred on their attire? Mitch opted to play the good cop with them to learn about Patrick's movements the last 2 days. The Southern sentiment about catching more flies with sugar than vinegar was true, especially in police work. Deciding he didn't want to come off as some hick, he cleared his throat and mentally practiced toning down his accent. It was a trick he learned in college and later in the military when he discovered some people equated a Southern accent with a lack of intelligence.
Excuse me.
He approached them with a smile, hands on his hips, pushing his jacket back far enough so they'd be able to see the badge clipped to his belt.
Are you with the psychiatry conference?
The three looked up. Only the woman smiled as she gave him an appreciative full-body scan. Seeing it, Mitch smiled back. In another time and place, he might have asked her out for a drink. One of the men, an older gentleman, frowned as his eyes caught sight of Mitch's badge. The third stepped forward.
Can I help you? Yes, I'm Detective Mitch McKenna.
Mitch extended his hand toward the man who stepped forward.
Dr. Gerald Sykes. This is Dr. Fay and Dr. Lloyd.
Dr. Sykes nodded toward the woman and then the older gentleman.
Do you need a consult?
Mitch shook his head, but continued to smile, hoping his affable attitude kept them off guard.
I was hoping to find Dr. Patrick Andres.
Oh, really? Dr. Lloyd's tone immediately turned suspicious. Mitch waved his hand to dismiss their concern. Don't worry, I'm just here because he's a witness and I need information. Witness? To what? Dr. Fay's smile faded slightly.
I can't really go into detail. It involves a close friend of his and an incident yesterday. Dr. Andres was here yesterday. Yes? What time did he get here?
The three looked at each other, brows pulled together as if trying to decide if they should answer. To help them, Mitch said, "It's possible he didn't witness anything. That's why I'm here."
Why not call him? Do you do counseling by phone?
I doubt it.
You get so much more information by talking in person, and since this involves a friend of his, I felt it better to see him.
He checked in a few minutes before the morning keynote. Dr. Fay hadn't referred to a sign-in sheet, making Mitch wonder how she was sure.
Did you check him in?
I was at the table when he arrived. Something in her voice made Mitch wonder if Dr. Fay had a thing with Dr. Andres. If so, that changed things. His theory that Patrick was a lover scorned would be bunk.
I see. Was he here all day yesterday?
I don't see how this is relevant.
Like I said, if he was here all day, he couldn't have been a witness. Any chance he bowed out? Maybe he was worried about his friend?
I saw him in the morning sessions.
What about at lunch?
Mitch knew that if Patrick was involved, he'd have left the conference around lunch to get to Charlotte Tavern in time to attack Jenny.
I didn't see him, but that doesn't mean anything. There are several hundred of us.
Dr. Sykes gathered papers, stuffing them in a worn briefcase. I had dinner with him, Dr. Fay said a little too nonchalantly.
What time was that?
About 7. Mitch did mental math. If Patrick left at lunch, drove to Charlotte Tavern, attacked Jenny, and then drove back, he could be back by 7, even considering traffic.
Anyone see him around 3? We were all in session.
I think he said he attended the juvenile justice session, Dr. Fay said. Dr. Sykes frowned.
I was in that one, and I didn't see him.
The hairs on the back of Mitch's neck tingled.
Do you know where he is now?
We've broke for lunch. I don't know what his plans are. Mitch wondered why Dr. Fay wasn't dining with him.
I guess I can wait until he gets back. What time is that?
Dr. Lloyd's mouth drew into a thin line of distaste.
We don't meet back until 2. Perhaps you can try his room.
Mitch smiled and kept his voice light and friendly.
I would, but that's not information a hotel gives out unless I have a warrant, which I don't have because Dr. Andres isn't a suspect. He's a witness.
Would a group of forensic psychiatrists know he was lying? He's in a suite. Dr. Fay looked away as she rattled off the room number. The two men glanced at Dr. Fay with the same curiosity Mitch felt. To Dr. Fay's credit, her face remained impassive when she turned back to them.
Thank you.
Mitch shook their hands again. He made his way to the elevators and Patrick's room.
Hold on.
The voice came through the door when Mitch knocked. The door opened. Patrick had his cell phone in one hand and waved Mitch in without a look at him. Mitch wondered if Patrick was expecting room service. He followed Patrick into the room.
I'll call her, but I can't until you let me off the phone.
Patrick stood by the window, looking out over Pennsylvania Avenue.
Yes, I'll call you later. I have to go, Julia.
He flipped off the phone and paused, taking a breath before turning. Mitch wondered if that was one of his psych techniques. His shrink had recommended breathing exercises after he came home from Iraq.
You're not room service.
No. Patrick's eyes narrowed and then grew concerned.
You're Mitch. Oh, God, Sydney, is she okay?
Mitch scrutinized Patrick. His emotions appeared genuine, but maybe psychiatrists were masters of controlling and even faking their responses. After all, they were experts at understanding people.
Sydney's fine. I take it that was your sister?
Patrick nodded.
She spoke with Sydney earlier. She wants me to go back there to protect her. I'm protecting her.
One of Patrick's groomed brows rose, making Mitch realize his statement was a little too forceful.
I see. If that's the case, why are you here?
As the words left his lips, understanding crossed Patrick's features. He blew out a breath.
Why don't we sit? You don't seem surprised. I went through this before, the last time Sydney was attacked. I understand the police look at all the men in her life. I suppose I'm high on the list since I was just with her. Mitch had to give him credit. He understood the situation well. Mitch opted to stand while Patrick sat. Where were you yesterday between 2 and 3? There was a pause. I know where you weren't. You weren't in the juvenile justice session as you told Dr. Fay last night. You've been busy this morning. He extended his arm across the back of the couch. I had a lot on my mind, so I skipped the afternoon session. Where did you go? Patrick's gaze drifted to his hand as it picked a piece of lint off the back of the couch. Finally, he turned his attention forward. Around. Did you walk? I drove. The hairs on his neck rose again. Did that drive take you back to Charlotte Tavern? No. I drove around Washington. I think I may have ended up in Maryland. I don't know the area well. Did you stop anywhere? Buy anything? Patrick laughed derisively. I have no alibi, Mitch. Or should I be calling you detective? I can tell you that I'd never hurt Sydney. She's one of my closest friends. You were more than friends in the past. Mitch steeled himself for this part of the discussion. Yes, we dated in high school. And is this relevant, or are you fishing for personal reasons? Someone in New York attacked Sydney. Then someone attacked a good friend of mine in Charlotte Tavern, thinking she was Sydney. Interestingly enough, you were in both cities each time. The smugness left Patrick's face. Coincidence. Mitch snorted. If we were talking about New York and Washington, D.C., maybe. But Charlotte Tavern? Have you talked with Jagger Talbot? He was in both places, and he's expressed an interest in Sydney. How do you know that? I saw them speaking in front of her home the other day, and she told me. Sydney told Patrick a lot. Had she told him the full nature of her reasons for moving to Charlotte Tavern? Knowing it was beyond the bounds of his job, he bit back the question. That must bother you. Every time you have a chance to be with Sydney, another man gets in the way. Jagger isn't in the way. But I am. Mitch hadn't planned to say that, so Patrick wasn't the only one surprised by the comment. But he didn't wait for Patrick to respond. That's why she's in Charlotte Tavern. Because I'm there. Yes. Patrick's piercing eyes studied Mitch, as if analyzing and assessing. I'm not a patient of yours. You're the one that brought it up. All right. I know that your families thought you and Sydney should end up together. I put a wrench in that until her parents convinced her otherwise. Even then, you couldn't seal the deal, but you keep trying. After her last attack, she moved in with you so you could care for her. Wait, you think I attacked her in New York so I could take care of her? It nearly worked, didn't it? She was in your home. Mitch wanted to ask if she was in his bed, but didn't want to know the answer. But instead of making her see she should be with you, the incident had her reflecting on her life and what had happened with me. She moved to Charlotte Tavern, ruining your plans, so you tried again. Mitch stopped as a new idea came to him. But this time it wasn't about getting her back. This time you wanted to punish her. Kill her. You nearly did. Only it was the wrong woman. Patrick's head tilted to the side. If Mitch's comments made him nervous, he didn't show it. Does she have a choice? She gave me the impression you weren't interested. At least not in a relationship. Patrick stiffened. But you're attracted to her. Is she now just another notch on your bedpost? He bit out the words in disgust. Not yet. He shook his head. Now wasn't the time to think about Sydney naked. It doesn't matter what's going on with Sydney and me. What matters is that she's still not with you. That must irk you.
Patrick rolled his shoulders. I'm over it. Mitch laughed derisively. There was no getting over Sydney. That much he knew. That's what I was doing yesterday. Driving around getting over Sydney. He nodded. Look, I care for her and will always care for her. She and I could be happy, but she wants more. She wants passion, romance, and true love. She believes she had it with you, although I don't think that's true.
Why not?
Mitch scowled. What he'd had with Sydney had been special. First, you were both young, not fully developed, especially you. Second, if it were the great love poets and romance authors write about, you'd still be together. Mitch tried to keep his face impassive and wiggled his fingers to keep them from forming into fists so Patrick wouldn't know how much his words stuck in his craw.
So you don't believe in great love? You're willing to settle with Sydney?
I don't believe in fairy tales. A great marriage is about respect and trust and friendship. Sydney and I have that. But I see now she wants what I can't give her. So I took some time to process that and move on.
Process that?
He made it sound like paperwork. Then I came back here, had dinner, and spent the evening with a colleague. Patrick's tone suggested he and Dr. Fay engaged in more than dinner.
Just like that, you've forgotten Sydney by spending the night in the arms of another woman.
Why is that hard to believe? It's the method you use. Mitch cursed under his breath.
Did it work?
Patrick sat back, his eyes scrutinizing Mitch. You're still in love with her.
That's not what I asked.
Yes, it worked for me. But I can see it doesn't for you. Mitch didn't believe him. He knew firsthand that it didn't matter how many women there were, none were like Sydney. Are you really going to continue to punish her when it's clear you're not over her? Or is it something more? Perhaps your experience being a soldier has altered your outlook on life, made you less giving of yourself. Mitch knew Patrick's questions had veered into a head-shrinking session. Mitch had no problem with therapy. He'd certainly had his share of it before his discharge, and even a little bit once he returned to Charlotte Tavern. But while therapy helped him cope, it didn't fix anything. It didn't change the fact that he and Brian were betrayed by their commanding officer. It didn't change the fact that his best friend died in his arms in the middle of a desert 1,000,000 miles from home. And it certainly didn't change the fact that Sydney had allowed herself to be persuaded out of there happily ever after. He wasn't about to share his demons with Patrick.
Do you know of anyone who would target Sydney?
Patrick gave him another long, analyzing stare, then shrugged. No one specific. I told you about Jagger.
What about the doctor from Jordan?
So she told you about that. Patrick shook his head. I don't know anything about him, although I did express concern to her when he showed up. The fact that the police haven't arrested him suggests he didn't do it.
No, it only suggests there isn't evidence.
Mitch remembered Dr. Fletcher's comment that the doctor's alibi was soft. Patrick's alibi for yesterday was even softer, which meant he remained on the list, right next to Jagger. A knock on the door had Patrick rising. My lunch.
Eating alone?
It was snarky, and Mitch hated that the situation brought it out of him. I'm leading the next session, and I'd like a little solitude to focus my mind.
That's my cue to go. If you think of anything, let me know.
Mitch handed him his card. Of course. I assume I can tell my sister Sydney is safe in your protection.
Of course.
Mitch opened the door and moved outside for the room service waiter before stepping out. Think about what I said, Mitch. Patrick had said a lot, but Mitch decided he was talking about his feelings for Sydney. He gave a nod and headed toward the elevator. It took him 45 minutes to get out of Washington, D.C. He was in Virginia, but traffic was moving so slowly he could pitch a sign and open a used car lot. It was still early afternoon, but there was no telling when he'd approach anything near the speed limit, which made it difficult to predict how long before he'd make it back. The lull gave him the opportunity to call and check in with Sydney. "Whew, you just caught me. You okay?" His heart jumped at the breathlessness in her voice. "I'm fine. I was just getting back from checking on a patient in the clinic and had to run up the hall when I heard my phone ringing."
"You didn't bring your phone with you?"
"I was in a rush to get to the hospital and left it here."
"Don't do that."
His voice was terser than it needed to be, but it was dangerous to be without a phone when someone wanted to kill her. "I'm okay, Mitch." He couldn't tell if she was resigned or annoyed. "Did you learn anything in Washington?" He scanned his mind for words that didn't make him sound like a jealous lover.
"Patrick's alibi is weak."
"He said you'd say so."
"So he called?"
"Yes, just before I went to the hospital. He was angry I hadn't told him about yesterday, but, of course, my mind was in a whirl."
"And clouded by moonshine."
"Yes, well, I didn't mention that part. Julia called me today and I told her, so, of course, she had to contact him."
"She wants him to drive down and protect you."
Mitch bit his lip, hoping she wouldn't say she wanted Patrick. "Yes, but I told him I'm fine." Mitch was dying to ask what Patrick had said about him, whether he'd shared all of their conversation or his insights into Mitch's psyche. He was in Washington. Certainly there's enough time accounted for to clear him. It's several hours' drive.
"No, he skipped out after lunch and wasn't seen until dinner. He says he was driving around."
"Oh." He paused for her reply, but when she didn't offer up any more information, he sighed.
"I'm stuck in traffic and don't know when I'll be back. Call me when you finish work, and if I'm not available, call George."
"Yes, I remember." The line was silent. Mitch knew what he wanted to ask, but by doing so, he'd be venturing into territory he vowed not to enter.
"Sid, that thing you said about being friends, did you mean it?"
Apparently his libido had other ideas. "Yes." He took a deep breath.
"Including the with benefits part?"
The silence was long enough that he cursed himself for mishearing what she'd said. "Yes."
For the second time that day, he did a double take. His heart jerked along with other parts of his body. His mouth went dry, making it impossible for him to speak.
"I'll see you later, then."
Her voice didn't sound seductive, but her words had the same effect on him as if she'd cooed them. The line went dead before he could respond, which was just as well, since nothing came to mind.
Chapter 12. Sydney looked through the side window as Mitch's truck pulled into the drive. She'd been watching for him ever since he'd called to let her know he'd made it back to town and was turning in the police vehicle and picking up his truck. Nerves skidded through her body at what might happen. She wanted to believe he was going to take her up on her offer, but she couldn't be sure. When they'd been in college, he'd been so easy to read. Now she had no idea what he was thinking. She'd been able to tell she'd surprised him by suggesting they could have an affair. Honestly, it surprised her as well. She'd never engaged in sex as something just for fun. The idea sent a titillating shiver through her body. She'd changed a great deal since she'd last seen Mitch. Having a torrid sexual affair seemed like it should be par for her new course. The only problem would be to keep those sneaking emotions out of it. Those feelings were for the old Mitch. This new Mitch still heated her blood, but he wasn't the same person. If they'd only just met, would she be interested in him? He was aloof and sometimes rude, but if she looked hard enough in his emerald eyes, the old Mitch was there. Under the layers of hurt and guilt The kind, generous, funny man was there. Maybe she could bring him out again. No, Sydney. She shouldn't get into this relationship, especially one based only on sex, with the hope of changing him. No, she needed to accept Mitch where he was. Be okay with the sex-only rules. She heard voices out front, and a quick look showed Mitch talking with George, who'd followed her home, checked Mitch's house in and out for anyone lurking about, and told her he'd wait outside until Mitch returned. She offered to let him wait inside, but he declined. George drove off, and Mitch trotted up the steps to the door. Sydney scurried about, trying to decide what she should be doing. She didn't want him to know she'd been sitting like a schoolgirl waiting for him to show. She rushed to the kitchen, opening cupboards to give the appearance she was planning on making dinner. The door opened. "Sid?" "I'm in the kitchen." She stood with her back to the kitchen doorway and took a deep breath. He didn't say anything, but the sparks of electricity snapping in the air clued her in that he was there. Slowly she turned, her gaze meeting his. For a second he stood still. She could see the war with himself in his eyes, a mixture of desire and uncertainty. A second later, Mitch pushed her against the counter, pinning her with his body. He was everywhere. His lips scorched hers, consuming them so fiercely she couldn't breathe. Fingers threaded through her hair, tugging her head back so she could take the kiss deeper, hotter. His other hand slid under her shirt, sending delicious waves of pleasure straight to her center. He shifted and ground his hips against hers, the long steel length of him proving how much he desired her. Her hand reached for him, wanting to feel his power. Her fingers slid over him. He wrenched his lips away with a groan. "We shouldn't do this." His lips found new purchase on her neck as he ground his hardness against her hand, but it couldn't push away his words. She turned her head and pushed him away. "Stop." It took him a moment to register, but he stepped back, his hands lifted in surrender. "What's wrong?" She cocked her head to the side. "You just said we shouldn't do this. If that's the case, we need to stop." "Sid," he let out a ragged breath. "You know I want to." "I want to, too. But you said we shouldn't." He shook his head. When he stepped to her, she lifted her hands to block him. "If we both want it, why is it wrong?" He swore and ran his fingers through his bronze waves. "I'm not the same man you knew in college." "And I'm not the same woman." Her eyes narrowed as she studied him. He looked down and then back up at her. "I can't give you what you want. Not anymore." "And what do I want?" she asked, although she knew what he was saying. He put his hands on his hips. "I don't know, but I know you deserve more than I can give you. What we had, Sid, it's long gone, and while I care for you and am attracted to you, I can't commit to you." Her heart broke again. Even though she'd known his feelings all along, hearing him say the words nearly shattered her. But she wouldn't let him know. "I'm not a naive schoolgirl. I wasn't a virgin when I met you, and I certainly haven't been living like a nun since you left." She liked seeing the flash of jealousy heat his eyes. "No, but how many of those men were one-night stands or simple affairs? Sydney, you were never a woman to have sex with someone you don't care about. Maybe you don't think you'll end up married, but you want to be in a relationship that could potentially lead to more, not just a casual bit on the side." He was right, but that didn't mean she was incapable of or morally against sex for the sake of sex. "With me, it's an affair. It will never lead to more." In that moment, she felt more pity for him than anger. "I'm sorry, Sid." Before she could reply, her phone trilled. She moved around him, happy for the distraction. "Dr. Preston."
Dr. Preston, it's Alicia. I think my baby's coming.
Immediately, Sydney's mind changed gears. Are you having contractions?
Yes.
Alicia's voice, so young and scared, wobbled.
They're about 5 minutes apart. That's when you said to call.
Sydney kept her voice calm, hoping it would reassure Alicia. Good. Is JD there? Do you have a ride to the hospital?
Yes. We're on our way.
I'll meet you there. Take deep breaths, Alicia. You're going to be fine. Sydney hung up and turned to Mitch. I need to go to the hospital. I have a patient ready to have her baby. The word baby hung between them. Had they married, they might have had a child. Maybe even several by now.
I'll take you.
I'll probably be there for a while.
I'll take you and wait.
The passionate lover in Mitch was gone. Now he was a protector, out to do his job. Sydney disappeared around the corner while Mitch blew out a breath and headed to the waiting room. What had he been thinking to touch her like that? He hadn't been thinking. That was the problem. The need to touch her and taste her, to feel her around him gnawed at his insides. Like a hunger he feared it wouldn't go away unless he fed it. That didn't make it right. In fact, Mitch held on to the belief it was wrong. I haven't been living like a nun. Her words drifted through his mind, and he hated them as much this time as when she'd first said them. He knew she had probably been with other men. It had been 10 years, after all. But the thought of someone else touching her, sliding in and out of her... Mitch swore. Sydney deserved more than a fling. A part of him wished he could give her more. But he knew love like they'd had before wasn't sustainable. It had been real, but it was created in a safe bubble, where the ugliness of the world hadn't been able to taint it. Still, to be able to touch her one more time...
Mitch?
Mitch looked to the voice interrupting his inner diatribe.
Hank.
Mitch stood, extending his hand to the man rushing toward him. Hank was several years older than Mitch, but they'd become friends when Mitch was in high school and dating Hank's youngest sister. Even when that relationship ended, the two men retained a friendly acquaintance.
Alicia is here. Have you seen her?
Up until that moment, Mitch hadn't put together that Sydney's patient, Alicia, was Hank's daughter. Mitch remembered the spunky little kid he'd seen with Hank on a few occasions during his dates with Hank's sister.
I haven't seen her, but I know she's with the doctor. Is JD with her?
Hank said the name JD as if it burned his tongue.
I think he brought her.
Hank dropped into a chair.
I'm not even 40 and I'm about to be a grandfather. Do I look old enough to be a grandfather to you, Mitch?
Mitch sat next to him.
At least Alicia waited until she was 19 to have a baby. You and Karen were what? 17.
It was strange to think about. Like Mitch, Hank had fallen in love young. He and Karen had an unplanned pregnancy, and after only a couple of years of marriage, Karen had bailed on Hank and Alicia. Now Hank was only a few years older than Mitch, and he had a grown daughter and a grandchild on the way. It was another example of the messiness of life. Messiness Mitch wanted to avoid.
Do you think she's okay?
Hank stood, looking up the hall.
She's in good hands with Dr. Preston.
Hank turned, giving Mitch an annoyed glance.
I don't like her.
Really?
Why?
Hank looked again toward the doors behind which his daughter was having a baby, before returning to his seat next to Mitch.
When Alicia told me she was pregnant, we had it all planned out. She'd stay with me and work at the shop while my mom watched the baby.
Alicia's lucky to have you.
Yeah, well, tell that to that Yankee doctor. They don't understand family up there like we do here.
What happened?
Dr. Preston helped Alicia and JD find a place of their own.
You don't like JD?
He's all right, but they're young. They don't have any education. It's not like when we were coming up, Mitch, and you could earn a living with a vocation.
How are they going to live? Mitch always thought of Sydney as being practical. She wouldn't encourage two kids to live on their own if they didn't have the means to pay the rent.
Alicia says she's got some job from home answering phones for airlines or something, and she's planning to sign up for online college courses.
Mitch scanned his brain for why that plan was irrational.
I don't know, Hank. Alicia and JD are about to be parents. Having a job and taking classes from home where she can be with the baby sounds like a good plan.
Hank looked at Mitch as if he'd grown a third eye.
That's my baby in there. What happens if JD or Alicia gets laid off? What will they do then?
Then they can live with you and your mom can watch the baby, just like you originally planned. Hank ran his hands over his face.
Yeah, I know you're right. But how the hell did this happen? Sometimes I envy you, Mitch. You figured out how to avoid all this.
What do you mean?
You're not married, have no kids, and if everything they say about you is true, you never will. No drama, no entanglements, no pacing the hospital because your 19-year-old daughter is having a baby.
Mitch agreed, and yet hearing Hank say it made his life sound empty and shallow. No, he told himself. It was safe. And he liked safe. No drama, no entanglements, no betrayal or heartbreak. And wasn't that what Sydney had agreed to? Friends with benefits. She'd made it clear she not only understood his conditions, but she wanted them. And Christ, he wanted her. He couldn't remember wanting a woman as much as he wanted her. It was more than want. He was nearly desperate with it. He'd always liked women, been attracted to and enjoyed them. Sometimes the desire was intense, but not like this. The need ate at him, like every neuron was firing and would continue to fire until Sydney calmed them. Hank stood, adjusted his ball cap with the hunting camouflage design.
I imagine I'll be here a while. I'm going to get coffee from one of the machines. Want some?
No. Thanks, Hank. As Hank went off to get the coffee, Mitch tortured himself again with the pros and cons of giving in to his need for Sydney. He briefly considered calling one of his other lady friends just to help him take the edge off. But besides the fact that it would make him a complete jerk and it was logistically impossible with Sydney staying with him, he knew it wouldn't matter. Only Sydney would be able to satisfy the hunger. He'd thought he'd extinguished his feelings for her, but now he realized they had only been lying dormant, and now were erupting to the surface, and he was helpless to stop it. Hank wasn't much in a talking mood when he returned, so Mitch perseverated on thoughts of Sydney for the next several hours until the door opened to the maternity ward and Sydney walked through. She was wearing pink scrubs, and her hair was pulled back in the same ponytail she'd had the night before. "It's a girl. Everything went perfectly, Mr. Schoner." She reached out and took Hank's hand. "The nurses are getting her settled in a room and the baby checked out in the nursery. Then she'll be ready to see you."
How's my baby?
Hank looked both in awe and nervous. "She's very well. And so is the baby's father. You should be very proud of them." Hank nodded and changed the grip on Sydney's hand so he could shake it, which he did until Mitch thought he might pull her arm from the socket.
Thank you, Doctor.
She smiled and put her other hand over his, presumably to lessen the shaking. "You're welcome, Grandpa." Hank looked at Mitch with a goofy grin.
I'm a grandpa.
Mitch poked his tongue into the side of his mouth.
Yes. Congratulations.
Sydney turned her attention to Mitch. "I need to take care of a few things. It's going to be a little while longer."
"I'll wait."
"I'll let you know when I'm ready." Mitch watched her as she walked away.
"So you and the doc, huh?"
Hank patted Mitch on the back. Mitch's first instinct was to tell Hank it wasn't like that, except if Mitch got another chance, that was exactly what it would be. Chapter 13. They made idle conversation on the drive back to Mitch's. In some ways, Sydney was glad. Delivering a baby was exhilarating, but in the hours afterward she was often tired, partly because so many babies came after regular work hours, and partly it took a lot of energy to be on and ready for anything. As routine as having a baby was, things could go wrong in a hurry.
You okay?
She turned to Mitch's question. He cast her a quick glance before returning his gaze to the road. Yes.
Everything went okay with the delivery?
Yes. Why?
You're quiet.
It's been a long day. He drove in silence.
I'm sorry. About earlier.
She was about to say it was okay, but decided to tell him what she really thought. Maybe before you kiss me again, you can sort out your feelings, because I'm getting whiplash from your hot and cold behavior. His jaw tensed, and he looked out the side window for a moment.
I'm sorry. This situation is complicated.
It's not, Mitch. You either forgive me and we can be friends, with or without the benefits, or you don't, and we stay away from each other. It's actually simple. He gnashed his teeth.
I'm trying to do what's right.
For who? Not for me, you're not. In fact, based on your reputation, your constant rejection of me is insulting.
How do you see this playing out?
His voice was tense. The conversation was clearly not going in the direction he'd wanted. It's like a high school reunion. We catch up, learn what's the same, what's different, what's changed. Lots had changed. He had to have new skills in the bedroom. Thinking about what those large hands and magnificent lips could do to her made her shift in her seat. He, on the other hand, might be disappointed. She hadn't been a nun, but she also hadn't had the benefit of multiple lovers to practice new tricks on.
Are we talking about bedroom games?
Sure. I imagine you have many new moves. He pulled in behind her car in his driveway. He stopped and put the truck in park. Then he turned to her.
I've got many.
He studied her, and she wondered if he was waiting for her to react to the fact that he was throwing his experience in her face. Was he trying to scare her off? Was it a test of how committed she was to following through? After all, of the two of them, he was the one who kept changing his mind. His head tilted to the side.
Do I get a second chance?
What happens if I say yes?
We go into the house. Within about 30 seconds, we'll both be naked. If we don't make it to the bedroom, we can use the couch.
Heat flashed over her skin, and he hadn't even touched her. He didn't have to. His words, the intensity of his eyes promising she'd not be disappointed, made her blood run hot straight to her center. Are you going to change your mind when things heat up? His lips quirked.
No.
One more chance, then. Sydney wasn't sure how she managed to make it up the walk-in steps. Her legs were jello, made even more difficult when Mitch rested his hand on her lower back. Just that. The heat of his hand, the feel of his palm, his thumb rubbing gently, nearly melted her into a heap. The only indication that he was affected was the slight shake in his fingers as he unlocked the door. He held it open and let her in. She was about to turn, but he grabbed her and pressed her against the door, and immediately his hands were pulling away her clothing. He wasn't kidding about the 30 seconds. Her hands were frantic as they slid under his shirt, caressing the hot, hard planes of his chest. Before she could push the shirt up and off, he was yanking hers off, his lips feasting on a bra-covered breast. She gasped, thrilled at the sensations of the tug of her nipple with his teeth and his hands sliding down her backside as he pushed her pants off. She kicked off her shoes and stepped out of her pants. You too. She reached for his shirt again. He complied, yanking his shirt over his head and tossing it aside. It gave him a moment to look at her, standing in her bra and panties. Her nipples were hard peaks, but the way his eyes raked over her made them ache and reach out for more.
We need a bed.
He grabbed her and they stumbled their way up the hall, bouncing against the walls like pinballs, lips fused as they worked off their remaining clothes. She bumped into something followed by a rattle and crash, but there was no time to check on it as Mitch pushed her onto the bed. He was still in his briefs, which was unacceptable, so she immediately sat, gripped the waistband, and pulled. His erection sprang free, bobbing red and gorged in front of her, begging for attention. She complied, snaking her tongue out, swirling around the tip. He let out an expletive. Stepping away, he leaned over, opened a drawer, and pulled out a condom. Mitch groaned as he sheathed himself. Then he was over her.
Please, God, tell me you're ready.
Yes. She was past ready. She had a moment to think this was going too fast, and yet there was no way to slow it down. Her body trembled with fierce need. As if to make sure, his fingers slid between her legs. Apparently he was satisfied as he adjusted his hips, grabbing hers with both hands, and in one long push, he was in. Sydney's hands gripped him and held him to her as his fullness filled her. How long had she dreamt about this moment? How many times had she fantasized about being one with him again? It was better than she remembered, better than she dreamed. Her hand slid over his body. It was harder, leaner, and stronger than before. No. Mitch hooked his hand under her thigh and lifted it, opening her to him. She wouldn't have thought it possible he could fill her more, but he pushed and filled her again. She arched, reaching for more. Each slide of him sending her higher and higher. She moved with him, finding a rhythm that drove them both harder, faster to the edge. She was unable to take in full breaths, but what did it matter? Nothing mattered but him and the sweet torment of their mating. He grunted and shifted to slide a hand between their bodies.
Sydney.
Her name came out on a groan as his fingers rubbed the sensitive nub between her thighs. That one touch shot her to the heavens, her orgasm exploding in a wave radiating from her center to the tips of her toes and the top of her head. Her moan intertwined with his as he levered himself on both hands and pumped relentlessly in and out, drawing out her pleasure. He let out an expletive and slammed into her, holding and grinding. He did it again and again until, with a last groan, he collapsed on her. His heart hammered against her chest, surprisingly in time with her own. She held him, wanting to prolong this moment as long as possible. This was just sex, but for that moment, she could savor the feeling it was more, even though she knew it would lead to disappointment and hurt. It was pathetic what she was willing to do to be near him again, but she pushed that thought aside and held him until he rolled off, lying on his back, flopping his arm over his eyes.
Let me catch my breath.
She nodded, unable to respond until her own breathing returned to normal. She wanted to curl up next to him, but wasn't sure he'd be open to it. Did affairs involve cuddling? She watched him, and eventually his head turned, and he grinned.
That wasn't much different from the first time.
It took her a moment to catch his reference. But then she remembered. The first time they'd made love. They were 18, and while neither had been a virgin, they'd been eager and needy, and it was over quickly. There were some differences, though. For one, that first time didn't have the same frantic desperation about it. And second, she hadn't had an orgasm, much less a mind-blowing one.
Except...
He turned to his side, sliding a hand over her lower belly.
I think I succeeded in making you come this time.
Her cheeks warmed. Yes.
Good to know I've improved.
His lips wrapped around her still sensitive nipple, tugging lightly.
And I don't remember you being so willing to use your mouth.
She blinked until understanding dawned, causing her cheeks to heat again as she remembered how she laved his erection before he unceremoniously pushed her back and took her on a hard, fast ride. He was right that she'd been hesitant to use her mouth on him during college, not because she didn't like it or thought it was wrong, but because she could never be sure she was doing it right. Sydney hated feeling inept, and while she made the effort to please him and he'd never complained, she'd never felt comfortable. But tonight, she hadn't even thought about it. She was driven by desire and instinct. I was caught up in the moment. He grinned.
I'm sorry I didn't give you more time, but I damn near came right then.
She smiled, happy to see an amiable side of him. He could have regretted what they'd just done. It wouldn't have surprised her if he had. He'd regretted kissing and touching her before. The fact that he wasn't trying to get away or backtrack suggested the experience hadn't been as emotionally charged for him as it was for her. That was good, because if it had, he'd withdraw from her. But there was a part of her that was disappointed he'd been able to keep his emotional distance, that the feelings they'd had before hadn't come flooding back for him like they had for her.
Let me deal with this.
He rolled from the bed and pulled off the condom as he headed toward the bathroom. Sydney lay in bed, uncertain what to do. When she'd decided casual sex was okay, she hadn't considered the logistics of it. She'd only experienced sex within a relationship where she cuddled and usually stayed the night with the man. How did it work in affairs? Was she supposed to go to her own bed now? Realizing she was in his room, she looked around. It wasn't very large, but it had all the necessities. The bed filled most of the space. There were 2 side tables and a dresser. The sliding doors to a closet took up one wall. Her closet in New York was bigger than his room. But then it was bigger than her room in the apartment she rented in Charlotte Tavern as well. Noticing the knocked-over lamp leaning against the wall, she sat and righted it. Since she was sitting, she decided she should get up. Where was her underwear? She stood, looking around for any clothing. Then she remembered, by the time she got to the room, she was naked, just like he'd promised.
Going somewhere?
Mitch leaned against the doorframe, hoping Sydney wasn't about to bolt from his room. If she tried, he'd persuade her to stay. As far as he was concerned, they'd barely gotten started. She looked at him. I figured we were done.
Why would you figure that?
Was she regretting their tryst? God, he hoped not. You got up? That's my cue, isn't it?
Cue?
She blew out a breath and sat on the edge of the bed. You said it yourself, Mitch. I'm not an affair type of woman, so I'm not sure how these things work. He bit his lower lip to keep from laughing. Only Sydney would try to work out the rules of an affair. Mitch entered the room and sat on the bed next to her.
There aren't any rules per se. You go if you want to go, although I hope you'll stay. Maybe you can give me a chance to show some finesse.
Okay.
Do we need to talk?
God, he hoped not. She'd agreed to just sex, to this being about enjoying each other and nothing more. No. Talking will only mess things up. Plus, I understand what all this means. Mitch frowned. She wasn't wrong, but somehow it sounded wrong. Actually, I think this will be good for me. One bronze brow rose.
In what way?
Being impulsive? Spontaneous?
Doesn't nearly getting killed usually make people plan more? Make sure they're sucking all the nectar from life?
For some, I suppose. But my life before was planned, down to the very last moment. For me to drink the nectar of life, I need to do the opposite of planning and live in the moment.
Well then.
Mitch slid a hand up her abdomen and cradled a breast.
What shall we do in this moment?
She turned to him. For a moment, her eyes were unreadable, but then her gaze drifted over him. It was a caress as surely as if she were touching him. His body responded, heating. hardening. When her eyes returned to his, desire clouded them. She surprised him again by pushing him back and straddling his thighs. She raked her hands down his chest and over his abdomen. As her fingers drew lower, her gaze left his to focus on his groin. She licked her lips, and Mitch was sure he was a dead man. "You know, I never really looked at you before." Her finger slid along the length of him, swirling over the tip where he was already leaking. Huh. The blood was flowing away from his brain, making it difficult to pay attention. "In college, I touched you but never really looked." He worked to focus his eyes, watching her hands work him. For the second time that night, she leaned forward, kissing the tip of his penis. And for the second time, he feared he would be done before things really got started. He'd long credited himself with having ultimate control, being able to put off his pleasure for as long as it took. But Sydney sent him from 0 to 100 on the arousal scale with one touch. He'd hoped their fast and furious mating would take the edge off so he could take his time during their next interlude. He was wrong. Her touch sent him reeling again and distracted him from his job. Wanting to remedy that, he levered up before she could suck him and instead kissed her, his hands finding and kneading her breasts. The sounds coming from her at his touch were music to his ears. When they'd been together before, she'd held back, her reserve keeping her from letting go during sex. This time, she didn't hide anything. Each sigh and moan encouraged him and heightened his arousal. Wanting to make this time last, and to prove to her he actually had skills in bed, he pushed her hands away from him. He'd be the only one touching and tasting right now. She tried to reach for him again, but he took her hips and lifted her so she was no longer sitting on his thighs but kneeling. He cascaded kisses along her abdomen and swirled his tongue in her belly button, mimicking things to come. Her breath hitched, and her hands grabbed his shoulders. He bent, sliding his tongue lower, lower. Her breath quickened. Her fingers slid through his hair. At first, he thought she was stopping him, but when he hesitated, she pulled him closer. No reserve now. He obeyed and dipped his head lower, inhaling her sweet scent. His tongue snaked out and skimmed over the flushed, pink, distended nub between her thighs. She cried out, and her hips jerked forward as her hands pulled him to her. He smiled, gripped her hips, and then feasted, letting her mews, gasps, and moans guide him. "Oh, God, Mitch! Don't stop! Don't stop!" He wanted to feel her come around him again, but he couldn't deny her this. If he was as good in bed as he thought he was, he'd be able to make her come again once he was inside her. This time, though, he'd give her what she was pleading for. She'd never begged before, and the sound of it was music to his ears. One hand released her hip, and he slid 2 fingers inside her and forward as he suckled the hard arousal. Her entire body tightened as she let out a sound somewhere between a cry and a moan. Then her body convulsed, and her hips gyrated against his lips. He held her there, amazed at the length and intensity of her release. Finally, her body sagged, boneless against him. She sat back, and he had the strongest need to fill her right then. Fortunately, he had the wherewithal to realize he had no protection on, so instead he held her until her harsh breathing subsided. She leaned back slightly, her hazel eyes piercing his. "I was supposed to be in charge here." He grinned and lay back, with palms open as if to say, "Have at it." She smiled. It was a sexy, erotic smile he'd never seen. Though he didn't think it was possible, he hardened even more. She slid back, sat on his thighs, and wrapped her hands around him. Again, she watched her hands slide up and down. Then she leaned over. Her tongue, so hot and wet, started between his legs, lapping up to the tip. and it was his turn to gasp. She wasn't the first woman to use her mouth on him. Yet this was different. He couldn't explain how or why. All thought left, leaving only Sydney and the incredible things she was doing. He was quickly heading to a place of no return. He wasn't averse to a woman jacking him off, but he needed to be inside her again. Somehow he managed to reach to the bedside table, his hand rummaging through the drawer, searching for a condom. Next time he'd keep them under the pillow. Sid. Jesus, Sid. He thrust the condom at her. Her hazel eyes looked at him in puzzlement. I think I've got things well in hand. She was killing him. He would be dead for sure. He couldn't find words, which was good, because what would come out would probably be vulgar. Instead, he pushed her hands away and fumbled with the condom. Let me. She took the condom. Tearing it open, she settled the latex over him. I've done this to bananas, but never to a man. He draped his arm over his face, the agony almost too much to bear. Probably because you're too slow. He sat, pushing her hands away. While one of his hands rolled the condom on, the other pulled her hips over him. Have mercy. Now he was the one begging. He thought she laughed, but at least she took mercy and sank over him, shifting back and forth to make sure he was in all the way. His groan filled the room, his arms banded around her to keep her from moving. He was teetering on the brink. He might have to surrender this battle and hope that he would feel her coming around him again another time. But he wasn't quite ready to give up the fight. Don't move. His arms made sure she stayed still, but when he suckled her breast, she contracted around him. Mitch! His name came out on a gasp as his lips tugged on her breast and his fingers flicked between her thighs. Come. His mouth went dry. I want to feel you come. She let out a moan and her hips rocked. He grimaced. She needed to move to find her own release, but he was too close. He'd reached the finish line before her. His fingers worked faster and his lips suckled harder. Oh! She sounded surprised, but then her head threw back and she clamped around him like a vice. And that was it. His release burst, tearing through him with a long, feral growl. He grabbed her hips, forcing them up and down over him, faster, harder. Her body squeezing and massaging him until stars swam in his eyes. With a final yell, he yanked her down and emptied everything he had. Chapter 14. Sydney sprawled over Mitch, unable to move. She'd remembered enjoying sex with him during college, but she hadn't remembered it being so exhausting. In a good way. Had that been her fault? She was self-conscious of everything back then, but of lovemaking in particular. Letting loose felt too vulnerable, too embarrassing. The recent attack on Jenny had been a reminder that life was too short to not live it to the fullest, so she didn't hold back. If she wasn't mistaken, neither did Mitch, at least in bed. She shoved away thoughts of the many women on which he'd honed his skills and, instead, focused on the beat of Mitch's heart under her cheek. Initially it thundered just as hers had, but now it slowed to a calming, steady, strong rhythm. His hand absently rubbed her back. She wished she could stay that way forever. She brushed her fingers over the scattering of scars on Mitch's neck. She'd noticed them on his legs and lower arms as well. She knew from her time in Jordan the scars were likely from shrapnel. It told her he'd been near at least one blast. She was thankful he hadn't been close enough to lose a limb or, worse, be killed. She kissed one of the scars. I was afraid for you. He stiffened under her. Charlotte Tavern was small enough that residents knew something bad had happened during the war, but also respected that Mitch didn't want to talk about it and never pushed him. She wouldn't push, but she would ask. Will you tell me about it?
It's the same story millions of soldiers have told throughout time.
She lifted her head and noted the distance growing in his eyes. It might be similar, but not the same. Your story, your experience matters. It stays with you.
It's not something easily forgotten.
She considered retreating, but she knew from her own experience that talking tamed the demons. When I was attacked, I wanted to forget it. Pretend it never happened. But I couldn't. It showed up in my dreams, when I walked through a parking lot, or when I happened to see the scar on my back while looking in a three-way mirror. It's always there, and it changes you. Mitch's expression softened. His hand cupped her cheek. He pulled her to his chest, and he kissed the top of her head.
I'll find him.
I hope you do. But in the meantime, I don't want him keeping me from my life. It's not easy. It took a lot of effort and therapy to live again.
Dr. Andres?
No, he's too much like family to be my therapist. But he was a big help. Did you ever talk to anyone? He inhaled a breath.
Yes, but it doesn't fix anything.
She lifted her head again. You didn't find it helpful?
It didn't bring Brian back.
Her heart ached at the grief in his voice. Will you tell me about him? The fact that she didn't know much about Mitch's friends or family was another reminder of how insulated they'd been in their relationship.
He was my best friend since kindergarten. Besides you and my family, there was no one I trusted more.
What happened? He looked away. She used the tip of her finger on his jaw to turn his face back to her. I know this isn't my business, and maybe it's too much intimacy for an affair.
There are no rules, Sid. Not everything has a plan.
She fought the rising hurt and anger at his harsh tone. There are rules. One is no love allowed. I can't believe I'm the sole reason you keep people at a distance. He swore and tilted his body, effectively rolling her off, and then bounded from the bed. She hated the loss of contact, but wouldn't be put off by it. He went to his dresser, pulling a pair of boxers from the top drawer and slipping them on. He grabbed a t-shirt from a folded pile of them, tossing her one and picking up another one, jerking it over his head. Finally, he looked at her. She didn't say anything, waiting for him to respond as she put his shirt on. He ran his fingers through his bronze waves and sank to the edge of the bed, with his back to her. It pained her to see him broken like this.
You're not to blame. I'd still be pissed, but there might have been a chance for us if I hadn't gone into the military.
His words were both a relief and a source of frustration. What happened?
The saying, war is hell, is accurate. I may have been young and even a little naive, but I knew what I'd likely see.
But seeing it is different in reality, isn't it? Memories from Jordan bubbled to the surface. Refugees missing limbs, starving, blinded, and scarred, physically and emotionally. The hardest to cope with were the children, who stared at her with such hope, and yet were hungry, wounded, and not likely to see relief anytime soon. Sydney hadn't ever felt as useless as she had in Jordan. Why the world hadn't long ago found a way to stop war to avoid the atrocities, heartache, and despair, she'd never know.
Yes. But it's worse when it comes from your own side.
What? His forearms rested on his thighs, his head down. He looked so lost, and she wanted more than anything to wrap him in her love and make all his heartache go away. If only it were that easy.
I don't know how it is up north, but love of country is important down here. Love of God, country, and family in that order.
Sydney didn't think the South held the market on patriotism, but she didn't say anything.
Patriotism is a staple, and serving your country is a great honor.
She remembered how important enlisting had been to him, even though it had significantly changed their plans. She'd supported it because it hadn't occurred to her not to. Back then, she didn't have her own voice.
Brian, he was born to serve. I wanted to serve, but he was born a soldier. We thought we were lucky to serve together in Iraq. We thought we'd lucked out to get Sergeant Hancock's squad. He was larger than life, like he walked out of a John Wayne war movie. He helped us, mentored us, and by us I mean all his men. That brotherhood thing is for real.
You admired him. He turned his head enough to see her.
Yes.
He paused.
They train you to do things and think in ways that most people don't.
I imagine you have to think quickly when you're in danger. He scoffed and turned away.
And you obey orders. People die if you don't. Except people were dying when we did.
Sydney frowned. What did he mean? Wasn't war about killing the enemy, in which case people died?
The first inkling something wasn't right was when Hancock put a weapon in a dead Iraqi's arms after he'd killed him.
Mitch turned to her again.
I believe in my country and the military.
She nodded, confused by his assertions.
But not everyone who serves is good.
Sydney's breath hitched. Your sergeant, she breathed. If Mitch had blindly obeyed his corrupt sergeant, as was his training, he'd done dreadful things. He stood and studied his reflection in the mirror. What did he see? It couldn't be good if his pained expression was any indication.
It's hard to tell who the enemy is sometimes.
She wanted to say something to comfort him, but didn't think there were any appropriate words.
Jesus. They were innocent. Families. Children.
He placed his hands on the dresser and looked down as if he couldn't stand to look at himself.
Such chaos. At least that's what Brian and I thought.
He looked up and caught her gaze through the reflection in the mirror.
It wasn't, though. It was planned. He was hunting them, killing them, and using us to do it.
His words choked.
Not me.
He turned to her, face distorted into the worst sort of torture, his eyes red with tears.
I never killed them. Neither did Brian.
He spoke with such vehemence. It was important to him, she understood. And because she did, she stood and went to him. You wouldn't. She put her arms around him and held him, wishing she could rid him of the pain. He tensed, resisting her comfort initially. But then he pulled her to him and buried his face in her neck. After a few moments, he pulled away and turned from her.
Brian reported it and I backed him up, but...
They didn't believe you.
They did, eventually. But not before Brian and I were sent on a patrol.
Sydney's stomach dropped.
I can't say they planted the bomb, but... well, it doesn't matter. Brian died.
Mitch, I'm so sorry. She sensed he wanted space, but she was unable to stop herself from touching him. She reached out, placing her hand on his arm.
I held him as he bled to death. He asked me to watch over his mom and Chelsea. I told him I would, although I didn't think I'd make it out alive. I was wounded. I knew I would be okay if I could get help, but there was no way I'd be able to get back to base alive. Not alone.
Where were the others? He shrugged.
They left.
Mitch never came out and said it, but Sydney understood that he and Brian were set up, not just by his sergeant, but by the others in the squad who agreed with the sergeant's tactics. How did you make it out?
Another patrol came through. I was in the hospital about to be sent back to my post when a couple of guys from CID showed up. It's the Army's investigation command.
Was your sergeant arrested?
Yes. He and several others are serving time. But it was too late for Brian.
He turned to her.
And me.
Something inside him had died that day. It was just as Jenny had told her. He lost his faith in humanity and chose to keep the world at bay rather than risk betrayal or being used to hurt others. She considered asking him what sort of life Brian would want him to have, or tell him to not let the evil doings of a few men affect his view of others, especially since there was evidence of good all around him in his family and friends. But she decided it wouldn't matter.
But I got a medal.
Sarcasm dripped from his words.
So did Brian. Not that it did him any good.
Thank you for telling me this. I know it's painful for you.
I don't talk about it.
I know, and we don't have to anymore. Except, I want to tell you, Mitch, She paused with the words poised on her tongue. I know you. You're a good man. He looked away, his head shaking slightly. Would their affair last long enough for her to prove to him he was good? She hugged him again, holding the embrace for some time until his tension and grief subsided, replaced by something sensual. His hand slid under her shirt, and his mouth sought hers with a desperate hunger. She wanted to tell him sex wasn't a solution to grief, but he wasn't in a place to hear that message either. So she kept her mouth shut, except to accept his kiss. If he needed sex to soothe his soul, she could give him that. This time lasted longer than the first 2 times, but even so they had trouble pacing themselves. Not that she was complaining, but it seemed like they had only one speed, fast and furious. It pulled Mitch out of his melancholy, though, which she was glad for. He rolled and pulled her with him, so they lay on their sides. He nestled her neck.
Are you hungry?
Where did he get the energy? Again? He grinned.
I meant for food. I'll need it before we go another round.
Another round?
And we haven't had supper.
Oh, I said I'd cook and I didn't get to it.
You cooked.
He waggled his brows. She laughed, loving the funny, unguarded Mitch. But it sent conflicting messages. When he was angry and annoyed, it was easier to remind herself they had no future. This sexy, engaging Mitch was too easy to love. Apparently, with their agreement in place, he found no need to be guarded. She, on the other hand, needed an iron wall to keep her heart safe. I think you're giving me more credit than I deserve. He frowned.
3 times now you've robbed me of my mad skills. I can't seem to help it.
I like that you can't help it. She waggled her brows. He rolled her under him and kissed her thoroughly. Her body heated. Was round 3, or would this be 4, commencing?
I've got eggs, or we can warm up a casserole.
Do you have more of Meemaw's mac and cheese? His eyes narrowed as if he was considering her request, and then he grinned.
I'd say you've earned Meemaw's mac and cheese.
He rolled off, and Sydney immediately missed the physical contact. He grabbed the 2 T-shirts he'd picked up earlier that had been discarded on the floor, tossing one to Sydney and pulling the other one on. She slipped it over her bare skin, noting the Charlotte Tavern Police Department emblem on the front. When he pulled on a pair of sweatpants, she got up, intending to search for her panties. Just as she got to the bedroom door, he stopped her, pressing her against the door jamb.
You look good in my shirt, Doc.
It was the first time he'd used the nickname since college. She'd called him counselor. It didn't seem right to do it now, since he'd gone into law enforcement instead of law. Are you going to frisk me, officer?
It's detective.
He grinned, his hand sliding under the shirt that came mid-thigh on her.
Let's eat, so the frisking can begin again.
She followed him up the hall. He went to the kitchen, while she went in search of her panties. They lay by the front door, where all her clothes were strewn about, except for her bra, which hung on the ceiling fan where it landed when Mitch tossed it over his shoulder. She grinned. This was why it paid to live to the fullest. The old Sydney would be horrified to see her delicates on the ceiling fan.
You okay?
Mitch stood in the doorway of the kitchen. His gaze followed hers upward. Then he laughed, a deep laugh that had her looking at him, wanting to see the unguarded joy she hadn't seen in him since college. He reached over and flipped a switch, and the fan began to spin. Within a few gyrations, her bra flew off, landing on the back of his recliner. She looked at him again and grinned. Who knew an affair could be so fun? Mitch watched Sydney for a moment before heading back to the kitchen to finish eating their dinner. He felt good, better than he had in a long time. It made him nervous. He'd known Sydney was dangerous because old feelings and memories were powerful and could cause him to let down his guard. But it wasn't old memories causing him problems. It was the new ones being made. Sydney was different now. He liked the new adventurous Sydney in bed. He hadn't been kidding when he told her she'd robbed him of his finesse and bedroom skills. The first time he'd attributed it to built-up desire. Despite his reputation, it had been a while since he'd been with a woman. And since Sydney's arrival in town, his hormones had been in a constant state of wanting her. He supposed, despite his attempts to avoid her, it was only a matter of time before he fell in bed with her. The second time they'd rushed through sex because Sydney took charge. He'd led in bed when they'd been together before. She was always willing to go where he wanted sexually, although he'd sensed her reserve and never pushed her too much. This new Sydney took the lead, and he was helpless to control his need. How far could he go with their sexual exploits now? His body responded just thinking about it. The third time they'd made love, he hadn't been thinking about anything but ridding himself of the guilt and shame consuming him. He couldn't believe he'd told her about Brian. Very few people knew about that day. He had felt compelled to tell Chelsea because Brian was her brother. She encouraged him to tell his family, which eventually he did. But after that, he planned to never talk about it again. So why had he told Sydney? It had to be those latent feelings, because at one time he and Sydney shared everything. Thankfully, she didn't look at him like he was a failure, or worse, a monster. Even so, he'd need to work harder to keep their conversations from veering too deep. He'd pulled the defrosted mac and cheese from his microwave and served it in 2 bowls. He took a moment to push the pain away before bringing the meal to the dining area. "Want me to set the table?" Sydney stood in the doorway. Her question was tentative, as if she'd known he needed a moment. "Sure." "Want wine, or shall I pull out your moonshine? I'm not sure how much is left." She shook her head. "No, I think I'm off moonshine for a bit." She entered the kitchen and opened a few drawers until she found the one with utensils. "Wine, then." He set their dinner on the table. He frowned, thinking the table needed candles, and maybe he should dim the lights. He shook the thought from his brain. No romance. Sydney entered with spoons and paper towels for napkins. He went back to the kitchen, grabbing a bottle of wine and 2 glasses. That wasn't romantic, it was just a beverage. Within a few minutes, they sat at the table, barely dressed, satiated from sex, eating comfort food guaranteed to give them fuel to go again. To good food and even better sex. Mitch held up his wine glass. "I'll drink to that." Sydney clicked her glass with his. After sipping, she stared at him. "Better than the food, or better than before?" One bronze brow lifted. She waved her hand. "Never mind." He laughed. "I suppose I'd have to say both." She nodded. "Another way we've changed." "Huh?" She hesitated as if she hadn't meant to say her thought out loud. "We're different than, well, when we knew each other before." He nodded, but hoped she wasn't about to launch into a discussion about their past. He'd had enough of opening old wounds for one day. "Your accent is more pronounced now than I remember." He let out a sigh of relief. "When in Rome." His words dripped with southern drawl. "That's true. I actually said y'all the other day." "Uh-oh, that's the gateway word to full southern speaking." She laughed. I do enjoy listening to it. There are some wonderful turns of phrase in the South.
I suspect much of life here is different than in New York.
He'd spent some time in New York, usually with her when he was in college. The city was vibrant and bright, a fun place to visit, but he wasn't sure he'd be able to live there. Did Sydney think Charlotte Tavern was boring? Too quiet? Yes, I miss the amazing variety of food and cultural events, but I like the slowness here, the friendliness.
I bet you can't find mac and cheese like this in New York.
He scooped up the creamy pasta. Not that I've found. They ate in silence for a few minutes until Mitch broke it.
Why did you go to Jordan?
Her eyes widened in surprise. He supposed his question was out of the blue. He wasn't even sure why he asked it, except the Sydney he'd known in college wouldn't have done something that was so risky and out of her sphere of experience. I went because I wanted to help people who might not otherwise get help. She paused and looked at him. I wanted to do that because of you.
Me?
He sat back. He remembered dragging her out to a few volunteer activities, usually to a homeless shelter, because despite her small world, she was curious about how she could help. But he didn't remember ever encouraging her to go abroad. In fact, he'd planned to marry her and keep her as close as possible. It's no secret I lived a sheltered, planned life. I was aware there were problems in the world, but they were so distant from me. You helped me make the connection. While my family donated money to help homeless people, you volunteered your time at a soup kitchen. You took me to one when we were at Princeton, remember? He nodded, ridiculously pleased she'd remembered. And then you were compelled to enlist, to serve your country. I wanted to help too. Not by enlisting, but by helping the many people, women in particular, who need health care. In fact, I don't know if you remember, but originally I planned to become a dermatologist. I chose obstetrics and gynecology to help women. He'd done that. He'd never considered the impact he'd had on her life. If he'd had any sway over her decisions, why had she let her parents talk her out of marrying him? It's one reason why I'm here. The free clinic helps so many poor rural women, and they need it. There are still a lot of old wives' tales where birth control is concerned.
Is that what happened with Hank's daughter?
Well, I can't discuss her situation specifically, but teens aren't the only ones who are misinformed about reproduction.
I suppose. Passion has a way of fogging the brain.
He and Sydney had let passion get the best of them once in college. Fortunately, the timing had been wrong, and she went on the pill right after that. But he'd been slightly disappointed she hadn't gotten pregnant. That was when he was certain he loved her and wanted to spend his life with her. He proposed a few months later on her 21st birthday. As desperate and needy as he'd been tonight, he hadn't forgotten to use condoms, although he was annoyed at the delay getting them and putting them on caused.
Are you on the pill?
She stared at him for a long moment, and he got the feeling he'd asked the wrong question. Yes, but considering your lifestyle...
Jesus.
He tossed his bunched-up paper towel square on the table.
I'm not infected. I'm not even as active as my reputation would suggest.
She flinched at his outburst, and then sighed, wiping her mouth and folding her makeshift napkin. Mitch, I'm a doctor who specializes in reproductive health for women. That means I know a lot about sex and the health risks that go with it. Did you know STDs are on the rise? It doesn't matter if you've been with one woman or 100. I'm not going to apologize for wanting to protect myself. Have you always used a condom?
Yes.
And it was the truth. He'd never had sex with a stranger, so his concerns had been more about avoiding an unplanned pregnancy. He'd used condoms even with the women who said they were on the pill, just to be safe. So why was he so mad now? God, he was losing his mind. Then clearly you know what I'm talking about.
I'm not a man whore.
He supposed that was what bothered him. She thought he was a playboy. Sure, he'd dated many women, but his bedroom hadn't had a revolving door of nightly one-night stands. The only reason it seemed like he was a Lothario was because he didn't want long-term commitments, which meant after a few months with a woman, things would end. She smiled. I don't think you are.
You believe everything this town is telling you about me?
Not everything. Personally, I think you'd need to call the Guinness Book of Records if everything people were saying about you was true. His irritation decreased. He even mustered a smile. I will say, the rumors of your skills, well, those are true. Her words, with the glint in her eyes, had his body heating and hardening.
And I haven't even shown you all my skills.
There's still time. He nodded. How much time was the question? How far could he go with this and still keep his heart intact? Because the longer he was with Sydney, the more he feared he'd be unable to let her go when the time came. And it would come. Eventually she'd go back to New York. More than likely he'd do something to mess it up. He briefly considered ending their affair right then and there. But then she stood and stripped her t-shirt off, exposing those beautiful, full breasts, fuller than he'd remembered them being in college. His hands itched to hold them again. She smiled seductively. There's no time like the present. Chapter 15. Sydney woke in Mitch's bed. As it turned out, he did have mad skills, the effect of which left a sweet soreness the morning after. She still thought they should call the people at the Guinness Book of World Records. What was the record for orgasms in one night? Each time she thought she could go to her own room because people having affairs didn't spend the night together, he'd show her another skill. Eventually she gave up, mostly because he'd liquefied her bones.
Are we running this morning?
His voice was husky.
Because there are other ways to exercise.
Her nipples hardened, as if they remembered the magnificent things he did to them and were saying, "Yes, please, more." Are you human? His lids lifted just enough so she could see the bright green of his eyes. She'd always been attracted to eyes. Mitch's were emerald, surrounded by long lashes any woman would kill to have.
Yes.
As if to prove it, he brought her hand to his groin. And just like that, she succumbed. She didn't have the experience he had, but she did have knowledge of anatomy, curiosity, and imagination. She decided to put all three to use. It must have worked, because within a few minutes, Mitch McKenna was begging her to never, ever stop. Feeling more feminine and sexy than she'd ever felt before, she pleasured him until he let out a feral yell and emptied. And because Mitch was a generous man, he repaid her in the shower. He suggested that maybe they could play hooky, but she had patients to see, several of whom were clinic patients who had enough trouble with transportation that she didn't want to make it harder for them by making them reschedule. So, after showering and a quick breakfast, she let Mitch drive her to the hospital. It didn't make sense to drive two cars if he was going to be following her everywhere. Instead of dropping her off, he parked so he could visit Jenny. But first he escorted Sydney to her office. "Tell Jenny I'll visit her later," Sydney said.
Sure thing.
He then surprised her by giving her a sensual, albeit quick, kiss before heading out. While she worked, she focused on her patients. But when she had downtime, thoughts of Mitch flashed through her mind. She was sure her cheeks reddened at the memory of all the things he'd done to her and she'd done to him. It was difficult to think two people could do the things they did without any emotional connection. At least she couldn't. Mitch wasn't the same man. He clearly hadn't forgiven himself for being alive when Brian was dead, for not defending the innocent men, women, and children who had been ruthlessly murdered by his squad. Broken was how Lexi described it. Lexi also hoped Sydney could fix him, but Sydney didn't know how, except to love him, which he was adamant she couldn't do. And there was no guarantee her love could help him. Mitch would never forget his experiences. They'd always be a part of him. As a result, He was determined to keep love and trust out of his relationships. Sydney pushed away those thoughts as she opened the door to Jenny's room during her lunch break. "Hey, you up for a visitor?"
Oh, thank God. I think I might just die. You have no idea how boring hospitals are.
Sydney did, of course, because she'd done her own stint when she'd been attacked. Why Jenny didn't blame her for her current situation, she didn't know. "I brought you some magazines." Jenny's nose scrunched. "Journals?" Sydney laughed. "No, I'm told you like entertainment magazines, so I got you a few of those." "Not that I don't want to advance my career, but I might poke my eyes out with this fork if all I had to read was medical journals." Jenny waved the fork she'd been using to eat some sort of mystery meat. "I don't blame you." Sydney set the magazines on the hospital over tray. "How are you feeling?"
"Bored," she laughed. "But it's better than annoyed, which is what I feel with Kevin hovering over me like a mother hen. Great day, I love that man, but if he coddles me any more, I might use this fork on him."
"Boredom and annoyance are good signs of recovery."
"Then I must be completely healed and then some."
"I want to tell you again how sorry I am."
"Stop! This isn't your fault. You need to stop saying it is."
"Sorry." Sydney gave her an apologetic smile.
"You know, if you really want to make it up to me, you can give me the inside scoop on you and Mitch."
Jenny waggled her brows. Sydney's cheeks heated. "I'm not any different than the other women coming and going in his life." The idea that she really was a notch hurt, even though she'd gone into this affair with her eyes open. Jenny frowned.
"No, you're not."
She took Sydney's hand and squeezed. She thought Jenny would press, but instead she shrugged.
"Do you read?"
"Sure."
"I mean something other than medical journals. Do you read books?"
Jenny reached over to the table beside her bed and picked up a well-read leather-bound book. "I used to." Jenny handed Sydney the book.
"It's Jane Austen, not Pride and Prejudice, which is good, but this one is better."
Sydney read the title. Persuasion.
"It's all about a second chance at love."
Sydney's gaze went right to Jenny.
"I know who you are. I mean, you're the one that broke Mitch's heart."
I couldn't believe it when I realized it.
I wanted to hate you for it, because liking you would be disloyal to Mitch. But I can't help but like you. And I've been around enough to know there are two sides to every story. You may have heard him, but my guess is it wasn't your intention."
"No."
"You and Mitch are like Anne and Wentworth."
Wentworth forgave Anne. Pursued her, even. Jenny's eyes widened.
"You have read it. Didn't he just swoon over Wentworth's letter?"
The mention of letters made her think of Mitch's letters her mother promised to send her. She'd need to make a stop at home to check her mail. "You pierce my soul."
"Oh, yes."
Jenny's face turned dreamy.
"I love Kevin, but he never talks like that."
"Most people don't these days."
"They probably didn't then either. But in the story, Wentworth pretended to not know her, and then he ignored her. He even showed attention to Louisa."
"True, but then he forgave her. Mitch won't forgive me." Or maybe he would, but that didn't change his stance on love and commitment, which she now understood was mostly a result of the betrayal and loss he experienced in the military.
"Mitch isn't quite the hound dog people make him out to be. He hasn't been with anyone in a long time. I see the way he is when he's with you. I think he's pursuing you."
"No, he's not."
"You're living in his home."
"That's just to protect me." Jenny rolled her eyes.
"Really? You think it's standard practice for detectives to bring people under protection into their homes?"
"No." Jenny's vehement hope for true love for Mitch warmed Sydney. "We have a history, so it makes sense he'd offer to protect me. But it's not what you think."
"What about you? Do you want more? I see how you look at him, too."
Sydney shrugged. "I don't know." Jenny let out an exasperated groan.
"Why do people make life so hard?"
Sydney knew it was a rhetorical question, but responded anyway. "Life is complicated. Mitch and I aren't the same people we were back then. Our lives and goals are different.
Blah, blah, blah. It's only complicated because y'all are too chicken to say what you feel and trust each other.
Sydney considered telling Jenny she'd be happy to share her feelings, except she knew she'd be rebuffed. She wasn't even sure what her feelings were, but she knew it was more than casual. But casual was what she'd agreed to, and she couldn't change the rules now.
Now, I know Mitch is the worst at that. Some people blame you, some blame the loss of his friend Brian.
Has he told you about Brian? Sydney nodded. Jenny's eyes narrowed in question. What did he say? No, I know you can't tell me, but I think it's more than Brian's death. But Mitch, he doesn't talk about it. Did that mean Mitch hadn't told anyone about the circumstances that killed Brian? The betrayal by his sergeant? When she came out of her thoughts, Jenny was staring at her. He told you, didn't he? All of it. Sydney swallowed. She couldn't know for sure, and it wasn't right to compare stories about something so personal to Mitch. At the same time, surely he'd told someone besides her, even if he kept the rest of the town in the dark about it.
That's trust,
Jenny smiled.
There's hope for him yet, if you're patient enough to wait for him.
Sydney sighed. Life isn't a Jane Austen novel.
Sure it is. I knew the moment I saw Kevin he was the one for me. I hadn't even met him yet. He knew too. The difference between us and most other people is we weren't afraid to ride that wave of emotion. It was scary, but God, what a ride. We're still riding it. But it's not scary now. Now it's just...
Her eyes turned dreamy.
Perfect.
There was a time when Sydney had thought the same of her and Mitch. When they were young and not jaded by the hardships of the world, they'd shared everything, all of their hopes, dreams, and fears. From the moment they'd confessed their love, they had never held anything back. That was why she'd been so shocked at his reaction to her postponing the wedding. Not that he would have agreed necessarily, but to simply tell her their relationship was done. The dreams were gone. That had come out of left field.
Tell me how you met.
Sydney smiled as the sweet memories came back to her. I was a sheltered, shy girl in my first year of college. I'd gone to a party because I really wanted to make friends and live a little, you know. Jenny nodded.
I nearly flunked out of my first year of college for living a little.
Well, I didn't quite take it that far, and in fact, I really wasn't very good at it. I didn't realize until Mitch explained to me later that people thought I was conceited. I had money and a way about me.
But you were just shy?
Right. I remember sitting all by myself, feeling like a fool, when I noticed Mitch standing several feet away. Mitch was watching me, and I felt it. You know? Like his gaze was actually touching me.
Ooh, I love that.
Anyway, Mitch was talking to some guy, and I suspected it was about me, which made me even more self-conscious. The other guy put a hand on Mitch's shoulder and motioned to a group of girls dancing and drinking on the other side of the room. But Mitch shrugged off his hand and walked over to me.
I can see it. Mitch is something when he's got his swagger on.
Sydney laughed at the image, but Jenny wasn't wrong. He started talking to me, and that was it.
See? It doesn't take much to know.
Sydney sighed. Yes, but we were young and still very innocent about the real ways of the world. Maybe if we'd stayed together, we'd have made it. Maybe not. But since we've been apart, we've changed. And those two kids are gone.
That's a bunch of malarkey. People don't change, not deep down in their soul. Sure, they may act different, but who you are, who Mitch is, that's the same.
Sydney shook her head lightly. Even so, Mitch and I have different goals. Same or not, our lives don't fit together anymore.
Is that why you're sleeping with him?
This peaceful moment is yours. Rest in it, breathe in it, and let it soothe you before the story resumes.
dark, we're not backing down. In the dark, we're not backing down. Whispers in my ear, you're taking control. I can't resist, you got me in a hole. I can't resist, you got me in a hole. Fingers tracing, you're leading the way. I love this feeling, I can't help but stay. Love this feeling, I'll just stay. Fingers tracing, lead the way. Love this feeling, I'll just stay. Fingers tracing, lead the way. Lead the way. After you, lead the way. I'll follow you. Tonight I'll say. After you, lead the way. Heart racing, we're on the prowl. In the dark, we're not backing down. In the dark, we're not backing down. Whispers in my ear, you're taking control. I can't resist, you got me in a hole. I can't resist, you got me in a hole. Fingers tracing, you're leading the way. I love this feeling, I can't help but stay. Love this feeling, I'll just stay. Fingers tracing, lead the way. Love this feeling, I'll just stay. Fingers tracing, lead the way. Lead the way. After you, lead the way. I'll follow you. Tonight I'll say. After you, lead the way.
Because you don't fit?
How did she know? Sydney felt her cheeks heat. Jenny smirked.
Girl, no one can hide sex glow. Not Mitch and not you.
Mitch had sex glow? She brought her hands to her face, wondering if they still had sex glow. Jenny laughed.
A woman can tell these things, especially one with nothing better to do because she's bedridden.
Did you ask him about his sex glow? Sydney was suddenly curious at the prospect.
Well, of course I did, honey. But you know, man, they act like they don't know what sex is when it comes up in conversation. But he never denied it, just like you haven't. So I know my sex radar is as good as ever.
Yes, well, Sydney trailed off.
So, is he as good as they say?
Jenny was her friend, pretty much her only friend in Charlotte Tavern. And every woman needs a girlfriend to confide in. And because Sydney did, she said, he's better.
So, is she right?
Kevin hefted a hip on the edge of the desk where Mitch had spent the morning dealing with his current caseload, with a particular focus on Jenny's attack and Sydney's stalker.
Is who right about what?
Mitch looked at Kevin. Based on Jenny's grumbling about Kevin hovering over her bedside that morning, he wasn't surprised to see Kevin back at work.
Jenny and the sex glow?
Mitch smirked. Why did people care so much about his sex life?
Seriously, you're asking me about that? She's always right, you know.
Then why are you asking? Kevin shrugged.
Just asking you. Maybe we can work on Jen's case instead.
Kevin nodded, his amused expression turning serious.
Jesus, Mitch. I've never been so damn scared in my life.
I know.
Do you?
If there was one thing Mitch knew, it was fear. In a war zone, fear became as common as breathing. I know all about fear. I don't mean for your own life, but in losing someone who completes your life. Mitch supposed it was his own fault people didn't think he had attachments to people. And maybe the attachments he had were different from Kevin and Jenny's. But that didn't mean loss wouldn't alter his life, because it already had. The guilt at not having stopped Brian from entering the building despite the fact that his instinct told him it wasn't safe. Not being able to save him, just sitting with him as his life slowly drained out. He hadn't called for help. He wasn't a medic, but he was certain Brian's injuries weren't survivable. But that wasn't why he hadn't called for help. It was because he was a coward. Because he believed his sergeant and men in his squad had set up the bomb and sent him and Brian in, while the rest of them remained a safe distance away, checking the perimeter. He'd heard them leave after the explosion. They didn't know Mitch wasn't in the building when it went off and didn't check to make sure both he and Brian were dead. Many nights Mitch lay in bed and wondered if maybe he should have called them back, not to save Brian, but so they'd kill him. The burden of surviving was sometimes more than Mitch could carry. How many more would have been killed had you not lived and been able to testify? One of his therapists had pointed out. You're a hero. The Army made right what was wrong because of you. But Mitch didn't feel like a hero. He didn't want a medal. If only he'd stuck to the original plan, go to law school and marry Sydney. Except if he had, maybe Hancock and his gang would have killed more innocent people. Maybe they'd still be killing. Mitch wished he could make it all disappear. But it was like Sydney said. It stays with you. She was right. The guilt and loss ate at Mitch every day. Activities Mitch and Brian had always done together, like hunting and fishing, Mitch now did alone or with others, which wasn't the same. And then there was Chelsea, a constant reminder of Mitch's inability to save Brian. The more Mitch tried to help her, the more inept he felt. Of course, that wasn't what Kevin meant. He was talking about losing the love of his life. But Mitch knew that, too. Sydney hadn't died, but she'd been lost to him the minute she let her parents talk her into postponing their wedding. It proved she didn't have his faith and commitment in the relationship. The loss was that much worse because she was out of his life, not through death, but by choice. No, he knew loss. Arguing his point to Kevin wouldn't make a difference, so Mitch didn't. We'll find who did this. Before Kevin could respond, another officer called him over. Mitch turned back to his work, reviewing his notes on the interviews with Jagger and Patrick. They were the two best suspects, both with an interest and weak alibis, not just in Charlotte Tavern, but in New York as well. Still, the attacker could be Dr. Singer or some yet unknown person. Sometimes stalking victims had no idea who their stalker was. Or it could be someone in her everyday life. That idea sent a shiver down Mitch's spine. She could be at work, walking the hospital corridors with a colleague who wanted her dead. He remembered Sydney's fear and confusion as she had recounted her story, and how, even so, she kept on living. Hadn't she said that to him the night before? He admired her ability to forge ahead. She was stronger than he'd given her credit for. Or maybe she'd developed it in the years since they'd been together. There were many things different about her. She was braver and more assertive. She was less self-conscious and more spontaneous. In bed, she'd been open to his suggestions and even had a few ideas of her own. Just thinking of them had his groin twitching. If there was such a thing as sexual glue, he was certain he could light the city. It had been a long time since he'd enjoyed and been so satiated by sex. But it wasn't just the sex. She hadn't judged him when he shared his story. He still couldn't believe he'd told her. Only a handful of people knew the details of his experience. Most believed his altered personality was general war fatigue and the loss of Brian, which to Mitch's mind would have been enough. Something died in him the day Brian was killed. It wasn't just the grief and guilt, but a trust. He'd come back bitter and angry, wanting to keep the world away. And he'd done a good job of it until Sydney. The image of her in his shirt came back to him now, her bright hazel eyes looking at him with a mixture of sadness and... Could it have been love? Mitch rubbed his hands over his face. She couldn't love him. Not after how he'd treated her. Not when he'd been adamant any relationship they had would be temporary. But when he'd told her his secret, she'd reached out to him. She'd held him. And it had soothed him. That she was able to make his hurt and grief subside scared the hell out of him much more than the intimacy of sex. It was harder than people knew to build and sustain the walls to keep others out, and with one loving look in her eyes, one soothing hug, and, yes, sex, that pushed the demons away. She'd left him raw and vulnerable, and more than anything, he wanted more. But as soon as he allowed himself to feel more for Sydney, his fear reminded him what was at stake. It wasn't a matter of if she left him again, but when. Her job here was temporary, and she was with him now only because she needed protection. While she cared for him, she'd embraced a simple affair. So he pushed aside any thought of pursuing something more with her. He opened her file, found Fletcher's number, and called. The most important task he had now was to keep her safe and find out who wanted to hurt her. Whether she was in his life or not, Kevin had been right about one thing. If something happened to Sydney, it would be like losing a piece of himself. Chapter 16. When it was time to pick Sydney up from work that evening, the sky darkened, threatening a storm. Mitch studied the clouds as he made his way to the medical center. The ominous cover indicated he should gather his candles and flashlights. It wasn't raining yet, and the wind only brushed at the tops of the trees. But Mitch recognized a powerful spring storm when one was building. He just hoped it would hold off until he got Sydney safely into his place. Wow, it's dark. Sydney walked beside him, and it was all he could do to keep from taking her hand. He mentally reprimanded himself for wanting to indulge in even this small gesture. Storm's coming. We should hurry. Once she was settled into his truck, he drove through the streets of Charlotte Tavern. The rain started to fall in plump droplets. The wind picked up, tossing leaves and other plant debris in the road. By the time they reached his house, the storm was in full swing, including lightning and thunder so loud it sounded as if it were right on top of them. He pulled behind Sydney's car parked in his carport and rushed out to open the door on her side of the truck. He didn't have a side door to the house, so they would have to run to avoid getting soaked. That came up fast. She looked up, the rain dotting her face. A light streaked across the sky, followed almost immediately by the boom of thunder. She startled. Instinct had him wrap an arm around her.
Let's run for it.
He had to raise his voice to be heard over the pounding rain and continued rumble of thunder. She nodded. Her wide eyes and smile made her appear exhilarated. They'd had thunderstorms at Princeton, but he could never remember being caught outside with her in one.
1, 2, 3.
Mitch took her hand and made a run for the porch. She was laughing when they finally reached the door and shook off the water. It's like running in a deluge.
You've never run in the rain?
Not like this, she inhaled. It's so clean and fresh and charged. He knew it stormed up north, and he'd wondered how she'd avoided getting caught in the midst of a downpour. Just then, another bolt of lightning streaked across the sky. She looked toward it, staring slightly when the thunderous crack followed. Mitch studied her, and then he took her hand and led her to the 2 plastic outdoor chairs protected from the storm by the cover of the porch roof. She looked at him for a moment, and then, with a smile, sat to watch Mother Nature's show with him. He'd always loved storms. The energy, wildness, and power. Most women he'd been with didn't. A few had been afraid to sit on a porch to watch them, but even the ones who weren't didn't appreciate the brutal beauty. The trees bowed and swayed, like they were dancing in an animated movie. Lightning streaked through the sky in a natural fireworks show, backed with thunder that shook the house. He looked at Sydney, her eyes wide, not with fear, but with a gleam that suggested she was delighted at nature's show. He found himself as mesmerized by her as he was by the storm. She turned to him, her smile beaming. "I've never watched a storm before." How was it they'd spent 4 years together in college and he hadn't shared this with her?
I love storms.
Really? She seemed incredulous, and he found himself wondering how much else they didn't know about each other. He nodded and stood.
We might lose power. I should gather supplies just in case.
Let me help. She stood too. Since she'd come to Charlotte Tavern, Mitch had done everything he could to avoid her pull on him. He worked to control the impulse to touch and taste that washed over him when she was near. Standing on the porch, with the rain pelting, lightning flashing, and thunder rumbling, he let go of control. He reached out and pulled her into a tight embrace as his lips found and drank from hers. Her body melted against his, as if it had been made to fit. She responded without reserve. Her mouth opened against his and invited him in. The air around them was charged with energy and power. It surged through him and poured from him into the kiss. A soft moan escaped from her, adding fuel to an already raging fire. He wanted to strip her naked and surge into her right there on his front porch. Thunder cracked, and she jerked, clung, and kissed him harder as if the storm was raging through her too. And that was all it took. He was going to scandalize all of Charlotte Tavern and take her right there on his front porch. His hands began their ascent under her dress, wanting to verify she wanted him as desperately as he wanted her. Mitch... God, don't talk. He covered her mouth more fully with his own. Mitch, your phone. His head lifted, and he finally heard the chirp of his cell phone. Do you need to get it? Dazed, it took a moment to orient himself. He pulled his phone from his pocket. Lexi, he swore as he poked the talk button. You have the worst timing. Sorry. Drake's voice came through the phone.
Drake? What's wrong?
Worry flooded through him.
I was hoping I might talk to Dr. Preston. Her office wouldn't give me her number, but I'm told she's with you. Is Lexi sick? Can I talk to Dr. Preston?
Mitch heard concern, but not necessarily panic in Drake's voice. Still, Drake was a master of control.
Hold on.
He covered the phone with his hand.
It's Drake. He wants to talk to you.
Yes, okay. She reached for the phone. Hi, Drake, it's Sydney. Mitch watched her, looking for clues as to what Drake might be saying to her. Has she talked to her doctor about this? Mitch's gut clenched as he realized Drake had indeed been calling about Lexi's health. Is she eating? Mitch drew closer, hoping to hear what Drake was saying. Dysgeusia is very common, more common than people realize. Mitch raised an eyebrow at her. What the hell was dysgeusia? It's not a problem unless it's so bad she's not eating enough. Try giving her citrusy things, unless she has nausea, or pickled food. Brushing her tongue and rinsing with mild salt water can help too. I've had patients suck on hard candy or chew gum after eating. You should talk to her doctor about changing her prenatal vitamin. Some can make it worse. Either way, you should talk to her doctor. Mitch took a deep breath. Sydney was calm and wasn't telling Drake to take Lexi immediately to a hospital, so it must not be serious. Yes, of course. I'm happy to help. She handed the phone back to Mitch. He pressed it to his ear, but Drake had already hung up. Everything is fine.
You're sure? What is dysgeusia?
It's when pregnant women get a metallic or bad taste in their mouth after eating. For most, it's annoying, but for some, it's so bad they don't want to eat.
Lexi's not eating.
Drake's concerned she's not eating enough. Her doctor should be able to help her find ways to get relief. For most women, it goes away by the second trimester.
But she's in the second, isn't she?
Give or take a few weeks. Sydney smiled. She'll be fine. Drake won't let her be otherwise.
You probably get this a lot. Being hunted down for advice. Having to reassure people.
She nodded. Yes, but I don't mind. Stress can be unhealthy too, and if I can help alleviate that, then I will. But I don't want to be seen as poaching another doctor's patient, so I always refer them there.
You're good at this.
Her head cocked to the side as if she was surprised by the compliment.
You handled Hank like a pro. You were calm with Drake, who is a level-headed guy but can get pretty intense, especially where Lexi is concerned.
Thank you. Mitch studied her. Until now, he'd never really seen her as a doctor. Of course, he'd known she was, but his memories of her in college too often clouded his thinking of her.
I'm proud of you.
Her brows rose. You doubted me?
No.
He smiled and rubbed his hands on her arms.
It's just sunk in that you achieved what you set out to do. When we were together before, it was your goal, but you were struggling to get through organic chemistry.
It wasn't easy, but I made it. The recognition of her achievements had him pondering what their life would have been like had they continued down the path they'd planned. Would she have been able to finish medical school? Would she have gone to Jordan? The idea that the answers might be no bothered him. Her head tilted to the side. Have you regretted not going to law school?
No. I was done with school, and after getting out of the army, I had no plans. Kevin suggested law enforcement.
You're good at it. He grinned.
You've never seen me in action.
Yes, I have. You were gentle yet still pushed enough to get my statement. You were kind even when you still resented me. And this is a small town. People don't just talk about your conquests. They talk about your work. About how good you are at it. Mitch drew himself up to his full height, the feeling of pride washing through him that townspeople were saying he did good work. Not that Charlotte Tavern had a lot of crime. Mostly it had burglaries, vandalism, drunk and disorderly, and some domestic disputes. They hadn't had a murder in over a year. Another bolt of lightning flashed, followed by a deafening bang.
Maybe we should go inside.
Disappointment flashed in her hazel eyes, but she nodded. He opened the door and let her in first. He flipped on the light, but the house remained dark.
Uh-oh.
He flipped the switch up and down without success.
Looks like the power's out. Wait there.
The house wasn't completely black, but it was dark enough that anyone who didn't know it well would have to stumble through. He went to the small desk near the door and took a flashlight from the drawer. He turned it on, lighting the living area.
I've got a lights-out kit in the kitchen.
Lights-out kit?
Flashlights, candles, radio. You know.
She smiled. Yes, I've just never heard it called that. Do you lose power often?
Not often, but frequently enough that having a kit helps.
He took her hand and led with the flashlight to the kitchen. Opening the door of the pantry, he pulled out a plastic box and set it on the counter. He tested a flashlight, then handed it to her. I'm going to change. My clothes are wet. He nodded, although he liked the way the wet clothes clung to her, showing her curves. While she was gone, he dug through the kit, checking the candles, batteries, matches, and radio. He left it on the counter and thought about what they should eat. He had a gas stove, which meant they could cook dinner. Odds were the power wouldn't be out too long unless a tree had taken down a power line. Much better. She entered the kitchen wearing a t-shirt and yoga pants. If she wasn't going to wear the wet dress, this would do.
How about ice cream for dinner?
She gave him an amused smile. Ice cream?
When I was growing up and the power went out, we ate ice cream. No power to the fridge means frozen stuff melts.
You can't have that.
Nope. Bowls are over there if you want to grab a couple.
He went to the fridge and opened the freezer, pulling out the ice cream. He hoped she liked chocolate loaded with nuts and chocolate bits. When he turned, she was setting the bowls on the counter and pulling spoons from the drawer. She should have looked out of place. She was sophisticated and regal. But as he watched her, she belonged there. Not just in the kitchen, but in a home. His home. The thought terrified him, yet he found it nearly impossible to push away. This is the life they could have had. I'll serve us. Do you want to take the candles into the living room? She nodded, picking up her flashlight and the box. She left the kitchen, and he took a moment to regain his composure. He couldn't let her get to him. But it was hopeless. She was a part of him. She'd always been. But it wasn't the past that had him compelled to keep her close. This new Sydney was more exciting, more everything. One part of him told him to get away from her, to drop her off at a hotel to stop the momentum they'd started the night before. But another part of him, a part he thought had died in Iraq, desperately wanted everything being with her promised. Love, connection, happiness. He hadn't been lying when he told her she deserved more than what he had to offer. But now he wanted to offer her more. She agreed to his conditions, and he wondered what she'd do if he changed the rules. He stood with that thought for a moment, waiting for panic to set in. But it didn't. Instead, for once, the yearning for what they'd had outweighed his need to protect his heart. He scooped the ice cream into the bowls and carried them to the living area. Sydney sat near the fireplace, her gaze fixed on the candles she'd lined in a row on the hearth. She'd also lit candles and set them on the coffee table. The light flickered, its reflection shimmering like gold in her honey-blonde hair. She turned, smiled at him, and that was it. Any remnants of his resolve to guard his heart melted away, and he tumbled head over heels in love with her again. Sydney watched as Mitch brought the bowls of ice cream. The expression on his face mesmerized her. She wanted to believe it was love, but he'd been so clear that love and commitment weren't in his future. She desperately wished she could change that. Not just because she loved him despite all her attempts to keep her heart in check, but also because he was a man who deserved to be loved. She wanted to soothe away the hurt and grief and guilt. She wanted to help him live life fully. She had to believe it was what his friend Brian would have wanted for him. He sat with her on the floor, next to the coffee table in front of the fireplace.
There's lots more, so eat up.
So you really had ice cream for dinner growing up?
Whenever the power went out, Lexi and I would make forts, and my dad would put on shadow puppet plays with the flashlight.
Sydney's heart filled at the image of a young Mitch and Lexi. What a wonderful childhood. Had he really given up the idea that he could have the same as an adult? She scooped up some ice cream, and the chocolate cooled her tongue. I think eating ice cream when the power is out is a good rule. What about the winter? Does the power go out then, too?
Sometimes, and we'd still eat ice cream and make forts. If it was out for more than a day, we camped out in the living room. My dad would keep a fire going in the fireplace, and we roasted marshmallows to make s'mores.
Did he realize how happy he looked telling the story? She wanted to tell him she wanted to do those things with her kids, their kids, but didn't want to spoil the moment. She'd agreed to an affair, and she'd stick to her agreement.
Do you have any childhood stories?
She had nice memories, but none like Mitch's. When I needed to get away to think as a kid, I went to the Balto statue in Central Park.
Balto? The cartoon dog?
Sydney frowned. He was a real dog first who helped deliver medicine in Nome, Alaska. It's the root of Iditarod. Mitch grinned.
I know what Balto and the Iditarod are.
Yeah, from a cartoon.
But I know him. What's the deal with the unicorn cookies?
She laughed. I had a patient who had them, and her child shared one with me. I was hooked.
We should have put them on the ice cream.
I think everything is just fine as it is. He nodded toward the fireplace.
That's nice.
Thank you. I wasn't sure how you wanted them. He gave her an amused look.
Sydney and her rules.
She felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment, but she tried to look stern when she said, "There's something to be said for order." He set his bowl aside.
When a romantic setting is created, the rule is that it needs to be fully utilized.
Really? Her heart rate kicked into high gear at his sensual tone and the use of the word romantic. Did it mean he felt more than friendship and lust? He took her bowl, setting it on the coffee table.
Uh-huh.
Outside, thunder rumbled, showing no signs of calming. The rain pelted the roof. Inside, candles flickered, flashing in his green, sensuous eyes. His hand reached around to the back of her neck and pulled her to him in a kiss. His lips and tongue were cold until he started brushing them across her mouth, his tongue sweeping inside in a delicious dance. Then it was hot. Kissing Mitch had quickly vaulted to the top of Sydney's favorite things to do. It had been that way in college, but this was even better. Now that she knew what it was like to be without him, she never wanted to do it again. She'd been with other men, but none had sent fierce need spiking through her body with a single sweep of his tongue. Mitch's kiss both soothed and agitated. It heated her body, turning her blood to liquid heat, making her go pliant. At the same time, it built tension, coiling between her legs, creating an edgy, desperate need for attention, for release. He must have felt it too, because a few moments later she was out of her clothes and his hands and lips were everywhere. It would have been easy to surrender to him, but she wanted to touch and taste. Her hands weren't as sure as his when it came to disrobing, but she managed to get his shirt off, and immediately her lips slid across his neck, kissing the scars from Iraq, wanting to soothe as well as pleasure. He moaned as she cascaded kisses lower, flicking her tongue over his nipples before sucking them between her lips. His fingers threaded her hair and held her head to him.
Oh, Sydney, what you do to me.
His words encouraged her, made her feel a feminine power she'd never felt before. Tell me. He jerked and brought his gaze to hers. A feral desire danced in his eyes.
I'll show and tell.
Her heart rate jumped, thrilled at what his eyes and words promised. In a rush, they removed the last of their clothes. She barely had her panties off when he hauled her over him to straddle his hips, his arms banding around her as his head bent, taking the taut peak of her breast between his lips. A long hiss escaped her lips. Each tug of her breast sent sensations straight to her center. Need built and coiled tighter and tighter until she couldn't think of anything but having him inside her. She wrapped her legs around him and used them to move her pelvis closer to satisfaction. Reaching between them, she wrapped her fingers around him.
You make me want you, Sid. God, how I want you.
He kissed her again. It was nearly perfect. If only she could complete the bond. She shifted her hips again, ready to beg if she had to. His hands went to her hips and guided her. Mitch, the moment was almost there. He swore and pushed her hips back. She protested with a groan and fought to regain her position. I need you. Her words tore out of her in a frustrated groan.
Condom.
She barely heard him, his voice was so strained and harsh. He tried to disentangle their bodies, and she stopped him.
Sydney.
He let out a growl, his head dropping to her chest as he heaved in breaths. She was on the pill, and for several beats she was ready to throw caution to the wind. She loved and trusted him, believed him when he'd said he'd used a condom with the other women he'd been with. Somehow the urgency subsided enough so she could focus on him. She framed his face with her hands, capturing his gaze with hers. Would he see she loved him? Feel that she loved him? Recognize that she trusted him? His green eyes clouded with desire, and for a moment she thought he understood. But his hands held her hips firmly away from where they desperately wanted to be.
Not in the throes of passion.
His teeth gritted, and with a growl, he reached for his pants. He was right, of course. As a doctor, she ought to know better. And yet, her love, her trust in him was soul deep. His hands shook as he sheathed himself. His fingers threaded her hair, and he pulled her lips to his in a scorching kiss that seared all her senses.
Take what you want, Sid,
he murmured as his lips trailed down her neck until they found purchase on the hard pearl of her breast. I want you, she arched, offering herself, relishing the magnificent things his mouth was doing to her. She wished he understood her desire for him was more than sexual release. She settled over him and slid down until he filled her. The feel of him inside her, pulsing, throbbing, was a perfection she'd never experienced, not even during their relationship in college. She wished she could savor the moment, but her body was too impatient, too greedy. She couldn't wait any longer. She rocked against him, her body massaging his thick arousal as her orgasm built and readied.
I can feel you.
His erotic words made her clench again, causing his breath to hitch. One of his hands slid from her hip over her thigh.
I want to feel you come around me, Sid.
Yes, ran like a mantra through her mind. His thumb dipped between her thighs and brushed over her sensitive nub.
Come for me, Sid. Come hard.
His thumb pressed, his lips suckled her breast, but it wasn't needed. His words alone rocketed her to the stars, her release like a starburst, a flash of light radiating to every neuron in her body. She cried out, her hips moving of their own volition to draw out the pleasure. The friction of him, hard, hot, and sliding in and out. As she came down from the high, she was vaguely aware he hadn't joined her. She opened her eyes to find him watching her, a mixture of awe and something else she couldn't identify, but hoped was love. Before she could ask him if he was okay and why he hadn't come, he rolled her underneath him. His body spread over hers, covering her completely, lying skin to skin, heat to heat.
You're so beautiful.
Careful. You keep looking at me like that and I might think I matter to you. He dipped his head and kissed her, soft and tender. It was in contrast to the desperate, needy kisses he usually gave. His lips trailed from her mouth along her jaw to her ear.
You matter.
He took her hands and lifted them over her head, holding them there palm to palm. He started to move, slow, smooth, and delicious. His green gaze held hers, filled with an emotion she was afraid she was reading wrong. Maybe it wasn't love, but it was something more than casual. Tears spilled, but she blinked them back, not wanting him to think something was wrong.
Come for me again.
He kissed her and moved in and out of her. His hands flexed and gripped hers. Not even when they'd been together in college had sex been so intense and emotional. Because this wasn't sex. He was making love to her. She made love back, matching the movement of her hips to his, in a dance uniquely theirs. She kissed him with equal parts love and desire. She gripped his hands and held them tight. She focused on the feel of him sliding in and out, the friction building and building, feeling him grow and lengthen inside her.
Sydney, Come.
His breath was harsh as his hips picked up the pace. She'd give him anything. Anything. She shifted, tilting her hips so when he drove in, he hit that one exquisite spot. And when he did, she let herself go. Her orgasm washed through her like the spring storm outside, clean, intense, and beautiful. She was still riding the storm when Mitch let out a feral growl and pumped deep, hard, and fast until he collapsed on her. She held him, and knew it was hopeless to try and pretend she could keep herself from loving him. Instead, she placed a kiss on his cheek and gave herself over to him, body, heart, and soul. Sydney was completely boneless and blissfully happy. The only fly in the ointment, as Southerners would say, was that she couldn't tell him what was in her heart.
You okay?
She turned her head. Mitch's dazzling green eyes, sated and beautiful, stared back at her as they lay side by side on the floor of his living room. She nodded, too spent to manage speaking. He rolled to his side, his hand stroking down her abdomen. When her eyes widened, he laughed.
We'll rest. I just like touching you.
I like you touching me. He watched his hand as he grazed it over her nipple, which hardened again. I'm on the pill.
I figured that when you were about to ravish me without protection.
He smiled.
But it seemed smarter to make that decision when we weren't so desperate.
You're right. Thank you for maintaining a level head. Although she couldn't stop the feeling that maybe his decision was because he didn't trust her, or didn't want to be with her long term. A man who didn't want commitment with a woman wouldn't want to risk her having his child.
I'm clean, and I can get records to prove it.
She smiled, running her fingers through his bronze waves. I can get them too. He nodded.
Until then, I'm going to get my box of condoms and bring them out here.
A camp out?
It's a perfect night for one.
Before we get to using all the condoms in your box. He grinned at her and waggled his brows, making her laugh. Did you learn anything today? About who attacked Jenny? He sighed.
No. I have someone looking at traffic cams to see if there were any suspicious vehicles. Nothing was left at the scene, and Jenny hasn't remembered anything significant. Detective Fletcher hasn't shared anything new from his end, but he said he'd go back and look at Dr. Singer.
So it will be like before. It won't be solved. Her chest tightened at the thought she'd have to continue to look over her shoulder and possibly put people she cared about in danger. His fingers caressed her face, pushing a tendril of her hair behind her ear.
I'll keep looking.
He took a deep breath.
But I'll need to talk with Patrick and Jagger again.
She bit her lip, hating that Patrick would be subjected to another interrogation. She couldn't even bring herself to believe Jagger wanted to hurt her. I thought they had alibis.
They've told me what they were doing, but now I'm going to push. I'll work to see if we can verify or disprove Patrick was wandering around Washington. Jagger will be harder, as I don't think there's anyone else on the farm, but maybe a neighbor drove by or the mailman saw him there.
What if it's not them? What if it's someone I don't know? She didn't want to cry, but her chest constricted as panic took root.
Sit.
Mitch pulled her against him, and like a balm it soothed.
I won't let anyone hurt you.
He pulled back, his sharp green gaze intent on her.
I promise.
She knew that wasn't a promise he could keep, but the determination she saw in his eyes made her feel better. She nodded. Okay. His gaze swept over her face, lingering on her lips before returning to her eyes.
You matter, Sid.
Oh, how she wished he meant, I love you, Sid. But she'd take it. and she'd take him for as long as he'd have her. Chapter 17. The next morning, Sydney woke on the floor. Disoriented, her eyes fluttered open, and the memory of the night before came back to her, leaving her disappointed Mitch wasn't there. The smell of bacon clued her in that he was making breakfast. The t-shirt Mitch had lent her the night before lay on the arm of the couch, and she smiled that he would have thought of leaving it there for her. She put it on and made her way to the kitchen.
Hey.
His smile stunned her. Hey.
I didn't want to wake you, but after last night I was starving.
He waggled his brows, heating her body with desire to repeat all the sensuous things they'd done during the night. It smells delicious.
Bacon is one of the main food groups.
She smiled, knowing most people agreed. Of course, after eating it, she'd need to burn off the calories. Did they have time for Mitch to help her with that? Thinking of time, she remembered she needed to stop by her place to pick up her mail. Before she could talk to Mitch about it, she was in his arms and he was kissing her senseless.
Good morning.
Breathless, she looked up at him. Good morning.
Did you sleep okay? I guess we fell asleep on the floor. It's not very comfortable.
It's not. But you are. He grinned, gave her a quick kiss, and went back to cooking breakfast. It was all very domestic, and she couldn't remember being happier. Her ability to guard against thoughts of living in bliss with Mitch was completely gone. She knew she could get hurt, and knew it would destroy her. But her love was no match for good sense. So she had to put her faith in him, and hope he could see that all they'd once dreamed of could still become reality. Mitch helped her burn off the bacon calories while they showered. It took longer than expected, and she wasn't able to get her mail before work. No matter. She'd stop by after. Sydney breezed through her day, finding joy in telling a young couple they were pregnant, and wondering if she'd ever have that joy with Mitch. The only blight in her life was the fact someone was out to get her. She hoped Mitch would be able to discover who it was before she or someone else was hurt again. After work, Mitch drove her from the hospital to her place. She grabbed a few more clothes, wishing she had something seductive to pack. Maybe she'd find a lingerie store on the weekend. She stopped by her mailbox. Her box was filled, a large manila envelope taking up most of the space. Eager to get back to Mitch's place, she stuffed the mail in her purse and went back to her car.
Got everything you need?
He leaned against his truck, waiting for her outside her place. He was so handsome, his green eyes shining at her. It stole her breath. Yes. He smiled, helping her in the truck, and drove back to his home. This time she cooked dinner. They talked like they used to, and she felt as close to him as she had before. Did he feel the same? He never said so, but he wasn't as guarded. It could be wishful thinking, but she wanted to believe it was love, or at least affection shining in his eyes. Friday morning, Sydney woke in her favorite place, Mitch's arms. She was in trouble if she was wrong about his feelings, because she was irrevocably in love with him. All she wanted to do was live the rest of her days going to sleep and waking in his arms. Maybe they'd add a few children to the mix. Children with his bronze hair and green eyes.
What are you doing for lunch?
Mitch stood in the doorway of her office. She'd done her rounds at the hospital while Mitch had gone to visit Jenny, and he'd surprised her by showing up at her office after. No plans. He stepped into her office, shutting the door. He walked to her, pulled her from her chair, and kissed her.
That's a solid-looking desk you have there.
His words reverberated against her neck. As if to show her, he pushed her back until the desk pressed against her backside. He lifted her, set her on the desk, and then stepped between her legs. Why, officer!
It's detective.
His hand slid up her legs, under her dress.
How about it? Lunch here?
A surge of excitement shimmered through her body. Yes. He pressed his palms to her cheeks.
I can't seem to get enough of you, Doc.
She smiled, hoping against hope his words were a declaration of something beyond an affair. He stepped back and put her dress back in place.
I'll see you at lunch.
It took a few minutes for Sydney to get the fog out of her brain. Once she did, she started her day. Her 11:40 appointment cancelled, so Sydney went to her office. Was she really going to make love to Mitch on her desk? Her cheeks heated at the idea. She knew the nurses and staff left for lunch while the office closed for the hour. The other doctors usually did rounds. Her heart rate sped up. The old Sydney would never have had sex anywhere but in bed, and certainly not away from home. The only exception had been an interlude in a hot tub with Mitch during college. The idea of it thrilled her, even as it made her nervous. Mitch was whittling away all her inhibitions. She decided to freshen up for his visit, pulling her purse from the bottom drawer of her desk. She opened it, looking for her compact, when she saw her mail. Thoughts of Mitch had distracted her, and she'd forgotten it. The bills could wait, so she pushed them aside. She looked at the manila envelope, recognizing the perfect handwriting of her mother. A shiver of anticipation ran up her spine. The 5 letters she sent were bound with a rubber band, organized by postmark, first to last. Sydney's organizational skills clearly came from her mother. The first 2 envelopes had the most heft. By the last envelope, the letters were light, as if they were filled with only a single piece of paper. She opened the first envelope, grateful that, while her mother had hidden them, she hadn't read them. She unfolded the paper, and a hard object fell out. Her engagement ring. Her breath hitched. It was a basic gold band with a single small diamond, but the love it had represented was huge. When Mitch proposed, it had been the happiest day of her life. A few months later, it was over. She remembered when Mitch told her if she couldn't marry him when he got back from boot camp, then it was over. Stunned and angry, she'd given him the ring. She remembered being in a fog when she'd done it and regretting it to the point that she'd nearly chased his plane down the runway to get it back. She slipped it on to test it. It was a little tighter, but still fit. Tears filled her eyes as she looked at the diamond once again sitting where it should have been for the last 10 years. Not wanting to be caught with it on, she removed it and put it back in the envelope. Then she opened the letter.
Sydney, I've been trying to contact you, but my calls and emails aren't going through. I know you're mad, and you have every right to be. I was an idiot. I was feeling bad about being away from you, and then you said you wanted to postpone the wedding, and I got angry and hurt. I said things I didn't mean. I'm sorry. I wish I were there to make it up to you. I will make it up to you when I get back. I don't want to wait years to get married, but if you want to postpone the wedding for a little while, I'll go along with it. Please put the ring back on and say you'll marry me. Love, Mitch.
Sydney closed her eyes. She'd known the letters would say something like this, but to see the words in his handwriting made her heart ache. She opened the second letter, dated 3 weeks after the first.
Sid, did you get my last letter? Are you angry and ignoring me? Have you given up on me? Please say you forgive me. I love you. I always will.
The letter went on to describe his day and all the stuff he'd have shared if they hadn't broken up. But at the end, he apologized again and asked for her forgiveness. She sat back, guilt filling her, even though it wasn't her fault that she hadn't responded. She was afraid to read the remaining letters, knowing that as they went on, his words would become angrier. There was a tap on her door.
Lunch is here.
Mitch poked his head in with a seductive grin and twinkle in his eye. She looked at him, full of remorse for hurting him and relief that he had given her a second chance. She wiped at stray tears. His head cocked to the side as he moved into her office.
You okay?
He looked at the letters on her desk as he entered. He was reaching out for her, but stopped short. He picked up the first letter. His gaze shot to hers. In that instant, the wall was up. Anger and resentment radiated from him.
You told me you didn't get these.
He shook the letter at her.
You lied.
No, he tossed the letter on her desk and turned away. Mitch! Panic shot through her heart. He swung around.
To think I thought we might have a future after all.
His words both embraced and slapped her. She hadn't been wrong about what she'd seen in his eyes and felt in his touch. But just as he was telling her there could be more, he was taking it away. I can explain.
How you lied? How you made this all my fault when the entire time it was yours?
Her chest tightened, making it difficult for her to breathe. His reaction wasn't all that different from the one at the airport 10 years earlier. He seethed, he raged, but he didn't listen. Wouldn't listen. And because he wouldn't now, she determined it wouldn't matter what she said. You should go. His brows shot up in surprise.
You're not going to deny it?
I did deny it, but you won't listen and you won't believe me anyway, so why bother? She shook her head. Her heart was splitting in her chest, but the pain was masked by anger. I feel sorry for you, Mitch.
Me? That's rich.
Yes, you have so much in your life and yet you choose to keep it out because of what happened in the Middle East. If Mitch could kill with a single dark glare, she'd be a pile of dust. She wanted to wither away at the rage in his eyes, but she straightened her back and kept her hard gaze on his.
You dismiss what happened to me?
No. I think what happened to you was horrible, but you've let it define you. You've let it dictate your life. You have so much to be grateful for. Family, friends, love. She let the word hang. I didn't know your friend Brian, but if he was any sort of friend, he wouldn't want you to hide. He'd want you to live and love. Mitch jabbed a finger at her.
You keep Brian out of this. You know nothing about it.
I know what it's like to live in fear, to wonder why something violent happened to me. But while you choose to hide behind anger and guilt, I've done the opposite. You're broken, Mitch, and you don't give a damn enough to fix it. The minute the words were out of her mouth, she regretted them. Not for saying he should live his life, but for saying he was broken. The hurt etched on his face confirmed she'd gone too far. She was about to apologize when he reached for the letters. She scooped them up, shaking her head. These are mine. They were the only thing she had left of their relationship.
You don't deserve them.
His words tore at her. Her tears gathered, and she knew she couldn't stop them from falling, but she'd hold it together long enough to get him out of her office. They're mine. She held them to her breast. He'd have to pull them from her hands. He glanced at them as if he considered it, but then sneered in disgust.
I'll send George to get you this evening. He'll take you home or to a hotel.
He didn't say it, but the revulsion in his tone said,
I'm done with you.
Mitch sat in his truck, anger, hurt, betrayal all swirling in a dangerous combination. His heart felt physically crushed in his chest. How was it possible it could still beat? He'd known the chances of getting hurt were high, and yet somehow he'd let his guard down. She'd wormed her way in, and he'd believed her when she said she hadn't received his letters. Had she lied about his texts, voicemail messages, emails? The night before, he'd allowed himself to believe they could have a future. He'd let himself love her, not just physically, but with all his heart. He took a chance, and within 24 hours, she'd torn his heart in two again. He couldn't quite bring himself to believe her goal had been to seduce and betray him again. But intention or not, that was what had happened. He slapped his hand on the steering wheel. Idiot! He started the truck and drove to work, thinking about who he could pass Jenny and Sydney's case to. From now on, he would avoid Sydney. Charlotte Tavern was a small town, but not so small that he couldn't stay away from her. The first thing he needed to do was contact George. Mitch's anger at Sydney was strong, but that didn't mean he wanted her dead. He'd make sure she was protected, just not by him. Jesus, what a fool he'd been.
Hey, McKenna.
Detective Kripke came up to him.
We got that traffic cam footage from McAllister and Casper Streets. Nothing there that looks like a getaway car.
Mitch took a deep breath.
What about Dr. Andres' rental or Jagger Talbot's car? Nope. That doesn't mean they didn't attack Taggart's wife, but they didn't leave the hospital and go through those intersections unless it was later.
Mitch nodded.
Thanks. You okay? You look a little pissed.
I'm okay. Mitch waved off the detective, but then he turned to him.
Want to take over this case?
The detective frowned.
I've got a lot on my plate, plus I'm a personal friend of Jenny's. I'm not sure I can stay objective. Rumor is you're personal friends with Dr. Preston, too.
Mitch ground his teeth.
No. Do you want the case or not? Yeah, sure, if it's okay with the Sarge. I'll clear it.
Mitch wasn't sure how he made it through the day. He wasn't able to hide his pisser of a mood, so fortunately most people stayed away from him. It gave him time to focus and figure out who had broken into the local corner store to steal beer, chips, and condoms. Slapping the cuffs on Pee Wee Slater gave him a moment of satisfaction. He was with his girlfriend, and Mitch hoped Pee Wee had been using the stolen condoms because he had no business breeding. He'd gotten a couple of calls from his mom and Lexi, but ignored them, not even checking the voicemail. The only reason he could think they'd be calling was to ask about the rumors about him and Sydney, and the rumors were wrong. There was no reason to talk about it. At the end of his shift, he drove home, not realizing his route until he passed Sydney's apartment. He swore at himself, but looked to make sure her car was there. It was parked in the lot. But he didn't see George. Odds were someone at the police station had decided Sydney didn't need 24/7 guarding. He tried to push away the niggle of fear that Sydney's stalker had easier access to her, but called George just in case.
Oh, hey, Mitch. George, everything okay with Dr. Preston? Yeah, well...
The hesitation put Mitch on edge.
What? Well, she asked me to take her to pick up her car at your place, but then she went home. I followed her and parked outside, but then she packed up and told me she was going to visit her family in New York. She was going to call a cab, but I went ahead and drove her to the airport.
She's gone to New York. Twin feelings vied for attention. Annoyance that she bailed, as she had the last time. Relief that he wouldn't run into her.
That's right. She was mighty upset, but didn't want to talk about it.
Did she say how long she'd be gone?
I got the impression it was just for the weekend.
Great. Thanks, George. When he ended the call, Mitch decided he should let Detective Fletcher know Sydney was in his area. Not that he'd do anything, but it would give Mitch an excuse to let him know he wasn't on the case anymore. Detective Kripke was good. If there was a way to solve the case, he'd figure it out. Plus, he wasn't personally involved with any of the victims or people of interest. By the time Mitch had pulled up to his house, he was ready to be home, in his sanctuary. He'd have some of Meemaw's home cooking, probably overdo it with the alcohol, and do all he could to get his life back on track. But when he stepped in the door, there was no relief, no feeling of being home or in a safe haven. Sydney was everywhere. Her floral scent hung in the air. The candles she'd decorated with during the power outage sat on the hearth. Unless she'd broken into his home that afternoon, her personal items would be in the guest room, her toiletries in the bathroom. Mitch groaned as he shut the door and searched his mind for an alternative. He could go stay somewhere else, but that would mean Sydney had run him out of his house. Instead, he'd clean and pack up her stuff and douse the house with a hefty amount of scented air freshener. It didn't work. Giving up, he decided to spend the evening on his couch, watching whatever sports event happened to be on the TV while he ate dinner. He just sat down when there was a knock on his door. Swearing, he stood and looked out the window to see who was invading his pity party. Lexi. Crap. He shook his head and considered pretending not to be home, but she wouldn't buy it. So he opened the door.
What's up, Buttercup?
He worked on his best big brother smile and prayed she'd buy it. Why haven't you called me or Mom back?
I'm busy.
One brow rose, her head leaning forward to see who he was busy with. Last night, it would have been Sydney. Tonight, he was back to being a confirmed bachelor. Is Dr. Preston here? I wanted to thank her for the advice she gave Drake and me.
No.
Lexi's eyes narrowed in a way that told him he was a terrible actor.
She's visiting her family in New York.
So everything is okay? He sighed.
It's fine. Come in, but don't ask me to share Mima's food.
Lexi pouted. I'm eating for two. He rolled his eyes, picked up his bowl from the side table, and handed it to her. Had Sydney's remedies worked? Or maybe it was Mima's mac and cheese. She smiled, the grin that led everyone to indulge her, including him. Thank you. She sat on the couch, and he took the chair. They sat in silence, but he wasn't fooled. Lexi was working up to something.
Won't Drake be worried about you?
Mitch hoped she'd take the hint and leave. I told him I was coming here.
Well, don't make me wait any longer. Tell me why you're here so I can get back to my evening.
She made a face, setting her food on the coffee table. There's a rumor you and Sydney are an item again.
It's untrue.
He didn't feel it necessary to tell her it had nearly been true. I visited Jenny.
She's bored and trying to entertain herself with gossip.
Lexi sat back and studied Mitch. He shifted in his seat under her intense glare. Sydney seemed to think you were together.
If you ask her now, you'll find she'll deny it.
No. So the other rumor about the two of you going at it, and by at it, I mean yelling in her office, not sex, is true. Mitch sighed.
I love you, Lexi. I love that you and Drake have a fairy tale, but I'm not interested in discussing my love life or having you play matchmaker.
So you did have a love life?
Lex?
Come on, Mitch. It's not healthy to keep it all in, and it's rude to all the people who love you and want you to be happy. Only Lexi could turn his attempt at keeping his business to himself into bad manners toward others. He didn't know why he kept avoiding the conversation. He'd grown up with Lexi and knew she wouldn't let it go.
She told me she never got my messages or my letters.
How could she not have gotten them?
She said her mother intercepted them.
I thought moms like that were only in the movies. Lexi thought for a moment. She told you she didn't get them, so you forgave her?
I believed her.
He didn't want to go into how he'd tried to keep his distance but had failed, how he'd tried to keep his heart out of it, but failed. So how do you know she had them?
I went to see her at lunch and the letters were on her desk.
Are you sure she lied? It doesn't seem smart to tell someone you don't have something when you do and then bring them out.
They were there. I saw them.
Why did he have to defend himself to his own sister? He saw what he saw.
How else would she have them if she didn't get them?
Maybe her mom mailed them to her? A kernel of guilt nagged at him. He hadn't considered that. Did you allow her to explain? Mitch bristled at Lexi's tone.
Yes. Her response was to blame me, to tell me how pathetic she thinks I am.
Pathetic? He was pleased to see Lexi take offense to that. Why would she say that? He shook his head and considered grabbing Sydney's moonshine and finishing it off.
She told me she pitied me because I let what happened in the military, what happened to Brian, define me. She said I was broken.
She wasn't wrong, but it had been a stab to his heart to hear her say it. Lexi winced. Not a, that was a terrible thing for Sydney to say wince, but a, she's right wince. Fortunately, those weren't the words that came out of her mouth. Of course she's wrong. If she was right, she wouldn't have let her back into your life and fallen in love with her again.
I don't love her,
he said with a little too much vehemence. One of Lexi's sherry-colored brows rose as she studied him for a long moment. Were you hoping to recapture the feelings of the past, and it wasn't the same? Because I can tell you have, or had, feelings for her. He shook his head.
If that were the case, it would have been easy to keep her at a distance because she's not the same.
So you fell in love with her all over again? Mitch shot her an annoyed glare. Come on, Mitch. Anyone can see you have feelings for her. He let out an expletive.
From the moment I met her, it was like my heart was tied to hers. When I see her, it's like that string gets tugged and I'm pulled to her.
Lexi's expression turned dreamy, a sure sign that what he'd said was sappy. But it was true. It was like there was an invisible bond keeping his heart irrevocably tied to hers. Then she cocked her head to the side. You know, I always thought your inability to have a lasting relationship was because you wouldn't let anyone in. But maybe it's because none of the other women were Sydney. Maybe you two were meant to be.
No.
Although Mitch had already suspected that his heart had settled on Sydney. However, their time had come and gone. Again. I'm so sorry, Mitch. He shrugged. Maybe there's still hope? He glared at her. He had only one heart, and there was only so much heartache it could take. His had met its limit. Hear me out. What if I'm right, and she only just got the letters? That means she didn't lie.
So why not just tell me that?
Knowing you probably went off the Richter scale as soon as you saw them. Sometimes you do that when you feel like you've been deceived. Did she know how you felt? Or did you treat her like all your other women? Mitch looked away. Well, no wonder. He gnashed his teeth.
I didn't treat her like the others.
Did she know that? She hadn't, because he hadn't told her. He'd barely come to recognize it himself. He hadn't been ready or able to articulate it to her. Not yet.
It doesn't matter anymore. Any chance we may have had is gone. Destroyed.
Mitch was glad when Lexi didn't respond at first. He hoped she had gotten what she came for and would leave. She tilted her head to the side. Jenny said Sydney was the target. Not her. He nodded. You were assigned to the case? Is that why she was here? You were protecting her?
Yes.
So who's protecting her now? He started to protest, but Lexi wouldn't let him. I know you, Mitch. You'd never be able to live with yourself if something happened to her.
She's in New York. I've called the detective on the case there to let him know.
I guess that's something.
Her parents and friends live in homes with alarms and doormen. She's probably safer there.
But she's probably not as happy. He rolled his eyes.
She should have thought about that before she lied.
Maybe she didn't lie. And maybe you hurt her by accusing her. You're pissed because you can't trust. That's on you. Mitch pinched the bridge of his nose.
I can't trust people who lie.
And she can't trust you because you didn't trust her. I don't blame her for not giving you an explanation. It probably wouldn't have mattered. Mitch glared at her. You're as stubborn as a mule, Mitch. Just like you, she took her licks and left. She's as afraid as you are.
You know a lot for someone who isn't even involved.
I know people. I work with people who are on their deathbeds. They never regret not making more money or buying some fancy schmancy thing. They always regret not telling someone they loved them, not taking a chance on something big. That will be you, Mitch. I'm not saying you need to marry her, but work things out. Otherwise, when you come to the end of your life, she'll be the one thing you're telling your hospice nurse you wish you'd done differently.
Thank you, Dr. Lexi.
It's Nurse. She stood, and he thanked God she was leaving. Mitch.
What?
Brian would be so grateful for all you do for Chelsea. He'd be glad you lived, so you could bring those bastards down. But he'd want you to be happy, too. He'd want you to stop paying this self-imposed penance. His chest ached at the thought of Brian. You should take a weekend away. New York is nice this time of year. You can even stay in Drake's penthouse, but if you do reconcile with Sydney, stay in the guest room. I don't want to imagine my brother doing the deed in my bed.
Get out.
He said it with annoyed but brotherly affection. I'm serious. Go. If you do, I'll forgive you for interrogating my husband about Jenny's attack because I'll be able to see it was done out of genuine love for Sydney.
I was wondering when you were going to hassle me on that.
She grinned. Go to New York and I won't. As soon as he shut the door behind Lexi, Mitch raided his booze cabinet. He poured himself several fingers of whiskey. Deciding it wouldn't be enough, he brought the bottle with him to the living room. He brooded for a moment, then went to the hall closet, pulling out a box of his keepsakes and bringing it back to the living room. After downing his whiskey and pouring more, he opened the box. He took out the pictures of Brian and him. They'd been inseparable since the first day of kindergarten, where they had played pirates with sticks until the teachers put them in timeout. He looked at pictures of them trick-or-treating, Mitch as Superman and Brian as Batman. They'd played sports, and one of the two of them was always the best on the team. Mitch had been the quarterback, while Brian was a receiver. Brian was the pitcher on the baseball team, while Mitch played first base. They hunted and fished. They double-dated. Mitch winced at the prom pictures, both of them sporting what they thought looked like a full mustache, but now looked more like a shadow. God, he'd loved and admired Brian. It was his fault he was dead. Of course he needed to pay penance. Brian would never love, would never have a family. But Mitch was self-aware enough to know his reluctance to love wasn't part of his penance. His desire to avoid love was to prevent heart-wrenching pain and loss. He rubbed a hand on his chest, as if it would soothe the pain. If Lexi was right, and he'd raged at Sydney for the wrong reason, he'd feel guilt. But he wasn't convinced that the resulting end of their relationship wasn't a good thing. The longer the relationship grew, the more difficult it would be when it ended. He looked at a picture of him and Brian in their military fatigues, taken a few months after they'd arrived in Iraq. Brian had been trying to cheer him up because Mitch hadn't gotten over Sydney. You need to go to her when you get home and get her back in your life. She doesn't want me. She's ignored all my attempts to get in touch with her. Doesn't matter. You need to try. You're a better man with her in your life. You're delusional. Brian patted him on the back. Let's face it, bro. You're never going to be happy until she's in your life again. And I bet it's the same for her. You sure know a lot about love for someone who hasn't had a steady girlfriend since our sophomore year in high school. Brian grinned. I'm looking. And when I find her, you can bet I'll do whatever I can to keep her. You've already found her. Mitch hadn't sought out Sydney after he was discharged, hadn't tried to fix things with her, had made a life without her and was doing fine. Liar, he swore he could hear Brian's voice say. It happened sometimes, especially when Mitch was at his lowest. So maybe his life wasn't perfect, but he had a good job and family. He had enjoyable sex with women who, like him, just wanted a good time. There was nothing wrong with that. Except it was never as satisfying as what he'd had with Sydney, physically or emotionally. But to take that chance, he'd been willing to start a relationship with her hours ago, so why not now? If Lexi was right and Sydney had only just gotten the letters, then nothing had changed, except for the fact that he'd raged at her, pissed her off, and made her leave town. At the very least, he needed to find out the truth and apologize to her. He pulled out his phone, uncertain what he'd say, but dialed her number anyway. She didn't pick up, and he had a profound sense of déjà vu. 10 years ago, he'd tried to call and apologize, but she hadn't answered then either. The difference was he'd waited more than a week to call her the first time, which had given her, her mother, time to intervene and prevent his calls and messages from getting through. So was she purposefully not answering now? Or worse, what if her attacker had gotten to her? Panic shivered along Mitch's spine. Her voicemail answered.
Sid, it's Mitch. Look, I know you probably don't want to talk to me, but not answering only makes me worried. Call, or if you don't want to hear my voice, text me to let me know you're all right.
He clicked off and swore. Now that she was out of reach and out of touch, the loss weighed heavy on his soul. He'd had her right here in his home, in his arms, and he'd pushed her away. He was the biggest idiot on earth. While he waited for her to respond, he distracted himself by checking in with Kevin. Jenny was doing well and would be going home in a few days.
We were talking about starting a family.
Really? A mixture of jealousy and sorrow filled Mitch. He could have had that. Until he heard Kevin mention it, Mitch didn't know he wanted it.
We were planning to wait. Jen wanted to finish school, but now she doesn't want to put it off. She doesn't want to put anything off, which means school and a baby, and we're also going to be buying a bigger house.
Mitch heard nerves in Kevin's voice, but also love.
That's great, man. If it's a boy, you'll name him Mitch, right? You'll have to take that up with Jen.
Mitch laughed.
Send her my love. Will do. Anything new with the case?
Mitch checked his watch. Nearly 20 minutes had passed since he'd called Sydney.
The case has been reassigned to Kripke. What? Why? It's a long story that I don't want to get into.
There was silence, and Mitch could only imagine what Kevin might be thinking.
I'll give him a call then. He'll do the job. Yeah. I just felt better knowing it was you.
Another thing to feel guilty about. He'd let his best friend and partner down. How the hell did he manage to disappoint or hurt everyone he cared about?
Because you're a coward.
Brian's voice, or he supposed his own conscience, said. He wanted to apologize, but Jenny started talking to Kevin.
I gotta run. The little woman goals. Ouch! She hates it when I call her that.
Kevin cut off the call. Mitch checked his phone, hoping he'd simply not heard a beep indicating a text or message. Nothing.
Come on, Sid. I just need to know you're okay.
Unable to wait any longer, Mitch called Fletcher to ask for her parents' phone number. While Mitch didn't think he completely bought his reason for wanting the Prestons' phone number, he rattled it off. Mitch immediately dialed the number.
Can I speak to Sydney, please?
Dr. Preston isn't here. May I take a message? Mitch's fear grew. Where was she?
May I speak to Mr. or Mrs. Preston?
Mitch asked the woman who answered the phone. May I ask who is calling?
Detective McKenna from Charlotte Tavern.
Mitch wondered if they'd recognize his name. It was better if they didn't. He could pretend to be the concerned cop on their daughter's case. Mr. McKenna? Mrs. Preston's use of Mr. as opposed to detective indicated she knew exactly who he was.
I'm looking for Sydney. She isn't picking up her phone.
Well, she wouldn't, would she? Mitch sighed.
I understand she's angry at me, but I'm concerned for her safety.
Why? Mrs. Preston's tone maintained its annoyance, but at least she didn't hang up. Her question also suggested Sydney hadn't told her about Jenny's attack.
We had an attack at the hospital in Charlotte Tavern, and we're fairly sure the intended target was Sydney.
There was a pause. Why would you think that? The annoyance was replaced with alarm.
Our victim was stabbed from behind, wearing Sydney's raincoat while standing near Sydney's car. Based on what Sydney said happened to her in New York, it's too similar to be coincidental.
I see. but she didn't elaborate. I promised Sydney I'd keep her safe. You're not doing a very good job. He supposed he'd walked into that one. You can help by telling me how I can find her. I'll call her. Mitch swore under his breath. Who knows what her mom would say? Can you ask her to contact me? Silence. Look, I know you don't like me. No, Mr. McKenna, I don't. But not for the reason you think. I have no qualms with your socioeconomic status. In fact, Sydney's father and I both liked you quite a bit when you were in college. That was news to Mitch. You helped bring Sydney out of her shell, got her involved in activities, and, until the end, you loved and respected her. Sydney mentioned you blamed us for your breakup, but we didn't make you enlist or change all the plans you'd made. You were the one leaving. And who knew if you'd return? Why should she put her life on hold for you? Mitch bit his lower lip. He wanted to respond, and yet Mrs. Preston was right. Like everything in their relationship, he was the problem. Can you please ask her to call or text me that she's all right? Or will you call me? Thank you for calling, Mr. McKenna. The line went dead before he could beg again. Son of a... He nearly threw his phone. Instead, he paced. There was only one thing to do. He dialed Lexi's number. I need to go to New York. Can you help me? Chapter 18. Sydney sat on the overstuffed couch in Julia's apartment and cried, yelled, and cried some more. Through it all, Julia was there. She might be conceited and impulsive, but she knew how to be a friend when one was needed. I'm not going to say I told you so. You just did. Sydney blew her nose on a tissue, bringing back memories of Mitch and his handkerchiefs. No, I said I'm not going to say it, because sometimes even knowing or suspecting something is going to happen, you still need to go through it. You wondered if what you and Mitch had was still there, or could be there, and the answer is no. For a moment it felt like yes. Julia's eyes were filled with sympathy. Sex isn't love. Sydney had been so sure that, despite their agreement to a casual affair, there had been something more. At least that second night when he touched her so lovingly, tenderly. You matter. The memory of his words brought a new set of tears to her eyes. Her phone chirped. She pulled it out. It's him. Her heart stuttered, half with hope and half with despair. No, Julia plucked the phone from her, shoving it under the cushion of her chair. He had his chance and he missed it. He might be sorry. He probably is, just like he was sorry the last time. He'll be sorry the next time. How many times are you going to give him? Julia was right. Mitch might care for her, but his distrust ran so deep the odds of him misinterpreting something else in the future were strong. Without trust, a relationship couldn't survive. Why don't I call Patrick? He can make us those incredible crepes with chocolate. We can pretend to let him psychoanalyze me. I love that game. Sydney mustered a smile. He will say I told you so. I'll call him a jerk. Come on, it'll be fun. From underneath Julia's chair cushion, Sydney heard the faint beep of her phone, indicating she had a text. Julia's brows rose as she shook her head. Sydney sighed. Sure. Call Patrick. The crepes were delicious, and the company was just what Sydney needed. Patrick said, I told you so, and Julia told him he was a jerk. Sydney was glad she'd decided to stay with Julia rather than her parents. She'd called her mom and told her she'd be in New York for the weekend. That was all she planned to say, but then her mom asked about the letters, and Sydney told her everything. How they'd grown closer, what Mitch said when he saw the letters, how hurt she was. The one thing she didn't tell her mom was about Jenny's attack. She didn't want her parents to worry. Instead of staying with her parents, she was spending the evening with her 2 oldest and best friends. You guys are just what I need. The 3 musketeers.
Damn right.
Julia held up her wine glass in salute. When Sydney's phone chirped again, she didn't make a move to get it. Julia and Patrick were right. She'd learned what she'd gone to Charlotte Tavern to find out. It was time to put her and Mitch behind her. At least that was what her mind said. Her heart wasn't there yet. She feared her heart would never be there. When Julia's phone rang, all 3 of them looked at each other. What are the odds he'd get my number? He's a detective. He can get information easily.
It's your mom.
Julia poked the button on her phone.
Mrs. Preston, how are you?
Sydney waited through the silence.
Yeah, sure. She's right here,
Julia whispered. You sober enough to talk to your mom? Sydney took the phone. Sober or not, she was going to find out why her mom had hunted her down. Mom?
Sydney, thank goodness. Why didn't you tell me there was an incident in Virginia? I had to hear it from Mitch.
She felt hope rise at the off chance that Mitch's call to her parents meant something. Why did he call you?
He said he was worried because he couldn't reach you, which at first I thought was a lame excuse, but then he told me what happened in Virginia. Why didn't you tell me? This madman is still after you?
I'm sorry, Mom. I didn't want to worry you.
Sydney, I'm your mother. Worry is all I've done since the day you were born. Does Detective Fletcher know you're in town?
I didn't tell him. But Sydney was confident Mitch had. Mitch might have major trust issues, but he kept his word.
Do you think you're safe at Julia's? Maybe you should call Patrick to stay with you, too.
Patrick is here.
Good. I feel much better about that.
There was a pause. I don't think much of Mitch as a love interest. But he sounded worried. If it was truly his job to protect you, you should contact him just to let him know you're okay. That was unexpected. She wanted to tell her mom Julia had confiscated her phone, but there was no way to say it without sounding like a pouting child. I will.
When will you be stopping by to visit us?
How about breakfast?
I'll have Anna set an extra plate.
Be safe, Sydney. I will, Mom. I love you. Sydney clicked off the phone. She wants me to contact Mitch. Julia shook her head and waved her index finger side to side.
I don't believe you. Tell her, Patrick. Her mom wouldn't do that.
Patrick studied Sydney, as if he'd be able to see the truth or lie in her statement.
She might. I take it he told her about what happened in Virginia.
Sydney nodded.
I can't believe he interrogated you.
Julia acted put out, as if she was the one Mitch had accused.
He questioned me, and with good reason.
Why? You didn't do it.
No, but by questioning me, he shows he's thorough.
Patrick turned his attention to Sydney.
He didn't listen to you. Or am I assuming too much by thinking you told him I'd never hurt you?
I told him he was wasting his time, but he went to see you anyway. Sydney remembered when he came back, how he'd taken her up on her offer to be friends with benefits. Her body heated, thinking about all the ways he'd touched her. He talked to Jagger, too. The minute it was out of her mouth, she regretted it. Julia's eyes blazed with fire.
Why?
He's in Charlotte Tavern, and he's from New York.
So?
Julia, how many people in New York have ever heard of Charlotte Tavern? It doesn't take a detective to realize that whoever it is followed Sydney,
Patrick admonished.
Did he talk to Drake Carmichael?
Sydney frowned. I don't know. I can't imagine he would. I'd known of him, but never met him until I went to Virginia.
Drake wouldn't need to stab anyone. All he'd have to do is give a death stare with those steely eyes of his.
Julia finished off her wine while simultaneously reaching for the bottle. How do you know about Drake's steely eyes? Julia had met Drake at the fair in Virginia, but there had been nothing steely about him that day. Sydney couldn't imagine Julia would catch his eye. She was beautiful and fun, but a little too flighty for a serious man like him. Then again, he'd married Lexi, but she wasn't flighty, she was a free spirit. He came to a bunch of gallery parties. He was an intense man. I still can't believe he married a simple Southern girl. Hey, Lexi is not simple. Oops. Sorry. Julia frowned, or at least tried to. The alcohol was softening the muscles in her face. Those people aren't growing on you, are they? You're still planning to move back to New York after your sabbatical, right? Yes. Saying it broke her heart. But I'll miss many of the people I've met there. Julia started to say something, but thankfully Patrick stole her wine bottle, effectively distracting her. You know I've got more. Julia stood and staggered toward the kitchen. Sydney quickly reached toward the cushion to make a play for her phone. I can see you, Preston. Don't you dare get that phone. You're grounded from it until tomorrow. My mom says he was worried. Then your mom can tell him you're okay. You're having wine with your oldest and dearest friends. Sydney glanced toward Patrick, hoping he'd help, but he was looking at his phone. Feeling surly, she said, Patrick is using his phone. His head shot up, and he fumbled to get his phone back in his pocket. Give it. Julia held her hand out to him.
I will not. I may have a patient.
Why all the flushing and stammering for a patient? Does Patrick have a girlfriend? Sydney teased. The idea of it made her happy, and a bit relieved. Julia had never been warm to Patrick's love interests, except Sydney. It didn't take a shrink to know Julia would see any other woman in Patrick's life as a threat. He was all she had, and she wouldn't want him to be with anyone who could impact her access to him. So it was no wonder he might be secretive about it. Julia's narrow eyes scrutinized him for a moment. Then she shrugged. Let's go get pizza.
We just ate. Patrick huffed out a breath. By the time we get there, they'll be ready to close.
I want to go. Come on, Sydney. You said you hadn't had good pizza in a long time.
She's right. I wouldn't mind a slice.
Patrick rolled his eyes, which was pretty much par for the course when he was with them. I'll call a car. Julia skipped off to the other room.
I think we spoil her.
Patrick stuck his hands in his pockets, something he did when he was annoyed, but giving in. Of course. Sydney slipped her hand through Patrick's arm. But if not us, then who? The next morning, Sydney stopped by her parents' home. The night before, she'd had a good cry, great friendship, and excellent pizza. Now she was ready to face her parents and their worry about her stalker. Sydney, her mother hugged her, holding her a little longer than usual. Did you have fun with Julia and Patrick? Yes. It's nice to be back in New York. She followed her mother to the dining area where breakfast and her father already sat.
Sydney.
He stood and hugged her, kissing her on the cheek.
Just in time for food.
Did you call Mitch? Her mother sat across from her father. No. Julia hid my phone. Don't you have it now? Yes, Sydney said slowly, confused about how pushy her mom was being regarding Mitch. So? I'm surprised at how important this is to you. It's about good manners, Sydney. He's worried, and it sounds like for good reason. It's rude to make him worry you might be dead just because he's not a very good boyfriend. Sydney was going to correct her mother. Mitch wasn't her boyfriend. He was her lover, if even that. But this was her mother and her father. She might have become more daring in her sexual escapades with Mitch, but she wasn't at a point she could talk about it with her parents. She went to the foyer hall closet, where her parents' butler had hung her purse, and pulled out her phone. Finding Mitch's text, she replied, I'm fine. Hit send, and closed the phone. It was curt, and probably petty, but she still stung from his reaction, and was trying to avoid the guilt of telling him he was broken. She re-entered the dining area and sat. I replied to his text. Her mother's hard stare and thin-lipped grimace said she didn't approve. "What now?" Sydney felt like she was a teenager about to be reprimanded for breaking the rules. "It's not like you to be so insensitive. You sought him out wanting closure. You got it. It sounds like you'd expected something else, but that's on you. You said he wasn't interested in a committed relationship." Sydney let out a breath. There was truth to her mother's statement. To a certain extent, she'd brought it all on herself. While that last night at Mitch's had been more caring and loving than an affair, he'd never said anything to change the status quo. Even his comment that she mattered wasn't a declaration of love. "I'm angry he was so quick to think I'd lied and betrayed him."
Betrayed?
Her father looked up from his soft-boiled egg.
You wouldn't do that.
She wouldn't. But what an interesting choice of words. Her mother stopped buttering her scone. In order to feel betrayed, you have to care. Worried she was sulking, she set her fork on the white linen tablecloth and picked up her coffee. "What do you mean?" "If your relationship was casual, or even cool, as you suggested, what would he care whether you lied about the letters? It's just about the sex, right?" Sydney choked on her coffee. "I didn't lie." "No, but what's the big deal? Unless he cares. He was hurt by what he perceives was a lie on your part. He can't be hurt unless he's invested in the relationship." Hope blossomed in Sydney. He had been wrong to automatically assume she'd lied and not hear her out. But that was part of being hurt, too, right? Not wanting to hear excuses because he didn't want to be duped again. She'd made it worse by saying he was broken. Still, if there was a chance for them, Mitch would need to learn to trust. She wasn't sure he could do that. At least not with her, given their history. "I'm not saying you need to get back with him, Sydney. You deserve someone who loves, respects, and trusts you. But it's possible he has unresolved feelings like you do." "You're right. I hadn't considered that."
I want to hear about this attack.
Her father pushed back his breakfast plate and picked up his coffee. "Yes. Does Mitch have any suspects?" her mother asked. Sydney told them what had happened, and even included that Mitch had talked to Patrick and Jagger Talbot. Her parents agreed it was a waste of his time, and Sydney found herself defending Mitch, saying he was thorough. After breakfast, Sydney needed time on her own. She considered going to her room, but then decided she wanted to get out. It was a beautiful spring day in New York. When Patrick called and invited her to meet him at Central Park, she had the perfect excuse. "Will you be safe?" Her mother put an arm around her as they walked toward the front door. "I'm meeting Patrick." Granted, he wouldn't be there for nearly 2 hours, but her parents didn't need to know that. Besides, there were a ton of people, and it was broad daylight. "All right. Tell him hello for me." Sydney put on her sweater and headed out the front door. She had a lot of thinking to do. As she was leaving, she checked her phone. No messages from Mitch.
Mitch hadn't realized how much money Lexi had married into until that morning when he'd boarded a private plane at the tiny county airport and flown to New York. The contrast between the green rolling hills of Virginia to the landscape of buildings in New York City took his breath away. A car with a driver named Carl, who looked more like a small-town doctor with gray hair, a white handlebar mustache, and a twinkle in his blue eyes, waited as Mitch exited the plane. It was strange to be waited on, but since he knew nothing about getting around New York, he was happy to have the ride. Sitting in the back of the sleek black car, Mitch understood the attraction of the Big Apple. The energy, colors, lights, and noise. And there was so much to do. It would take years to do it all. Still, he knew himself well enough to know he was a country boy at heart. It made him think of Sydney. Would she be able to live in Charlotte Tavern beyond her sabbatical? Drake seemed to like small-town living, although he traveled to New York at least once a month. Mitch shook his head.
Why the hell was he thinking about Sydney living in Charlotte Tavern? Their moment had passed. He'd blown it by letting his fear and mistrust get the best of him. She wasn't interested in a life with him. After all, he was broken. And yet, why else was he in New York? He told himself it was to apologize and protect her, but he didn't have to dig very deep in his psyche to know he wanted another chance at love with her. The car pulled up to the address Mitch had given his driver. He'd expected a building with a doorman, but this looked like a townhome, albeit a large, expensive one. Mitch took a deep breath, and then rapped on the front door of the Prestons' home. A stiff-faced man in a dark suit opened the door.
Is Sydney here?
The man took in Mitch's worn jeans and black t-shirt, and rightfully assumed Mitch didn't fit.
Do you have an appointment? I'm with the Charlotte Tavern police.
Mitch held up his badge and hoped the butler didn't make a call. If he did, Mitch probably would be forced to return the badge to his boss.
You're out of your jurisdiction. Shall I call Detective Fletcher and get his crew of cops down here?
Mitch made a show of looking at the other houses along the street. Many prominent people had to live here. Just like in Charlotte Tavern, having the police outside your home caused talk.
I'm sure the neighbors will enjoy the show.
The butler sniffed, as if Mitch had forgotten to shower, but he opened the door and let him in.
You can wait in here.
Mitch entered a darkened room that reminded him of a museum. It seemed like forever before the butler returned.
Mr. and Mrs. Preston will be with you shortly. I want to see...
But the butler had already left the room. Mitch shrugged. If he had to get through the parents to see Sydney, he'd do it.
Mr. McKenna.
He wanted to tell them to call him detective, but that was petty. Besides, the butler was right. On this visit, he was Mr., not detective, because he had no authority in New York.
Mr. and Mrs. Preston, I was hoping to see Sydney.
I'm sorry. She's not in. Mitch waited a beat for Mrs. Preston to tell him more, but she simply stared at him. He put his hands on his hips.
Can you tell me where she is?
I can assure you she is safe. His jaw clenched.
Good to know. But I really need to talk to her. You served in Iraq?
Mitch's mouth opened and then snapped shut, not sure how to respond to Sydney's father.
Yes, sir. It looks like you were injured.
Mr. Preston motioned to his face. Mitch had met Sydney's parents only a couple of times when he was in college. His impression of her father was that he was quiet, letting his wife take charge. Was this some sort of test of his merit to be Sydney's suitor?
Yes, sir.
Goodness. Mrs. Preston leaned closer, studying the scars on Mitch's cheek and neck. The things you must have seen and experienced. How much of his story had Sydney told them? He took a calming breath and nodded to her.
Too many young men losing their lives.
Mr. Preston shook his head.
Yes, sir.
Mrs. Preston pursed her lips. You don't talk much, do you? Mitch nearly laughed. Talking was what usually got him in trouble, especially with authority figures.
No, ma'am.
Sydney needs time to think. He wanted to ask what they'd talked about. After all, if there was something to think about, that meant there was hope. Are you staying in town?
I'm staying at my sister and brother-in-law's place, Drake Carmichael.
So, it was your sister who stole Drake Carmichael's heart. The tone didn't sound condescending as he would have expected.
Yes, ma'am.
Drake had a reputation for being a cold-hearted bastard, and a Southern woman turned him around.
Lexi has that effect on people.
It was a skill he didn't have. Not anymore. You did too, if I remember correctly. Mrs. Preston's gaze assessed him. He fought the urge to squirm.
War changes people,
Mr. Preston said. You're broken.
Thank you for your time.
Mitch turned to leave. Are you going to find out who is trying to hurt my Sydney? Mrs. Preston's voice, once cool and aloof toward him, was now imploring.
Yes, ma'am.
He had no control over what the future held for him and Sydney, but he would make sure whoever was trying to hurt her would pay. He walked down the steps to the sidewalk. Drake's driver jumped from the car and opened the back door. Had Lexi gotten used to such service? At least it hadn't gone to her head.
Where to, Mr. McKenna?
Mitch sat, wondering what to tell his driver. Sydney was off thinking in a city with 8 million people and probably just as many places to think. Where should he start? And then it came to him.
Can you take me to the Balto statue at Central Park? I can get you close.
Close would have to be good enough. Chapter 19. Sydney watched as Mitch approached. Her wary eyes filled him with dread.
Must be some serious thinking going on with you being here with Balto.
As opening lines, it was lame, but it got his mouth working. It didn't take a genius to see she was done with him. He couldn't blame her. He'd wanted something from her he hadn't been willing to give. Trust. Why are you here? He blew out a breath.
Many reasons. The first is to apologize.
He gestured toward a park bench, hoping they could sit. For a minute, he thought she was going to tell him to take a hike, but she acquiesced. He sat next to her and rubbed his hands down his thighs as if that would give him courage.
I'm sorry, Sid. I really am.
He struggled to find the words to adequately explain his behavior in a way that might have her forgiving him. I understand your initial reaction to seeing those letters. A piece of hope bloomed. What I don't get is why you wouldn't let me explain. It's like you want the world to let you down, Mitch.
I don't want the world to let me down.
Yes, you do. It's the only way to justify why you work so hard to keep everyone out. But you were already keeping me out, so...
No.
He shook his head and wished he could take her hand and make her see.
I wasn't keeping you out. I wanted to, but I couldn't.
She wrapped her arms around herself and turned away. The little bloom of hope withered. Finally, she turned back. I'm sorry I said you were broken. That was mean and wrong.
I'll forgive you. Can you forgive me?
Her lips were pressed together as if she were trying to keep from crying. Why are you here? What do you want? The irony of the situation would have been funny if he didn't feel his entire life was riding on this moment. How many times had he asked her the same question in Charlotte Tavern? Her answer had been evasive. Now the tables were turned. He wanted to be evasive too, but the hurt stabbing his heart now would be nothing compared to the hurt of hearing her tell him she didn't love him. He'd spent so much time and effort keeping his heart dead. He'd missed the signs when it started beating again, until Sydney walked out on him.
I want to live again, Sid. And I want to have a relationship with you, even if it's just friends, without benefits.
That wasn't all he wanted, but he needed to take small steps. Her head dropped. What about next time you see some perceived betrayal? She shook her head. I can't do it anymore. I get it now. Why you're so guarded. Why you want to protect your heart. He swore at himself under his breath. He was a coward and an idiot. Whatever chance he and Sydney had to make something new was gone. Gone because he hadn't recognized and cherished what had been blooming.
I understand.
He sat for a moment, not wanting to give up, and yet not wanting to push her either.
Will you be returning to Charlotte Tavern?
She cocked her head. Her eyes shone with surprise. Had she expected him to fight harder for her? Should he fight harder? Yes. I have a contract to fulfill.
That gives me some time, then.
He studied her face to see if she understood. Already he had visions of flowers and candy, although deep down he knew the only way to win her back was by showing her he trusted her. He hoped he got the chance. Her lips twitched upward, but her eyes maintained their wariness.
In the meantime, you're still in danger, and it's my job to protect you.
Before she could protest, he added,
I can do it from a distance.
She didn't say anything for a long time. When she turned to him, tears swam in her eyes. Sid. He wanted to pull her into his arms and take all her pain away, but he had no right. Instead, he pulled out a handkerchief and used it to wipe her tears.
I'm so sorry.
She took the handkerchief, and he tried to not see it as a good sign. He couldn't get his hopes up, but he hadn't thrown in the towel yet either. He cupped her cheek with his hand, using a thumb to wipe a stray tear. She dipped her head into his palm, as if she welcomed his touch. He desperately wanted it to mean something.
What's going on here?
Mitch swore inwardly as Julia's voice broke the moment, causing Sydney to jerk away from him. Julia glared at Sydney with accusing eyes.
You're supposed to be meeting Patrick.
Sydney wiped her tears. I am.
Then why is he here? You said it was over with him. You always say it's over, and then you fall back in his bed.
That's not what's happening.
Why don't you leave her alone?
Julia's nostrils flared. He started to reply when Julia pointed a .22 caliber pistol at him.
Julia, what are you doing?
Sydney shot up and stood in front of him. Midge's instincts had him jumping up and pushing Sydney behind him. Not that she'd stay there. She kept trying to get to Julia. He was in a tug-of-war as he figured out how to keep Sydney out of bullet range while disarming Julia. Julia stepped back, out of his reach.
I'm doing what I should have done the first time. He only hurts you, Sydney. Why do you keep letting him? Patrick can give you everything.
Mitch's eyes and brain worked overtime. He scanned the area, discouraged by all the people and children who could be hurt if he handled it wrong.
What are you talking about? Put the gun away. Julia, this is...
Sydney tried again to move forward.
Do you see I'm trying to protect you?
Mitch pushed her back. He'd liked her newfound assertiveness, but now it scared him to death.
It's not me she wants to hurt,
Sydney pushed him.
Not this time.
Mitch pushed her back. Sydney stopped abruptly. Her gaze shot to his. Her mouth fell open. She turned to Julia.
You stabbed me. You tried to kill me. I wasn't trying to kill you. I was trying to make you see how good Patrick is. He took good care of you. He's always there for you. We always said we'd be together, the Three Musketeers.
The fight went out of Sydney, allowing Mitch to push her back behind him.
I'm not a threat to the three of you being together.
Yes, you are. Her voice was matter-of-fact, but she waved the gun threateningly, and Mitch hoped to hell that she'd had enough training with it to not accidentally set it off. He lifted his hands in surrender, unable to decide if the sudden calm in Julia's voice was a good sign.
I'll admit I came here hoping to have another chance, but she was telling me to take a hike. She doesn't love me.
Yes, she does. She always has. And as long as you're alive, she always will.
How ironic that the words he wanted to hear, that Sydney loved him, came from the woman about to kill him.
Even so, she's not willing to risk it. Let her go.
Movement behind Julia caught his eye. Patrick.
Your brother is coming. Let him take Sydney away from here.
Of course I will. It's you I'm getting rid of.
Julia? No. Sydney escaped from his protection and made a grab for the gun, but Mitch held her back again.
What's going on?
Patrick's expression turned from curious to alarmed the moment he saw the gun.
No, Julia! What are you doing?
I'm protecting my family.
Bullets were fast. But Mitch had a nanosecond to realize Julia had fired the gun before the bullet pierced his chest. Even as he fell back, he tried to block Sydney. His head hit something, the park bench, before he landed on the ground. Whatever he bashed his head against hadn't been hard enough. He was going to be conscious during his death. Fire burned in his chest. He could feel the blood and life draining from him.
Mitch!
Sydney dropped to her knees beside him, pressing the handkerchief to his chest.
Jesus, Jules, what did you do?
Patrick's panicked voice cut through the fog.
He won't get in the way anymore.
Julia's voice sounded calm considering what she'd just done.
Is he dead?
Mitch wasn't afraid to die, but he wasn't ready for it now. His best chance at avoiding getting shot again was to pretend he was dead. It shouldn't be that hard. He was nearly there. He closed his eyes and slowed his breathing.
Oh, God, Mitch! No, 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 no!
Sydney wept over him, her hands pressed to his chest.
Have you gone insane? Give me that!
Mitch was sure only a few seconds had passed from when Julia shot him until Patrick made an attempt to get the gun. But it felt like an eternity.
What were you thinking? Oh my God, Julia! I'm calling 911.
No, don't! Julia screeched. He's in the way!
I can't believe you did this. Yes, I have an emergency.
Patrick rattled off their location in the park.
Mitch.
Sydney kept her hands over his wound, jiggling him.
Come on, Mitch. Wake up.
Hoping Patrick was successful in wrangling the gun from Julia, he peeked an eye open.
That's right, Mitch. Stay with me.
One look in her eyes told him it didn't look good. She would know. She was a doctor. So there was only one thing left to do. He reached for her hand, slick and warm from his blood.
Sid.
His throat was dry and gritty like sandpaper. His lungs burned with the need for air he couldn't suck in.
Don't talk, Mitch. Save your strength.
He squeezed her hand.
Sid. I love you.
Just lie still. Help is coming.
She wasn't paying attention.
I love you. I never stopped.
Her tear-filled eyes gazed into his.
Oh, Mitch.
I messed up. But I've always loved you. Always.
Then fight.
She leaned over and pressed her lips gently against his.
Fight.
He still hurt, but a sense of peace spread through him. She knew he loved her. Now he could go. He closed his eyes and let the darkness come. Sydney sat in the hospital in a daze. Even as she replayed it in her mind, she couldn't put what happened together in a way that made sense. Her best friend from childhood had stabbed her, stabbed Jenny, and shot Mitch. Yes, Julia had always been adamant the three of them stay together, but how could she commit murder to make it happen? Julia's actions brought home just how earth-shattering, life-altering a betrayal could be. How could she not have seen how unhinged Julia was? No wonder Mitch had closed off the world. She didn't know if she could have confidence to make the right decisions about people when one of the friends she trusted the most could commit such a heinous act. And Mitch. Oh, God. She squeezed her eyes shut as if it would rid her mind of the memory of him jerking and falling to the ground. The warmth of his blood as it oozed through her fingers despite her attempt to stop it. She remembered his memories of losing Brian, of holding his best friend and not being able to do anything to save him. Her heart had broken for him as he spoke. Now she understood that torture. She knew the helplessness and hopelessness of holding someone as he waited to die. And the guilt. So much guilt. Because of her, he was fighting for his life.
Sid, I love you.
His words echoing in her mind made the guilt even worse. Why hadn't she told him she loved him back? What if he died without knowing she loved him too? She'd always loved him. She loved him even more now. If he lived, and he still wanted a relationship, even just friendship, she'd give it to him. God, please let him live.
Hey, you okay?
Patrick sat next to her in one of the uncomfortable plastic chairs. I thought you'd be with Julia. She didn't hold it against him. Patrick and Julia were so close. She imagined he was feeling the same shock, maybe even worse. He was a psychiatrist and somehow hadn't seen how disturbed his sister was. If he dies, Patrick... Patrick put his arm around her.
You're getting ahead of yourself. I've called his family and they should be here any moment.
You called? God, I should have done that.
It was the least I could do. Julia has been arrested and will be given a psychiatric evaluation within the next few days.
How could she do this? He shook his head, leaned forward, and rested it between his hands.
I didn't see it either, Sydney. I just didn't see it.
Sydney pressed a hand on his back.
Maybe if I'd told her sooner about me.
What about you? He turned his head to look at her.
I've been seeing someone. Not for long, but I care about her. I hadn't told Julia because you know how she is.
He paused.
The fact that I say that suggests there were signs and I ignored them.
Sydney rubbed his back. I'm glad you're seeing someone.
What can I do for you? Do you want me to call your parents?
He straightened and scrubbed his hands down his face as if the gesture could rid the guilt and horror. She'd already tried that and knew it didn't work. I don't want to deal with them now. They'll find out soon enough.
Are you sure? What else can I do?
Nothing. Unless you can turn back time. For a moment she thought about what her life would have been if she'd ignored her parents and married Mitch when he returned from boot camp. But going there was simply an exercise in torment. That was the thing about life. One couldn't ever really know what might have been. She only had now. And now she was in more pain than when she'd been stabbed.
I'll sit with you until his family arrives.
Thank you. When Mitch's parents arrived, along with Lexi and Drake, there still wasn't news about Mitch's condition. He'd lost a lot of blood. The possibility the bullet had hit a vital organ was strong, but they prayed the doctors could fix him. You're broken. Oh, God. His family sat in the same waiting room, but Sydney had no right to join them. Mitch was fighting for his life because of her, so she stayed on her side with Patrick until he left in the early hours of the next morning. When the doctor came in and told them Mitch would survive, Sydney nearly fell to her knees. His parents were allowed to see him, but not her. She understood. She wasn't family. Still, she held vigil. When he could see guests beyond his family, she'd be there.
Dr. Preston.
She looked up at Drake. Under the circumstances, you should call me Sydney.
You're exhausted. Let Lexi and me take you home.
Sydney shook her head. No, I can't go until I see him. Drake sat next to her.
It will be a while. Besides, you look terrible. It won't do him good to see you like this.
What do you mean, a while? Drake took her hands.
His parents are worried. Because of the situation, you might put him in danger.
But Julia has been arrested. Her words didn't have much oomph behind them. In reality, she was too tired to fight and couldn't blame them. She'd brought nothing but pain and violence to Charlotte Tavern. Mitch's parents entered the room. His mother was crying, but her softened expression suggested they were tears of relief. He said, Mom.
And then he was out like a light. He always was a deep sleeper.
Mitch's father had his arm around his wife and pulled her closer. It made Sydney think about what Mitch had told her about his parents' love that first night in his home.
Why don't we take you to the apartment?
Drake stood. "Oh, I can't leave." Mitch's mother fluttered her hands. "Mom, you need your rest," Lexi said. "I'm not leaving. They said I can stay with them."
Let me get her situated, and then you can take me to get some rest,
Mitch's father said. "When can I see him?" Lexi's tear-filled green eyes, so like Mitch's, demanded more than asked.
Why don't you go back with your mom? They're setting up a chair or bed or something for her to stay. You can only visit for a minute. Only your mom can stay the night,
Mitch's father said. Drake turned to Sydney.
Let us take you too.
She shook her head. "I'll make my own way. But thank you." Sydney didn't make her way home. When she was too tired to keep her eyes open, she found a doctor she knew at the hospital and asked for a cot used by on-duty doctors when they pulled long shifts. She slept a few hours until the sun peeked around the edges of the dark drapes, and then got up and made her way to the restroom. Drake was right. She looked terrible. She washed her face and ran her fingers through her hair. Then she headed to the ICU, where she was told Mitch was stable, but no, she couldn't see him. She planted herself in a chair in the waiting area and waited. "For a friend with benefits, you sure stick." Sydney shot up from her seat, grabbing Lexi's hands. "How is he?" "He's good." "He's asking for you," Lexi smirked. "There's a ton of information you can get from a guy when he's on drugs. We got here this morning and he is higher than a kite. He's insisting on seeing you." "Your parents." "Mitch gets whatever he wants, and right now he wants you." Sydney nodded. Tears sprang to her eyes. She stepped into his room, and her heart ached to see him in the bed with wires and machines beeping around him. When he saw her, his green eyes glinted as much as they could through the haze of medication. He sent her a lopsided smile.
"Hey, Doc."
"Officer?"
"That's detective to you."
She tentatively glanced at Mitch's parents. "Let's get some food. Mom? Dad? Come on." She motioned for her parents to leave, while Drake held the door open. "I can't leave." "Yes, you can, Mom. Your grandbaby needs food." Sydney could see the tug-of-war in Mitch's mother's eyes. "It will be okay," Lexi insisted, taking her mom by the arm. When the door shut, Sydney's nerves skidded across her skin much the same way they had at the party her freshman year of college when Mitch swept her off her feet.
You okay?
His eyes inventoried her body, not sexually, although she felt warm and gooey inside anyway because he cared. Then she rushed to his side. "Mitch, I'm so sorry." He took her hand.
Why? It wasn't your fault. In fact,
He frowned.
I messed up. If I was really thorough, I'd have looked into her. She was in both cities.
But who'd have thought? God, I can't believe I didn't see it. How could she have fooled me? He squeezed her hand.
It's difficult, I know.
She appreciated that he didn't give her some line to help her feel better. He knew there was no easy way to rid feelings of guilt and stupidity.
But you need to screen your friends better.
She pressed his hand to her face. Maybe you can help me with that.
Sid.
She wanted to crawl into bed with him, hold him, and rest her head on his chest to listen to the beat of his heart.
I can't remember. Maybe it was a dream. When I was shot, laying there, I wanted to tell you I love you.
Sydney swallowed the lump in her throat. It wasn't a dream.
Did you say it back?
God, she hoped he forgave her for not giving him the most important words at what could have been the end of his life. I didn't have time, so I'm going to say it now. I love you, Mitch. It seemed to take him a moment to register what she'd said.
Like friend love or love?
Giddiness bubbled. Maybe they had a chance after all. Love, love. He brought her hand to his lips.
Me too. I'm going to mess up again, but it won't be because I don't trust you. It will be some other dumb reason. But consider the makeup sex will have.
I'm counting on it. Unable to wait a moment longer, she kissed him.
Oh, Sydney.
His eyes closed, and a moment later, he was snoring. Sydney smiled and watched as he slept. He was alive, and he loved her. She couldn't ask for more than that. Epilogue.
You razzed me every time we stopped by the hospital, and now here we are for the second time today.
Kevin pulled the car into the parking lot.
I know it's your first day back, but you're going to complain. You getting tired of that pretty wife of yours? Nah. And if you tell her otherwise, I'll shoot you myself. Just drop me off at the offices. I'll catch a ride home with Sid. I never thought I'd see it happen. The love bug bit Playboy Mitch McKenna. Bit him good, too.
Mitch smiled, willing to take the teasing.
See you tomorrow.
He exited the car and entered Sydney's building, heading straight to her office. He knocked twice on her door and poked his head in when she called, "It's open."
I need a doctor.
Do you now? My specialty is women. I'm not sure I can help you. She stood and went to him. Her wide smile, shining with love, made him wonder why the hell he'd been so dense before.
You're the only one who can.
His arms wrapped around her and pulled her against him. He smiled at the familiar and welcome jolt that came when he touched her. He kissed her and, for a moment, considered altering his plans to include an interlude on her desk. When her phone rang, he changed his mind. "Let me take this, and then we can go."
You're my bride. I'll wait by the car.
She came out several minutes later, stunning him yet again with her beauty. He opened her car door to let her in, and then he got in the passenger side. "How was your first day back?" She pulled the car out of the space and headed to his home.
It was good.
The only problem with going back to work was that on medical leave, he had a reason to keep Sydney at his house. Now that he was recovered, he worried she'd get it into her head he didn't need her and move back to her place. Of course, he had a solution to that.
We got the guy who stole Mrs. Ragland's old cutlass.
You caught a car thief today?
It wasn't that hard. It was her daughter and the daughter's boyfriend.
Sydney laughed. As corny as it was, Mitch thought it must be what the sun sounded like when it laughed.
How about a picnic?
Tonight? She glanced at him for a moment.
Yes.
He took her hand, unable to go more than a minute without touching her. Sure.
I'll pack the food. You grab a blanket. I've got a thick army one in the hall closet. It's warm, but ideal to keep bugs and dirt away on a picnic.
Okay. She pulled into his driveway. Mitch pulled his truck into the lot at Dogwood Park. He glanced at Sydney and smiled as happiness and nerves washed over him.
Ready?
She smiled back, the smile that lit her face and shone with love. To think he'd nearly ruined any chance to see her look at him that way again. He shook his head at the thought. It was a waste of time to ruminate about near mistakes. He grabbed the basket from the back of the truck and took her hand as he led her toward the Star Grove. He drew her to the middle of the circle, giving her a quick kiss to reassure her, since the last time they'd been there he'd been a mean S.O.B. She unfurled the blanket and he sat, pulling her down with him.
I've got all your favorites.
He opened the lid and pulled out a box of unicorn cookies and a mason jar with clear liquid. Is that what I think it is? She held the jar and studied it as if moonshine had special properties.
It is. The real stuff, too, created under the moon in some Appalachian hollow.
She laughed. As a law enforcement professional, aren't you worried about having this? He shook his head.
Nah, it was a gift.
One beautiful brow rose. Isn't that illegal, too?
Not a bribe,
a gift. Of course, it was still illegal. In Virginia, it was okay to make beer and wine at home for personal consumption, but not moonshine. But Mitch figured risking a Class 6 felony was worth it this one time.
If caught, hopefully he'd only get a year in the pokey. Of course, he'd lose his job, but in this moment, he was ready to risk everything for the woman sitting beside him. I told you the story about the Star Grove, right?
About how Jasper Cahill built it for his true love Lucy May, who then betrayed him and ran off with Sam someone? Sydney opened the box of cookies, plucking a few and popping them in her mouth.
Shiflet.
Right. Her eyes narrowed, wary, yet curious.
Well, I didn't finish the story.
There's more? Mitch pulled her to him, maneuvering her to sit between his legs, leaning back against him.
One night, a night sort of like this one, old Jasper is here in the grove, feeling pretty down about losing Lucy, when all of a sudden, a vision in white appears, right over there.
Mitch pointed toward a gap in the trees backed by the river.
As she drew near, he saw it was Lucy in her nightdress.
She decided to betray Sam, too? Sydney's tone suggested she didn't like where the story was going.
I'm telling a story here. In the South, you don't interrupt a good story.
She tilted her head to look at him and pressed her lips together.
That's more like it. Now, where was I? Oh, right. Turns out, Lucy May left Jasper because Sam, the cold-hearted banker, was going to take Jasper's farm unless he could have Lucy. But deep down, she loved Jasper and didn't want him to lose his farm. Old Jasper said he'd give up everything he had to Sam just to have Lucy May as his wife.
That's romantic. Did Sam take the farm?
Well, he tried. But cold-hearted bankers are also susceptible to dying, especially when they take a woman that doesn't love them. The official cause was a heart attack, but some believe Lucy May used her knowledge of plants and herbs to poison him.
So love won in the end. Mitch took her hand, looked in her eyes, and hoped beyond hope she was ready for a happy ending.
Was there any doubt?
You kissed me here during the fair. Does that mean our love will last?
Yes.
Her lips parted in an O, as if she hadn't expected him to agree so readily.
In fact,
he slid his finger down her neck and hooked it around the chain where she wore the engagement ring he'd given her 10 years earlier.
I was thinking it was time you wore this in another way.
Her eyes widened.
But then I thought, this ring is the past. It represents the love we had before, but it's different now.
To make sure she wouldn't misunderstand, he pulled the platinum and diamond ring from his pocket.
This ring, on the other hand, represents the commitment I want to make to you now and forever.
He took a deep breath.
Sydney, will you marry me?
Sydney didn't need moonshine to feel giddy and dizzy. She stared at Mitch, not quite believing what he was saying. How long had she hoped this moment would come? And now that it was here, she was speechless. The hopefulness in his eyes dulled.
I know I haven't always been good to you, and I have a reputation that suggests I can't be faithful, but I can, Sid.
She stopped his speech with a finger over his lips. Her mind ran through all sorts of things to say, that she believed in him and his love, that she knew he could be faithful. But ultimately, she decided there was only one thing to say. Only one thing he needed to hear. She turned around and cradled his face in her palms. Yes. Once the word was out, the giddiness burst out too. Oh, yes, Mitch. She threw her arms around him, knocking him back on the blanket. His arms wrapped around her, and he rolled until she was under him, feeling the warmth and strength of him. His lips met hers with such tenderness, tears formed in her eyes.
I was worried there for a minute.
He cascaded kisses on her cheek and along her jaw. I'm sorry. I was stunned, as sometimes happens when dreams come true. He grinned.
Dreams, huh?
It's always been you, Mitch. He inhaled and closed his eyes as if letting her words wrap around him. When he opened his eyes, he stared at her, silly with love.
Remember when we met?
At the party in college? He rubbed her back.
I looked across the room and you were sitting all prim and proper.
She laughed.
You looked up and caught me staring at you, and my heart stopped.
His words made her breath hitch.
My destiny was set right then. You and I were meant to be. If only I hadn't been so stubborn after.
She stopped his words with a quick kiss. Don't go there. In some ways, I think we needed the time apart. The frown suggested he didn't like what she was saying. We're stronger now. We know more now. We're going to be even better now. He let out a breath.
I suppose you're right.
All that matters is now anyway.
I hurt you.
She studied him. I hurt you too.
Yeah, but...
Mitch. She considered telling him she forgave him and asking for his forgiveness, to explain how dwelling on the past only kept them from enjoying the moment. Instead, she said, I love you.
I love you, Sydney. So goddamn much.
Well then, kiss me. He did. This time the kiss started out tenderly, but quickly heated.
What would you say if we packed up and went home?
Already? She wriggled under him, needing more contact.
I'm willing to go to jail for moonshine, but what I need to do now, with you, to you, well, that could land us in jail for life.
Well then, let's go home. This concludes Meant to Be by Jenna Harte. Narrated by Ali Shea. Copyright 2022 by Jenna Harte. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Jenna Harte, care of Blue Ridge Literary Agency, LLC, and was produced in the year 2023 by Tantor Media, Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit Tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.